I just passed the instructor's aura test, but it shocked everyone present, because I showed strength that didn't match me. In the past life, I am an assassin affiliated with the Shadow Order. From birth, I'm an assassin. Dedicate his life to the Robert family. Help them deal with all kinds of dirty and ugly things. But today, my master, however, noticed something unusual, because I was actually freed from mind control. At the moment, I was shocked. How the hell did this guy see it? Mind control. It was used by the Robert family. Ways to control shadow groups. Although I was also controlled by it. But thanks to the chance encountered during the mission, I was able to break free from this terrible shackle. I'm curious how the hell you know, though. All assassins, including you. In fact, there are 2 layers of restraint on the body. One of them is mind control. The other one is this. With him snapping his fingers. The next second, I felt a sharp pain in my heart. Then I collapsed to the ground. This is an insect called a laser worm. At the moment he is eating my heart as commanded. Drews, you're so despicable. Despicable, you know? In this world, all people live in masks. And he's nothing more than a mask. A little thicker than others. When I heard this, I immediately showed a look of resentment. For as long as I can remember, I was an assassin and a hound of the Robert family. Survived to this day, even if he became the leader of the shadows. Nor is there any emotion to live. Get that opportunity. I learned the internal power called the Ring of Fire. It was that I was freed from mind control. But just when I thought I was free, I didn't expect to be greeted by death. But instead of dying like that, it's just meaningless. I should at least do something. Since both horizontal and vertical are one death. It's better to pull you on the back. With the roar of my life. The next second, I went straight for Drews. But it's just a face. I ended up with a separation. Of course, this is also reasonable. After all, he's one of the 5 strongest people on the continent. I'm too weak. At this moment, I fell into a deep self-reproach. Either way, lived the life of an assassin for no reason. Or was he manipulated by Drews for a lifetime? And the regret of not being able to train the fire ring to the extreme. Me at the moment. How I wish someone could help me. Whether it's a god or not. Or maybe it's a demon. As long as you can get revenge on Drews. That's when it happened. The pendant beside him emitted a blue light. Then a window lit up. You have been chosen by anger. Anger will take possession of your soul. The subject is physically dead. An error message followed. And when I opened my eyes again, I saw a figure appear in front of me. That's when I realized that I seemed to have turned around. Although at first I was a little incredulous about it. But when 100 days have passed, it was found that nothing had changed. So I accepted the fact that I had been reborn. And today is the moment when I accept the name. I've just turned around, though. Can't grasp a lot of things. But it's not hard to see from the facilities here. This family should be very powerful. This is also helpful for revenge. But I can't be too anxious at this moment. After all, the Ring of Fire has not been able to practice to the extreme. So I had to learn to be patient. At the moment, I was very curious. What kind of family is it? To be able to have such a magnificent house. Meanwhile, I saw the maid shouting at her mother. The head of the house has arrived. Is it actually my father? And he wanted to prepare. Can be a second. A powerful aura was instantaneous. It shocked everyone. Even me. Then I saw a figure walking slowly. The crowd gestured. And I was really shocked. If I'm not mistaken, this guy, it should be the man who is called the Peak of the Continent. The leader of the Sieghart family, Glenn, the King of the North. Sieghart. Looks. I turned around and came to the strongest family on the continent. Meanwhile, Glenn named me Leon, and wish I was the same as the name. Live quietly like a shadow. And very coincidentally, my name in my previous life was also Leon. The picture turns usually at such times. It is the most suitable time to cultivate the fire ring. Generally speaking, most people practice when they practice. It's all through breathing. Gather the grinding in the dantian. But the cultivation method of the fire ring was different. He needs to train his magic into a ring on his heart. In this way, you can improve your physical and mental strength. And mana sensing. Meantime, this is also necessary to become a top dancer. This is the strongest way to practice. Someone like Drew's. I don't know how powerful the Ring of Fire is. Use the Ring of Fire to grow your body and spirit. Finally, he learns Sieghart's swordsmanship. Then you will be able to take revenge on him. And the biggest problem at the moment is, the magic of this body was filled with cold. I can feel it. There are 9 places in the body that are blocked by the cold. If it goes on like this, I will surely die. For this, I need to use the Ring of Fire to open the mana channel. But throw away such a high-purity cold air. Again, it's a waste. If you can blend together and circulate, it's even better. After some tossing, I saw that I was drowsy at the moment. At this time, Glenn came to my bedside and gently stroked my head. The screen turns. Just as I woke up, I saw an old man appear in front of me, and he turned out to be the rumored saint. He has the best medical skills on the continent, and healing skills, although he is the most famous therapist. But he likes to wander, so I don't usually see him. And he came this time. It was commissioned by Glenn. I saw him slowly put his right hand on my body. It doesn't look like the situation is good. This kid has the curse of the cold. They are all frozen by the air conditioning. If left unchecked, then you must not live long. Just when the saint was about to prescribe some medicine to his mother, the maid on the side said, "The head of the house is waiting for you." What an anachronism. So he followed the maid and left the place. Was it the curse of the bitter cold? As long as I refine the Ring of Fire, it won't be a problem. But at this moment, I saw my mother crying. He couldn't accept what he had just learned. At all costs. He was a mother. They will do whatever it takes to heal me. And at the moment, I felt a tingling pain in my chest. What kind of strange emotion is this? It's not what I want to see. Subsequently, I gently stroked my mother's cheek with my little hand. The screen turns, just as Glenn was chatting with the sage. But the mother suddenly broke into the room. "What the hell are you doing? This is very unreasonable." Then I saw my mother slowly kneeling towards Glenn. Please save Leon." Glenn didn't care about it. That kid can't be 5 anymore. Why did he want to help a pair of families? What about useless people? He can do it. It's just a matter of choosing a name for me. He then ordered his mother to be evicted from the room. That's it. The mother was dragged out of the room with reluctance. At this moment, the saint was helpless. Can't you just be honest? I'm so worried about your grandson's situation. And Glenn wanted to know the details of the child. As the saint said, I have 9 places all over my body. The magic is clogged with cold air. If it goes on like this, my life will be in danger as a result. Though, Glenn's aura temporarily chilled my body. I was squeezed out, but I wanted to be 5 people. It's almost impossible to happen. And at this moment, Glenn said this. As long as the child can live. Looks like you like him? But the saint was curious. Why did he name me Leon? Why do you have a name associated with shadows? Glenn, on the other hand, was lost in thought. The name Leon doesn't just mean shadow. He had another meaning before the millennium. The screen has changed. At this moment, the mother is giving the saint. The elixir was put into my mouth, although the taste is extremely bitter. But I didn't care. Seeing this, my mother thought I was really too strong. But actually, this is the living attribute elixir I need the most at the moment. After all, he was able to dispel the chill from his body. Unconsciously, while taking medicine. 2 years passed at once. At this moment, I have cultivated the 1 star of the fire ring. After that, I practiced unremittingly for another 2 years. Now I'm 5 years old. And at this time, my fire ring has been cultivated to the 2nd star. The flames in the 2-star fire ring. It is a rotation in the shape of a cross. If my magic sense has become more sensitive, could it be that this is the cause? Just as I was thinking, The leftover girl said she would clean up my room. And as expected, except for me, no one outside can see this window. Ever since I started cultivating the fire ring, this thing appeared right in front of my eyes. At first it wasn't clear to me what this would do. But then I found out. This thing can see all of its own states. But this window is only visible to me. However, although I have reached 2 stars of Hua, but the curse of the cold did not go away. If there is no elixir given by the saints, I couldn't have grown so fast. At the same time, it is also indispensable for everyone's love for me. And I don't need to be in a hurry about cultivation at all. I'm still young after all. I still have plenty of time. Although cursed, the resulting decline in physique is a big problem. But in my previous life, I was known as a genius among the assassins. If you use the experience accumulated in your previous life, complete the Ring of Fire, then there is no need to worry too much about these problems. Plus Sieghart's swordsmanship, I'll be able to get revenge on Drews. But I can't be too anxious now. After all, that guy is one of the 5 strongest people on the continent. There are very few people who can fight it. That's when it happened. My mother motioned for me to get dressed. Because we're going to the convention. I didn't expect it to be today. The forces that maintain the balance of the continent, the 6 emperors and the 5 demons. I turned around with the Sieghart family. It belongs to one of the 6 emperors. 6 emperors protect the peace of the continent, and the 5 demons pose a threat to the continent. Each family holds a discernment ceremony on a regular basis. This is used to judge whether these powers are good or bad. And today is Qi, the day when the Gerhardt family held a discernment ceremony. The screen turns. I saw my mother and I slowly walk into the hall. And yet the crowd. But he immediately showed a look of disgust. He even began to sneer. I heard that the child was suffering from an incurable disease. Sure enough, it was inherited. The blood of the loser. You will only be a loser. And I was lost in thought. Why immediate family? We are so hostile to us. Although it doesn't matter to discuss it. But discussing my mother I will not tolerate. And at this time, my mother told me not to care. Meanwhile, I saw that the head of the family was slowly walking towards everyone. Long time no see. Glenchich Looks like everyone is there. With a command from him. Saw. A great sword of discernment fell from the sky. The trial will then begin. Just as the trial ceremony began. At this moment, I am indeed the I Ching. Is this a lesson from judgment? Just put your hands on the practice. He'll be able to analyze your mana attributes. Meanwhile, I saw that the trial list was announced from the beginning. The first Bryn 7 Gerhardt. It is said to start at the age of 4. The child's skull will be completely closed to the interior. The child's talent is basically formed. And through this trial, they will decide on a path that suits their growth. Then I saw a burst of green light from the practice. It looks like his magic is wind attributed. And this attribute is very suitable for cultivating swordsmanship. In the future, you need to pay more attention to the direction of the wind. The next one is from Slyan Annex. It belongs to the family of Lunnan lions. And this is me. The principle of its judgment is probably clear. The length of the light climbing. It represents the purity of magic. The properties of the mana are displayed in between times. I didn't expect the trial to go on this way. Meanwhile, I saw that the crowd was shouting. 2 more geniuses in the family have been born. Looks. Talent is very important here. And I probably won't get good results. Although now I have reached the 2nd star of Hua. But there is still a lot of chill in the magic circuit. For me, though, the result doesn't matter. That's when it happened. Finally, it was my turn to judge. But the crowd at the moment. But at the same time, he threw me a cold look. Then I saw me walking slowly towards practice. Although I didn't expect much from that. But I need to find the right mana attribute for me, so as to accelerate their own growth. So under the guidance of my mother, I gently placed my left hand on top of the practice. The next second, a cloud of golden light enveloped me in an instant. Then a memory came to me. I saw a man hiding in front of me. At this moment, he was holding the sword in his hand high, and he only relied on a slash of spiritual power. Kill all the monsters in front of you instantly. But when I came to my senses, only to find out, there was no movement in his own magical light. Meanwhile, the crowd immediately began to mock. The white glow means that there are no attributes. Unexpectedly, I would see such a low light here, although everyone is holding their noses up to me. But my mother encouraged me as always. And at this time, Glenn motioned for everyone to be quiet. This concludes today's trial session. Then he let everyone out of the place. A moment later, Glenn looked at the practice in front of him and fell into deep thought. He didn't expect anything from me, though. But he didn't expect my magic to be so weak. But in the next second, practice suddenly burst into a golden light. Then the flames soared into the sky. At this time, the head of the house was extremely shocked by this. It was actually a golden glow, shine as bright as the sun. This is the Sieghart family, the light of the first head of the house. Its extraordinary firepower even surpasses that of the demon realm. Golden magic and golden flames. Only in. It appears once in the history of the Sieghart family. Look at such a dazzling golden flame. Who are you, sacred? The screen turns. At the moment, I am looking at my own state window. I didn't expect that now my ring of fire is about to break through 3 stars. And since the last trial ceremony, it's been 7 years. I am now over 12 years old. If you can solve the problem of cold air, then I will grow faster. Although practice increased my tolerance for water mana, thus reducing the coldness of the body. But want to eradicate it. It's going to take a little time. That's when it happened. My mother was beckoning me to get ready. Otherwise, you're going to be late. And today I will have a second trial ceremony. At this moment, I have arrived at the ceremony. Maybe it's because only the Pangxi family is present today. So I felt like the ceremony was coming to an end soon. But at this moment, Glenn questioned me. Why did I receive a participation family? Commands for basic training. But for a whole month, it was not carried out significantly. And I was very confused, because I didn't receive any orders. At this moment, the mother stood up and said, at the moment with my physical condition, I can't participate in the family's training at all. It seems that the mother is hiding it. But Glenn responded, now that he has the name of Sieghart, then you should contribute to the family. Even if you are crawling, you have to complete the training of the family. If you can't accept it, whether you will take your children away from the family again. Since you take the name of Sieghart, living in this land, then you must follow the rules of the family. Meanwhile, the crowd around them began to sneer. This time, there was no magic circuit for him to destroy. And now I finally learned. Why is a mother hated by everyone? He had left this home before, although the mother had been trained. But he didn't have any magic in him, because he destroyed his own magic retrospective. Then he left the family, and married his father and had children. Unfortunately, shortly after getting married, his father died, and he had no choice. You can only go back to the family. That's why everyone hates him. But now I'm a son. You can't just watch your mother suffer such treatment. Then I saw me walking slowly towards the patriarch. Although the mother said he was able to handle the matter. But I did reassure him not to worry. Just follow the leader's orders. Starting next month, I will participate in the basic training of the family. However, the current martial arts master on the side reminded me, family training is unbearable even for ordinary people. Not to mention that you are still a patient. But I persevered. Thoughts on wanting to participate in training. After all, I can't live up to the name Sieghart. Live up to Sieghart. Do you know how much this sentence weighs? Meanwhile, I saw a powerful momentum, lunging towards me. Wait until I come to my senses. At this moment, I was already in a cold sweat. Just a look. There is such a great power. This guy might be a lot better than Drew's. Is this the strength of the king of the Northern Annihilation? And at this time, everyone was shocked. Then hurriedly for my rudeness. Apologize to the team leader. I didn't let you speak. In the face of Glenn's such a powerful momentum, I saw my mother holding me tightly in her arms. And at this moment I was lost in thought. In the past, as an assassin, I have always lived in the shadows. My life is inseparable from death. But now it's different. I will no longer live in the shadows. I'm no longer the assassin Leon. Now I'm Leonzi. Gerhardt. I want my mother to return to her old ways. I didn't know how strong the family was, though, but I wanted to protect my mother by training. To protect the smiles of the family. This is the most precious thing to me. What do you mean? Do you want to change the family system through training? That's the only option I have at the moment. That looks. I need to get those coaches. Prepare accordingly. Then I collapsed to the ground. If only I could make use of the experience I had accumulated in my previous life. And completing the cultivation of the Ring of Fire. Then I will definitely be able to rise in the family. Just wait. I'll let you know how strong I am. The ultimate martial arts master on the other side. Gerhardt was lost in thought. Obviously, I have a heavy handle, but he can still resist his father's momentum. But think about it. Sylvia is already very talented. Then he gave the order. Arrange a maid in my room. The sooner the better. Because he wants to know all my circumstances. Shortly after the end of the second trial. At this moment, the team leader came to the family's 5th training ground. And he came to attend the training ceremony for me. I saw that the swordsman was sharp. Modiez greeted him. But the instructors were sweating outside training. As the chief instructor, you are lying here and sleeping. Do you think it's appropriate? Of course, I use my brain to work. And he could see it at a glance. Leader. This time I came to Leon to participate in the training ceremony. If you're like Sylvia, hopefully I can make sure Leon doesn't get hurt. Then there is no need to waste time. Because you once said, there will be no interference with the 5th training ground. Even if he is your youngest grandson. I'm not going to make an exception either. But what he didn't expect was, leader. But I hope it doesn't make my training easier. Because he doesn't need weak and incompetent people. People who can show their own worth. Before you can be trained. And then after explaining everything, the group leader turned and left. What kind of person would RA be? The screen turns. At this moment, I have reached the 3rd star of the fire ring. Thanks to the help of my mother. I've been able to grow so fast. But reaching the Samsung Ring of Fire is just the beginning. It is said that the training of the Sieghart family, but notoriously difficult. And Samsung is just for my future growth. Just lay a solid foundation. In the future, I will definitely become better than everyone else. Shut up all those who have laughed at me. As for Drew's Robert, I will definitely take revenge on him. Meanwhile, at this moment, my mother said she wanted to talk to me. From the mother's point of view, he really didn't want me to go to training. He even asked me if I could postpone training for a few years. But I refused on the spot. Because of the cynicism of those people towards their mothers. I've had enough. If I can get excellent results in training. So, mothers will no longer be treated like this. Looking at such a sensible and well-behaved child. At this moment, his mother recounted his past, and why they are treated this way. My mother was on a mission. Fell in love with his father. But the father at the time. It's nothing more than an ordinary mission. But in order to be able to fall in love with him, the mother self-destructed the Danteon and the magic bribe. And even abandoned the status of nobility because of this. And I actually have a sister named Shurya. At first they lived very well. But one day, an attack from the Garden of Eden broke it all. However, he was pregnant, and my ordinary father. Not their opponents. So my father secretly did it for me. They arranged for guards. But when they got here, my father and sister have long since turned into cold bodies. In the end, the mother had no choice but to return to the family. So he voluntarily gave up his identity. He was regarded as a sinner by his family. So, that's why everyone hates him. It seems that my mother is very selfish. In order to pursue their own happiness, gave up the responsibilities of the family. In order to save his life, he chose to return to the family. Now I finally understood. Why didn't everyone want to see him anymore? But he is who I came into this world. The first person to give me love. Even if everyone doesn't want to see him. But he is still the only mother in my life. I'm curious, though, whether the mother will have a choice about what she has made before. Regret it. And he denied it. Because it was his happiest time. It's that kind of life. Make him feel like a real person. Meantime, the time with me was very happy. That's enough. I will help my mother marry back to the family status. And then revenge. The screen turns. In order to stop worrying about mothers. It took a lot of effort. Now, it's time to check the malleability of the Ring of Fire. But at this moment, a blue flame was slowly condensing in the air. The time has finally come. Then I saw that the blue demon had difficulty speaking. Did your anger attract me? I will be the second lord of the demon realm. The name of Russ inspires me. Will help you achieve revenge. And at this moment, I am the I Ching. What the hell is going on? Anger awakened. He is asking me to give my soul and my body at this moment. But he soon realized that something wasn't quite right. Because of a child's anger. The conditions for summoning him are not met at all. But when he took a closer look, only then did I realize that I was hidden deep inside. A dark rage. It seems that you really summoned me. Then just surrender your soul and body. I'll take revenge on you. That's when I realized. Is it a wish made before death? But he came out too late. So I immediately refused his request. Because I want to take revenge on it with my own hands. And he smiled contemptuously. I'm not here to negotiate with you. Because I've already decided. Meanwhile, I saw the blue flames around me envelop me instantly. Then he slammed into my attack. The next second, a blue flame instantly entered my body. At the moment, I just felt extremely cold. Is this guy actually an ice attribute? And at this time, just listen to him whisper in my ear. Think back to that hateful guy. Let out your inner anger. Although at this time I was trying to resist, but I don't know how long I'll last. Because anger keeps flooding my mind. Give up resistance. Give me your flesh. And I know it. If resistance is abandoned, it's definitely a threat to your family. So I'm going to die. Nor can they surrender their own bodies. But right now I'm still on the verge of holding it out. That's when it happened. I suddenly remembered. Maybe I'll be able to pass the Ring of Fire. The heat is released to fight the cold. The next second, the heat released from the body dispels the surrounding cold. The demon at this moment was furious. Even if he's just woken up. But not to take a child. There is no way. And at this time, I saw that it was difficult for me to speak. Could it be that revenge will be carried out by me personally? I will never give up my flesh. I didn't expect a mere demon king. There is no way to take a child. It looks like you're just in vain. But he just said that he had just woken up. Could it be because of this? Didn't he use all his strength? That's when it happened. A message came from the window next to him. Additional ability stats are unlocked. It will be expressed in the form of a numerical value. The demon on the side said, "This is the omnipotence he created. It was he who created this window. So why create this thing?" But the demon said he didn't tell me why. But I guess. This must be to speed up the progress of cultivation. After all, since the window appeared, I can feel it. The cultivation progress of the fire ring has increased significantly. But you don't have a body. And it seems for now, only I can see your presence. That's when it happened. The demon flew towards my arm. Then it turned into a bracelet. Then I saw that he had difficulty speaking. When his strength is restored, and they will take my place. And he will always be there for me. Until the day comes. Although I want to get rid of it on the spot. But I am afraid that the window will disappear because of this. I'm afraid he will do something bad to my family. So I decided to keep him around. As long as my cultivation is stronger than his, then I'll be able to control him. The screen turns. At this moment, the two of them were looking at me worriedly. And today I'm going to train Ground 5. just as I was heading to training ground 5. At the moment, the two of them were telling me, "Don't push yourself too hard." Then I turned and walked away. Look at my back as I fade away. At this moment, the mother fell into deep thought. Although I have grown a lot compared to the past, but he still hoped I wouldn't be hurt. You have to work hard. The screen turns. At this moment, the 5th training ground was crowded. It's not just the Sieghart family here. Straight and pawn bloodlines. At the same time, there are also affiliated families and exotic ones. The honor students are at this time. The conversation between the two caught my attention. It turned out that they were secretly laughing at me. Such a weak body. I even dared to come to the training. Even the bracelets on the hands are cheesy. And the demon wince on the side. Even if you come forward and curse them, it is very rude. Then I called out to them. If you guys have something to say, why don't you tell me about it in my face? And the two think, it's not worth talking to them yet. And what about crabs? Aren't you also a family of crabs? So what qualifications do you have to discuss me? Hearing this, he immediately threw his fist at me. Just when the battle between the two sides was about to begin, a voice stopped him. Do you want to disgrace the 7th Brother Hart family? The person who spoke was Hachiwa in the direct family. 7 Brother Hart. Then he rebuked me in public. As a crab, you should recognize your status. You're just a speck of dust that can be removed at any time. If you don't want to be kicked out of the family, then you should keep a low profile. And the reason why he hates me, it's because I'm here. At the trial meeting, it received the attention of the team leader. He thinks I'm absolutely not going to pass the training. It seems that you will only talk nonsense. Your only advantage is to have a straight. You didn't even pass the training. Why are you yelling at me? Could it be your father? Giving you the right to do so? Lewin Baron was immediately furious. That's when it happened. I saw the chief instructor kick open the door. Looks like you've started arguing? And I am the I Ching. It's actually a man called Excalibur by his family, Limo Diaz. But I heard that his Danteon had been destroyed. I didn't expect him to be here. Subsequently, he suggested that the fight be placed after the induction ceremony. How to smell this? Baron left in silence. The screen turns. I saw him start to introduce himself to everyone. His name is Limo Diaz. Is the chief instructor who is responsible for training them. And he thinks that the number of people participating in the training is too high. To do this, he needs to pass a test to eliminate some of them. Only about 1/4 remained. Hearing this, everyone was immediately shocked. If you guys have any grievances, just find the team leader to complain. So let's start running. The basis of martial arts is physical and mental strength. Before I shout stop, you have to run with all your might. And the demon at this moment was full of doubts. Since it's running, why am I running last? Because it's not competition. I don't have to get past those people. He could see through those eyes, see the potential and temperament of others. But he didn't just believe what he saw. In this game, someone who was able to hold out until the end is the biggest winner. At the moment Baron with Lunnon had already run to the front of the line. Even the crowd watching from the sidelines. They were all amazed by this. They are only 12 years old though. But its inherent talent has long surpassed everyone present. And in comparison, I kept up with the line. Meanwhile, at the moment, Liamo is very amused by this. Because of him, it's the first time I've seen a guy like me. In his cognition, although the strongest of those continents, he couldn't see through them. But he was able to see the future for most children. Interestingly though, he couldn't see anything in me. And that means my strength is out of his mind. Meanwhile, I saw that the two people in front of me were laughing at me. They thought I was going to give up soon. At this time, I was thinking about running. Is this the training? In the past life, in order to be able to survive, I'm running all the time. It's just too easy for me. Just as the knockout tournament begins, at this moment, everyone is sprinting forward with all their might. It's been a long time. I still keep running on the track. Even Limo on the side felt unbelievable, because he was sure that long ago. I'm running out of energy. But why is this happening now? And this perseverance. It's like staying on the line of death. Trained warriors in general. How the hell does this guy do it? It's getting more and more interesting. Meanwhile, in the face of my relentless pursuit, at the moment, the 8 rounds also showed some panic. Because in his opinion, in my current physical condition, it simply can't support such a high-intensity training. And he heard about it from the family a long time ago. I have the curse of the cold in my body. Not to mention being a dancer. Even lives can be lost at any time. But now what the hell is this situation? 1 second. I saw that he suddenly activated his magic power. Moment. He sprinted to the top of the pack at breakneck speed. It looks like he's as impulsive as a little kid. In contrast, the road difficulty is more mature. Because it's not a competition. It's a game of oneself and oneself. A moment later, I saw that everyone was already tired and panting. And I'm the only one who still sticks to the runway. Although I can feel it. The whole body can fail at any time. But through the operation of the Ring of Fire, I was able to squeeze out what little strength I had left. That's when it happened. I saw the demon slowly approaching me. Hand over your body. I'll help you get past that blue hair. The next second, he lunged at me. Then I felt a chill all over my body. But I will never give in to him. Case. Let's try to compete. See who can make it to the end. If you are not careful, this guy is going to devour me in an instant. After some competition, the demon has finally been defeated. But at this moment I was exhausted. My vision began to blur. Does it look like that's my limit? Eventually, I gave up running. After all, if it goes on like this, I'm going to die on the spot. And with the help of the Ring of Fire, my fitness is improving. If it goes on like this, then I will definitely achieve something in the future. That's when it happened. A window prompt came from ahead. You have exceeded the limits of your physical strength. Rewards a number of stat values. Unexpectedly, I rejected the demon's wrath. Actually got an extra ability finger. The screen turns. At this moment, Limo is praising everyone for their hard work. And what he said before is that only 1/4 of the candidates are left. It's all a lie. Hearing this, everyone was extremely dissatisfied. But he changed his style. If future training, if you're all in this state, then most of you will lose the election. Because he clearly asked for it. Everyone has to run to the end with all their might. But only one person did it. Some of them gave up. There are also people who use magic to cut corners. In fact, he didn't care how everyone finished training. After all, he wasn't the one who took the test. But if you do what I say, then you don't have to worry about losing the election. Anyway, today they are just trainees. Only after 6 months past the assessment, to be able to become a full student. Of course he picks the best. Become his chief student. So everybody has to do their best. He then disbanded the team. The screen turns. The team leader approached Limu and asked, "Ask him how he is. Now that you've come here, that means you've seen it all. Baron and Ronan have the best of talent. Other children in the near future. He will also become the master of the pillars of the major families. As for it, I couldn't see anything in him at all. Even how he persevered. I don't know. This is after Glenn. Once again, you can't see what's in someone else. Although since the destruction of the Danteon, he is very bored. But it looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. Being an instructor is what you want. You just have to do your job." And he thinks, the guy who can entrust the future has appeared. That's just a coincidence. That kid wasn't destined to become a dancer. You know very well that that's not a coincidence. Just after the end of the running test. At this moment, I decided to go to the training center. And I didn't know it. A bunch of guys have their eyes on me. The screen turns. That's when they thought I could make it to the end. There must have been some special method. And the long-haired man gave his opinion on this. He thinks I must have some kind of panacea. Because he had heard of it. The saint gave me some elixir a long time ago. Looks like that guy. It's the drugs that make it happen. It's been so long. So they decided to give me some color and see. A moment later, I saw them force me into a wood. And at the moment, I don't know why they're doing it. Then I saw them shouting at me. If it weren't for the elixir given to you by the saints, there's simply no way you're going to last that long. You actually use such despicable means. It looks like a child is a child. It's so impulsive to do things. Then he said to me, "Looks like we need to talk about it." That's when the talk goes. I saw the long-haired man throw a punch at me. Can be a second. I had already knocked him dozens of meters away with one punch. You're right. We need to talk about it. Subsequently, I struck and knocked one person to the ground. Then he threw a punch and knocked down the other person. Even the demons on the side saw this. They all admired me. A moment later, I saw that everyone knelt down before me and begged for mercy, and I stepped on his hand. Case. Then I'll ask you one last question before I wrap up. Did Baron make you do this? But he said Baron didn't know about it. The three of them planned this incident entirely. This was really unexpected. After all, that guy must hate me. Then I warned him. If there is a next time, then you do it at your own risk. Then I got them out of here. And at this time, it is very strong. Emo smiled with satisfaction. Because I am like the patriarch of my youth. It looks like I'm also very talented in martial arts. After all, he has the bloodline of the 7 Goart family. An unknown talent hidden in a genius. It's getting more and more interesting. The screen turns. I saw that I received an additional reward again. The angry demon is very pleased with your actions. Bonus agility news. Unexpectedly, such a ridiculous thing can also be rewarded. What the hell is this broken window? But you didn't create it. And the devil said about it. This never happens. It looks like you're stealing the power from me. I see. Look at me with a look of indifference to this. At this moment, the demon proposes a gambling agreement. If I win, I'll be able to take the stats. If you lose, you have to accept the wrath of the devil. Subsequently, the conditions sent by the window were based on honors. Pass the assessment. Completing the condition rewards all stat values increased by 2 points. And any choice of a feature. Failure condition rage is increased by 10. Do you mean the assessment after 6 months? Because of it, of course. Emo didn't say it. Will the best students be selected? But what's the deal with choosing a random feature? You will be given a trait that I have. Of course, they will be assigned according to your level. So what does anger refer to when you fail? That is the wrath of inheriting me. Just accept a little. You can no longer control your emotions. Is that what you want? Then I fell into deep thought. It doesn't look like this guy is lying. Although the risk of this condition is extremely high. But at the same time, the rewards are also very rich. After a moment of thought, I accepted the offer. Then the VM agreement will take effect immediately. As long as I make good use of the experience of my past life, there's no way I'm going to lose. Just after I agreed to the devil's gambling agreement, the screen turns. I saw that everyone was lying on the ground panting, and they had just finished training their horses. Horse steps serve as the basis for practicing martial arts. All dancers have to go through this training. That's when it happened. I saw that the people began to complain. Why do you train all day for running and horse walking? When exactly will I be able to learn swordsmanship? And the 8 wheels on the side signaled to them. Instead of complaining here, let's train our own swordsmanship. Looking at the backs of everyone leaving. The demon at this moment is very curious. Aren't you going along to train in swordsmanship? Of course. If you don't have a solid foundation, go and practice swordsmanship. That would just be a waste of time. And what I need most at the moment, it's about having a lot of stamina. Because of the curse of the bitter cold. As a result, my body is even thinner than normal. And whether it's for growth or training, practicing the foundation is the most important thing. So for me, I just need to concentrate on training. Meanwhile, Lu Nan on the side had already paid a lot of attention to me. And he was curious about me. Obviously seriously ill. However, The amount of training is increasing day by day. Maybe there's something special about him. Then I saw him slowly walking towards me. Although I tried to say hello to him, but he didn't react. That's when it happened. It was as if he sensed something. Then he sat down next to me. Then I saw what I was training in. He also trains with me. And only he knows. When he smelled that smell, his whole body became lighter. So he made up his mind. He's going to have to train with me for a while. A moment later, I saw Baron and the others slowly walk into the training room. And they were shocked. Because Lu Nan is actually training with me. Although they are all extremely unhappy about this. But Baron responded. That kind of repetitive training is pointless. Because he is very weak. So this kind of basic training is needed. But even if he tried so hard, after all, it can't surpass us. Though, he didn't know what the assessment would be. But training swordsmanship well is never a bad thing. Then they left. The screen turns. On the way to your daily training, I got acquainted with another partner. His name is Dorian. He said, "Want to learn the right training with us?" That's the pose. We train day in and day out. Fast forward to 6 months later. After running as hard as I can every day, someone who can run ahead of me now. And that's all that's left. To accompany the passage of time. Soon came the day of the family assessment. And today, dependents of all students will come to the scene to watch. Meanwhile, the demon is reminding me of the ritual of the bed agreement. If I don't end up surpassing both of them, then I can only accept it. Rage from the devil. But I said I didn't need to be too anxious. After all, the dear dead sailor is not necessarily the same. But Dorian, what are you doing? And he explained it. This is because you have to take an assessment. So it's caused by too much nervousness. Meanwhile, I saw Lunan hand me a biscuit. Followed by 8 rounds of strange stares were thrown at me. Why I'm surrounded by these weird guys. And the 2 at the moment. I'm very happy with the change. Looks like he's made quite a few friends. My mother was very proud of this. That's when it happened. I saw that the team leader was slowly walking into everyone's field of vision. But the crowd was shocked by this. Because this is the first time the group leader has watched it. Family assessment. Even Liamo was surprised by this. This is a momentous event that will determine the future of the family. Shouldn't I be here? And Liamo smiled awkwardly, with him announcing the official start of the test. In the next second, a powerful aura was there, instantly erupted from within him. And the crowd at this time was indeed alarmed. Passing my aura is your exam. Aura is an innate talent of dancers. This test is to test you, whether or not you are eligible to be a dancer. But the family members on the side expressed their dissatisfaction with this, because some kids don't even know it yet. What exactly is aura? If the test of the aura is carried out, that's not fair to those kids. And Liamo sighed lightly at this. The aura is not simply like this way to manifest itself. A real aura. It is the result of the accumulation of dancers' creative achievements. Soul separation. This is for dancers. Certainly not a status symbol. That's when it happened. Glenn responded. He's right. Even if there is no training for aura. But as a dancer, the aura is innate. And through training, your own aura will also become very powerful. So no one is complaining anymore, right? Then the test begins. And the first to take the test was Runan. The rules are simple. I'll release what you can bear. Maximum aura. You just need to pass through the aura and touch me, even if you qualify. In the next second, a powerful aura was instantaneous. Burst from within him. If you used aura, then you will lose your eligibility for the exam. Awaken the spiritual power that you have been cultivating until now. In the face of such a powerful aura. At this moment, Lu Nan is struggling towards President Liamo, as he slowly opened his right hand. The next second, Liamo announced on the spot that he had passed the exam. I've seen your efforts so far. Stick to it in this way in the future. Then came the next candidate, Dorian. Although he was extremely disturbed by this, But Liamo comforted him not to be too nervous. Take out the perseverance you usually train and pass through the aura. Otherwise, you will be eliminated on the spot. With an explosion of aura, Dorian's exams began. That's when I noticed. Face every child. The aura he released was different. Adjust according to each child's level of training. Whole. It seems that he really observes every child. After a moment of effort, Dorian also passed the exam. The screen turns. At this point, it was finally Baron's turn to take the exam. With an explosion of aura. At this time, Baron was indeed extremely shocked. Is it all before everyone? Have you all experienced this kind of thing? Under such a powerful aura, he simply couldn't move half a step forward. Then it was difficult to listen to Liamo's mouth. Is your talent more special than most? People who can compare to you flock to it. But you're too egoistic. Do not understand real swordsmanship. So what's the point of training in swordsmanship? What you need to train is your mentality and physical strength, and not swordsmanship. Whenever there is a difficulty, you'll always use the aura to solve. But now you only have to use it again. Then you will be eliminated on the spot. And at this moment he recalls the past. The elder brother who was kicked out of the house by his father, and his incomparably cold eyes. If you are unable to pass the exam, then he will also be abandoned by his father, with the cry of his life. At this moment, he finally passed the exam. You're still young. It is a critical moment to lay the groundwork for surveillance. If you keep walking with your head up, you will surely stumble over stones. Then next, the last one is Leon Zighart. The next second, an incomparably powerful aura was coming towards me, rushing to the face. Its scope is vast. It even affected the entire audience. Even the team leader was shocked. What the hell is going on with this force? And I was very curious. Is this really my exam? Of course, because of the talent he saw in me. Far beyond Baron and Ronan. Give it a try. And I was lost in thought. I'm not just Rayon Zighart now. He also lived as Leon, the assassin in his previous life. Then I saw me slowly walking towards the end of the force. And the crowd at this time was indeed alarmed. What the hell is going on with this guy? As I slowly stretched out my left hand. At this moment, the venue was suddenly silent. Even the two of them were shocked. So did I pass the exam? At this moment, everyone was stunned. Because they can't believe it. A guy who is seriously ill. It's been able to do that. And at this time, Liamo also seemed a little overwhelmed. After all, the aura just now. But it was beyond what I could bear. Originally, he wanted to play a trick on me. But what he didn't expect was that I actually survived. Meanwhile, I saw me towards the end of the force. It's time to announce the test results. And then he reacted. Then it was announced to everyone. Leon successfully passed the assessment. This was followed by the announcement of the first place in the exam. At the same time, he is also the best student in the 5th training management. Leon Zighart. Hearing this, the mother burst into tears on the spot, but the crowd on the side. But there was a lot of discussion about this result. That's when it happened. Baron was the first to raise his grievances. Because he thinks, my physical strength and strength are far from his. He couldn't take it. Guys like me get first. He thinks I must have used something special. Means. The people on the side also felt that he was reasonable. Then a lot of talk began. Then I saw him make a proposal to me. Since he is a member of the Zighart family, then use martial arts to decide who is the first. Looks, do you really want to be the best student? But what do you think you should do, team leader? After all, the tests are over. After some thought, I saw the team leader asking me, looks, everyone seems to be unhappy with the result. I don't know if you'd like to have a duel with 8 rounds. And I refused it on the spot. After all, the test results are already out. On the premise that there are no rewards. I have no reason to participate in a duel. Unexpectedly, you often talk about your family reputation and pedigree. The results will be questioned. Meanwhile, the team leader gave a lucrative condition for this. Duel for the place of the honor student. If I can win, then he will reward me with a bronze medal. Is it actually a bronze medal? In the family. Silver. Copper these are. Only those who have achieved great things can get it. Medals vary according to the kind. The rewards are also very different, even if it's just a medal of the same class. But if it's from the team leader's hand, then you will definitely be able to get a good reward. So I agreed. A moment later, the duel officially began, and rule identification. Only flesh duels are allowed. Violators will be judged to be defeated directly. As Liamo announced the start of the duel, the next second, I saw that 8 wheels had already come to me. Immediately after that, he launched a spiritual attack on me, but I resisted them one by one. That's when it happened. I saw him condense his aura on his fist. This is a fist called Righteous Tiger Fist. It was taught to him by his father, and this punch is not considered a violation. The next second, I saw a heavy punch coming at me. At this moment, everyone thought that the end was decided. There's no way I'm going to defeat Baron, accompanied by his fierce attack on me. At this time, he had already made up his mind. He must not let his father down, and he's never going to lose to a guy like me. Over time, I gradually got used to his offense. Whether it's a fist or an aura, I can see it all at the moment, just as he was throwing a punch at me. By this time, I had already clenched my fists. Then he struck a power blow at it. The next second, the two forces collided with each other. In the end, however, I still had a slight advantage. Just when he couldn't believe it, I've already gathered my aura. Then a righteous tiger fist struck at him. Shoot it dozens of meters away on the spot. Meanwhile, I saw that everyone was shocked. Why does this guy use this punch? Even Baron was puzzled. Why do you use the tiger fist of justice? Because you made it happen, and I just imitated it. At this moment, everyone was showing a shocked expression, because I actually used the righteous tiger fist. Even Liamo was very surprised by this. I actually let the righteous tiger fist rotate in the opposite direction, thus neutralizing the offensive of 8 rounds. You can learn just by seeing. That's enough to be called a genius. But I made it my own. Just have that talent. I'm enough to stand at the top of this continent. And this is exactly the talent that the 7th brother Hart family needs. Timeless talent. Then I saw Lino announce it to everyone. The winner of this duel is Leon's 7th brother Hart. The next second, I saw my mother rushing from the audience. Then he hugged me tightly in his arms. Meanwhile, Lunan's family also behaved to him. Affirmation was given. But it's Baron. His father didn't even have to look at him squarely. At that moment, his heart was hit hard. The screen turns. Baron is being reprimanded by his father, because he once said to his father at the beginning, "I will win the position of the best student." And his father didn't expect much from him. Just let him defeat Lunan. Fight for the best student position. But he actually did. Lost to a loser. Guy with direct family status. It's really thrown into the face of the family. Or do you want to be like your brother? Then he told Baron, grades will be re-evaluated at graduation ceremonies, thus selecting the best students. That it's your last chance. If you want to live like an immediate family member, then do your best for it. And at this moment, he is full of resentment. He even blamed me for everything. I've worked hard. Why is this happening? Unconsciously, Baron came to the training room. It looks like it's because the exam is over. So it's unusually deserted. And then he noticed my storage box. So he opened it curiously. But the next second, he was speechless in shock. Because the box is full of worn-out shoes. And it looks like there are at least a dozen or so pairs here. Is it only 6 months? Is it just that so many shoes are consumed? Even after 8 rounds, I only changed about 2 pairs. Meanwhile, I saw the scene of my training in the past. Then he came to mind. Speaking of which, the guy has been training all the time. Whether it was when he pretended to train swordsmanship, or when resting in the dormitory, my performance is the real chi. The way the Gerhardt family trains. And Baron is always doing the opposite. looking at the training equipment scattered around, and the long torn shoes in his hand. When he neatly arranged his shoes in the box, he no longer felt lost in his heart. The screen turns. At this moment, the demon is expressing his inner displeasure with me. After all, he lived for hundreds of years. Never seen a guy like me. But I really didn't bother to talk to him. And I'm curious. What does this feature do? Legendary senses. The demon didn't think this trait was right for me. He is able to expand the range of your senses. Now it's one heart. So your senses are about 10% better. And the demons of their heyday. But it can make him play 100% of the effect. But your name is certain. It's not very good, and the picture turns. The group leader summoned me. And the mother at the moment. I thought something big had happened. But the housekeeper reassured him not to worry. Because the team leader wanted to personally present the bronze medal to me. A moment later, I was in front of the group leader. Although some are reluctant. But he still needs to keep his promises. Immediately afterwards, the butler awarded me the bronze medal. And I can be based on copper. Cards in exchange for a corresponding requirement or reward. After some thought, I even made my request. About Sylvia Zighart. If I want to reinstate him in his position, what should I do? At this moment, the two are showing some differences. Are you referring to restoration? The identity of the direct family. That's right, that's what I want to ask. That's achievement. When the family can recognize what you have accomplished. It's still possible. It's not that easy, though. It's harder to get recognition than to climb to the top. Especially for kids like you. It's simply impossible to happen. No. It's still possible. After getting the information I wanted, I put the bronze medal back in its place. Then he turned and left me. And at this time, the team leader stopped me. Because I haven't said what I'm asking for. After all, asking a question doesn't count as one of the requirements. I didn't expect the King of Northern Annihilation to say such a thing. Then he asked me to say what I wanted. And at this time, I just thought of what I needed. That's the technique of training aura. But he said so. The instructor would teach it to me during the basic training. No, what I need is more than basic training. More advanced training techniques. At least a skill comparable to the bronze medal level. In the past life, the training techniques I used were completely inadequate. In order to allow the mother to return to the immediate family, the identity of the clan, in order to be able to take revenge on Drews with his own hands, I have to cultivate a more powerful aura. That's when it happened. I saw the team leader snap his fingers for the next second. A door was slowly opening in front of me, followed by the huge library came into view. This is one of the Zighart family's book collections. You just need to raise your hands high. So, the books you need most will appear right in front of you. After listening to the group leader's explanation, I saw that I raised my right hand high. Hopefully something will come in handy. That's when it happened. I saw a book in the air shining brightly. What the hell is that old book? And the group leader at this moment is the I Ching. Why is it that? Meanwhile, I saw that the books were slowly falling in front of me. Chinyan technology. What kind of training technique is this? With my touch. The next second, all the papers on the book swooped down on me. Less than a moment, I was surrounded by papers. Then it turned into a flame. And at this time, Delenn was caught in the memories. Back then, in order to pursue the strength of the family, he ignored Sylvia's feelings. Even if he was ostracized by the family, he also chose to sit on the sidelines. Even later, he chose to leave the family. He didn't care about it. In the days gone by, he thinks that feelings are useless. He only cares about the growth of his family. Later, he attained extraordinary martial arts. And in this way, the family stood at the top of the continent. But he realized as if he had lost something. Until the bad news of the granddaughter and son-in-law came. That's when he realized that he had lost his emotions. Although later he finally regained his emotions. But nothing that happened in the past can be changed. So since then, he made up his mind. Even Sylvia and I hate him. He will also watch over us. Meanwhile, now, I feel like there's a lot of knowledge in my head. At this time, the team leader stopped me. What did you just do? I'm just thinking about training techniques. So what's the name of the book? Then I slowly opened my right hand and humbled the technique. You will face the road of the ancient feast. The trick is kept in memory. So do you remember what's inside? Of course, I replied in the affirmative. Then the team leader informed me. Now that the bronze medal reward has been obtained, then you can get out of here too. So I turned and walked away. And the butler at this time was curious. Is that a book? That's right. This is exactly the training technique used by the first team leader. Throughout the family history, no one was able to pick him up and look at him. That if the matter leaks out, wouldn't it hurt their mother and son? And the team leader said that there is no need to worry about this, because there are very few people who know the technique of humble feasting. Anyway, for us, it's just a skill that can't be cultivated. If it weren't for the kid, maybe he'll be rotten on the shelves for the rest of his life. Looks, the future is quietly changing. At the moment, I was puzzled. Why did the group leader send me this book? After all, he is worth as much as a gold medal. Compared to the Ring of Fire, he's more than that. Unfortunately, I was never able to master it. Although I don't think so, I can easily learn this training technique. And at this time, but the demons on the side of the earth reminded me, if you're cultivating your aura, interrupted by others, then it's going to be a big problem. As he said, humble flame technique. It is by absorbing the magic in nature and pile it on top of the dantian, thus establishing the outgas. If the field is suddenly interrupted at a critical moment, then it is very likely to destroy its own dantian, and a magical look back, especially me, who suffers from the curse of the cold, will become more dangerous. Could it be that you have been eyeing this for a long time? Of course, I'll interrupt you abruptly while you're training. But in that case, isn't this body damaged? But he didn't care about it, because it's a trifle for a demon. And when my dantian was destroyed, it's his best chance to replace me. Then I'm looking forward to your actions. But he says you don't have to be too pushy, because you're rooted. I don't know when I'm going to attack. Looks like this guy has everything planned. If you accidentally let your guard down, then he will take possession of my body. In this way, it seems that you will need to watch out for him in the future. But now there are a few important things to settle first. After all, the guy was watching me every night. Now it's time to act after you're gone. Meanwhile, maid, Juder is in the book. Write about everything you see. Even he didn't expect it. I actually used the bronze medal, gained such valuable training techniques. While observing me, the wave of magic he felt. Let him think. It's not as simple as it seems. And this. It must be something to note about the ultimate martial arts gym. But I'm just a kid anyway. He didn't know. You'll have to watch me until the end. He then dropped the letter into the water. The next second, I saw a short knife against his throat and shut up. Don't talk. You'll die if you're moved. Then I motioned for him to look at the water. It was actually Leon Zighart. When the hell is this kid? Appeared behind me. And since I got home, I felt a pair of eyes watching me. What do you think? Did you get the information you wanted? At this time, he was shocked. He thought he had erased all traces, but I just pretended I didn't know. Meanwhile, I motioned for him to open his mouth. Then he shoved a pill into his mouth. Then he picked up the letters that were floating on the water. However, the letter did not show anything. Looks, you need to use some special methods to see it. So I started experimenting. After some trying, it turned out that it was only seen by moonlight. Then I speculated on who was behind it. Looks like it's supposed to be Karen Chigo. Hart told you to do it. At this time, he was extremely shocked. I even want to look at my expression, seek a breakthrough. But he quickly reacted. The body is in burning pain, and I can see through what he really thinks. This kind of indications. I fed him laser worms before. Just after he realized it was a laser worm. At the moment he was looking at me to confirm, and I replied in the affirmative. But I didn't expect you to know about this kind of thing. Lasers are like bugs. The mind and life of the person who takes it will all be in the hands of the other side. This is the worst curse. Plus I look calm. Make him more convinced. What I just ate was definitely a laser like an insect. Judging by the contents of the letter, you must be the one sent by the ultimate martial arts gym. And this plan, it should be in. It began after the conclusion of the second trial conference. It looks like you're watching everybody. At the moment, he was feeling very scared. Because before taking on the task, he thinks it's a simple task. After all, Sylvia has lost her Danteon, and I'm a kid at best. But what he didn't expect was, I'm a monster in front of me. Then he said, he'll revise that information right away. But I said I didn't need to, because sooner or later, my information will fall into the hands of Karen. If it is modified, it will only prove your incompetence. Then I slowly approached him. From now on, you also have to provide me with information. You can give away unimportant information to Karen, but at the same time, you have to tell me something important. Hope to see you again next time. I was able to get some useful information. The screen turns. At this moment, the demon is very curious. When exactly did you summon the lasers like worms? I didn't use such cruel methods. I just gave him some guides. Medications that cause body pain. Are you without the help of lasers? Did you get all his thoughts? Information can be taken from a variety of things. Maybe someone else can't, but I can. This guy is a monster. Since then, I focused on the cultivation of aura. Although a lot of time was spent on the aura, but not until the day I went back to the academy. I still can't get my hands on it. The screen turns. Unexpectedly, the number of people who passed the test was only 42, just as it was said before the beginning of the day. Meanwhile, I saw Lu Nan walking slowly towards me. Then he stared at me even more. And he did it for a reason. Just a few days ago, Ronan had told his mother, the reason why he has improved so fast, it's all because of my help. But he didn't thank me. So my mother motioned for him to thank me. After all, this is very important etiquette. Then I saw Lu Nan express his gratitude to me. At the moment, I was puzzled, because I don't know what's going on. And at this time, Dorian and Baron also arrived. I saw him walking slowly towards me. He then apologized to me on the spot. He admits that his previous actions were too pathetic. But that doesn't mean he's given up. He said he would work harder, and he's going to surpass me. After explaining this, he turned and walked away. I didn't expect that kind of guy to apologize. That's when it happened. I saw that the disease was belated. Then he made a public announcement. From today, it's time for everyone to start their formal training. In addition to the previous basic training, a few more trainings will be added. Just as Limo patiently explained to everyone, I saw the appearance of a woman interrupt all this. And he is last year's Lu Jixingmata, 7 Brother Heart. I'm going to be training with you from today. Just as Liamo was about to introduce him in detail, but he stopped him on the spot. Then he asked everyone, who are the best students here? And he couldn't tolerate it. Those who are worse than him become the best students. So he needs to confirm it through a duel. Just when Marta said she wanted to fight the best students. At the moment, I just feel very helpless. Why my surroundings? There are always such strange people. Then I stood up. I was the best student, Leon Zighart. However, he seemed to be a little skeptical about the outcome. But it doesn't hurt either. Then they will attack me. But at this moment, the 8 rounds on the side stopped him. Being the Zighart family, do this kind of thing. Don't you think it's damaging to the family's face? And Leon, Zieghart's achievements are for all to see. Do you want to deny him? But he changed his style. Because he heard. Baron has also denied his achievements. That's why. He didn't want to see others do the same thing as him. It looks like he's really changed a lot. Meanwhile, I saw Lu Nan standing in front of me. Then let him out of here. It's so much fun. Is this the friendship between students? It looks like it's rude to stick to it any longer. So he turned and walked away. But then again, he hates cowards hiding behind others more than anything else. The next second, I saw him come to me in an instant. Then he threw his fist at me, and I turned sideways to unload his power in an instant. Just when he was puzzled by this, I'd already thrown a punch at him. Meanwhile, a huge impact bounced the two apart in an instant, and everyone on the side was a little shocked when they saw this. At this moment, Marta's eyes instantly sharpened a lot, followed by a powerful aura erupted from within him. You don't want to walk back today. That's when it happened. There was silence on the side, but it stopped him on the spot. Isn't it underestimating me? It's almost like air to me. And Leon has not yet learned the aura. Even if you use your aura to win this victory, then you're only the one who wins. It's better to learn the aura after Leon learns it. How about you duel him again? Mata then left the place reluctantly, and the demon at this moment is very dissatisfied. Why didn't you just teach him a hard lesson? But I said I didn't need to be too anxious. When I can get something from him, this is the best student position. Will be the best bet. Now all I have to do is wait. The screen turns. Complete 8 rounds of training at this moment. Ongoing practice. Learning boxing is not as easy as you think, although he has a good bottom. But from the 3rd stage, even he felt a little struggling. But look at that guy. Learning from scratch to the present. In less than a month. And caught up with his progress. Go on like this. I'm going to be training in swordsmanship with him. But it's not just 8 rounds of anxiety. He has Mata, 7 grid heart. And he was very puzzled by this. Why is it the first time I've been trained in boxing? But it has progressed so fast. Unlike Ronin and Baron, they already have a lot of research on boxing. And I suffer from the curse of the cold. How the hell did I keep training all day? And so it goes. He's definitely going to be behind me. And he is known as a standing talent, ever since he was adopted by the 7th brother Hart family. And he took strong strength surpasses the family's peers. Even always laugh at them for being very weak, because he thinks he's the best. But now this is the case. The screen turns. At the moment, Mata is on his way back, and the butler on the side is. I could see that something wasn't quite right with him, so he reminded him not to be too anxious. Although the appearance of Leon surprised many, but he can't win you after all. Why do you say that? Because he has a fatal heel, and can never be overcome. Just after Marta learned about my Achilles heel, the screen turns. At the moment, I am training in swordsmanship, and the people on the side were asking me about it. The problem of swordsmanship, but I chose to ignore it. Then I saw Marta slowly walking into the training room. First of all, he affirmed my talent for learning. But then there was a change in the style of painting. I didn't expect you to have any talent in terms of aura. This is undoubtedly fatal for a dancer. But maybe you'll be a good one. The sword instructor. Seeing that everyone didn't react to this, there was no reaction. So he left satisfied. And he was sure that even after 4 months, I still can't learn the aura. Because that's what the steward told him. Before he came to the family, Leon showed his aura at the trial meeting. But the results were judged to be the lowest level. And at the moment he is in the 5th training hall. The only student who didn't learn aura, although the bronze medal allowed him to win, acquired a higher level of training skills. But that would be of no use to him, considering that he has not learned the aura so far. Then the results of the trial conference are proven. That's right. He can be a rare genius in swordsmanship and combat, but he definitely couldn't be a dancer. That's when it happened. I saw Lu Nan staring at him directly. He then motioned for him to get out of here. Of course he would choose to leave here. After all, he's going to advanced training. The screen turns. At the moment, I am finishing my swordsmanship training. I find it very interesting to be trained. After all, in my previous life, I didn't study martial arts. It's an assassination technique. In order to be able to survive, I had to keep improving my assassination skills. Unexpectedly, learning martial arts is such a fun thing. Meanwhile, I saw that the demon was showing dissatisfaction, because in the face of Mata's provocation, I was indifferent, but I said I was too focused on training, so I didn't hear what he was saying. And now, there is nothing to be gained from clashing with him, and even without the swallow technique, I was able to defeat him easily. That's when it happened. I saw Lunan standing in front of my room. Then he took out a spherical object from the river and motioned for me to eat it. Although as a qualified, the assassins were not allowed to eat food of unknown origin. But I'm sure he's not going to hurt me. At the moment of swallowing, I just felt a cool feeling come over me. And he explained it. This is a food called ice cream. Then he turned and walked away. Is he concerned about me? After all, Lunan is a guy with a sweet tooth. And he left the last one to me. He must have been agonizing about this for a long time. It seems that I will repay him in the future. The screen turns. Judy gave me all the information that was going to be reported. So how did they react to that? There was no particular reaction. Although before, because I was in boxing and swords. Rapid progress in terms of technology. He had ordered Juder to investigate. But then I found out that I didn't seem to have a training aura. So they lost interest in me. And what about my mother? I think they didn't have much interest in Sylvia. Go on like this. Maybe Juder will be transferred back. Meanwhile, I saw him ask me questions. May I ask if you deliberately failed to grasp the aura? Who knows? What do you think? And he looked scared. Then he said that he should not have asked this question. Then I let him out. I didn't expect him to think you did it on purpose. Appropriate use of the status quo is also a competency. But he was curious. Why can't I cultivate the aura? Actually, I don't know about this either. After all, the only thing I can do at the moment is train. Only cultivation can create an aura faster. That's when it happened. I was shocked. Because the end of the calendar is staying in my backyard at this moment. And when asked why he was here, he said he was here to tutor me. He would tell me everything about the property. How awesome this man is. When you appear, you will be sent a god-level plug-in king account system. At the beginning of the game, you will get the full-level account Qian Emperor. His name is Yi Hao. The era we are in now is the era of the Earth. AD 2036. Sudden disorder of time and space, transforming the entire planet into a world full of dangers. Defend the title of the game of danger and opportunity. It is known as the Earth or era by later generations. Now on Earth, in addition to the powerful monsters that come randomly, humans also have levels that can be raised, and the ability to evolve a variety of classes and skills. After the initial cataclysm, in the end, the 5 major alliances suppressed the demon beast. A new order was established. In these times of danger and unknown, everyone is desperate for upgrades. However, no matter how hard Yi Hao tried, his level is always stuck at level 3. After school, Yi Hao was stopped by Luo Feng. Luo Feng was looking for Yi Hao to collect protection money. Yi Hao didn't expect it. 2 years ago, he was his little brother. Today, I came to collect his protection money. Don't wait for Yi Hao's reaction. Luo Feng came up with a punch. He slammed his head to the ground. Kept clamoring to enter the school for 2 years. Lao Tzu has been promoted from level 1 to level 5. Or level 3. You're just a piece of waste. Suddenly, a scud appeared in front of Luo Feng's eyes. Kicked Luo Feng away. The woman in front of her was Yi Hao's sister Yi Yunfei. It is a level 7 dancer. Frightened, Luo Feng took his little Karami warehouse. The emperor fled and did not forget to mock Yi Hao. Try to hide behind the woman, waste Yi Yunfei. Hurriedly stepped forward to comfort Yi Hao. Yi Hao stroked his sister's little brain and stupid girl. Feel relieved. Your brother, and I won't just throw in the towel so easily. This man started with the full level of the king. The account is as you pick. Today is his 18th birthday. But he couldn't be happy. Because he can't level up. The level has been stuck at level 3. The family had just finished dinner and walked out of the restaurant. Suddenly there was a loud bang. Behind them, there was a crack in the guard. This is the rhythm of the monster farming. Then, A huge spider appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This is a rare elite demon beast. Level 15 Devil's Eye Bead Temple. The family happened to be locked by the Devil's Eye Orb. To cover the escape of the family, Level 10 Daddy Yi went directly to the hard anti-ghost eye demon bead. Was almost killed on the spot. Mother Yi is very concerned about skincare. It's still a blow that almost killed you. The little sister Yi Yunfei couldn't bear to leave her parents. He was also struck by the demon eye orb and slandered in the city. Seeing that the little sister is about to become the ration of the Devil's Eye bead, Yi Hao held the spikes of the Devil's Eye demon bead with both hands. Hurry up and let Xiaomei flee with her parents. But in the face of absolute strength, everything is a floating cloud. Yi Hao's HP is only 1% left. Suddenly beep twice. The system sounds. The host's current accumulated experience has reached the target. King account system activation. Because the host is currently incapacitated, the system will randomly select a king account on behalf of you. The system has randomly selected the king account and sworn emperor. Then, a strong golden light erupted from Yi Hao's body. Yi Hao returned, possessed by the Emperor of Flame. The shadow sword was condensed in his hand. With a single sword, he severed the front claws of the demon eye orb. However, the domineering power of the Red Flame Emperor, it seemed to be beyond the tolerance range of Yi Hao's body. He couldn't stop coughing up old blood. The Devil's Eye orb took this opportunity to prepare to slip away. Yi Hao immediately made violent remarks. The hellish prison blocked his retreat. Yi Hao's domineering eyes, and the super micropressure that erupted from the body. Frightened, the Devil's eyes and demon beads broke out in a cold sweat. Can't believe this situation. Manifests in a level 3 human. That's when it happened. The rescue team arrived. Yi Hao kindly blocked them and asked them not to die. He was ridiculed again. But a ghost eye magic bead. The group of palaces is seconds this group of small quacks. All of them turned into the amazing fingers of the demon eye. What shocked Yi Hao was, this ghost-eyed orb killed these little quacks. Although it has been upgraded 3 levels in a row, not only has the strength increased greatly, even the appearance has changed. Level 3 accounts face off against level 18 elite monsters. What to do? Look at the night number. Is it going to be cold? But in the end, it's a man with the aura of the protagonist. The plug-in was turned on again. Obtain the full-level account Qian Emperor. At the moment of fate, Red Flame Emperor's ultimate special move, Red Flame. The storm has been activated. Yi Hao stood up again. There was a terrifying flame all around him. Slightly press your hands. Suddenly grasp the extreme special move to unleash the Red Flame Storm. Under one blow. The Devil's Eye bead was seconds on the spot. The system prompts you to gain 20,000 experience points. Then a bunch of bonus items burst out. Yi Hao couldn't support it anymore. Fell to the ground. Fight for the last breath of strength. Picked up equipment and power-ups. As the sound of ding-ding kept ringing, you will be prompted to pick up a level 10,058 magic gold. Ring of Fortune. Poisonous filament. The glandular system of the Devil's Eye bead sounded again. Due to physical injury to the host, automatically convert 10,000 XP to repair the body. Currently, there are 10,000 XP remaining. When the system repairs the page number body is finished. He came to the system space. He and the man in red armor in front of him. It's the full-level account Qian Wall. It is also the source of the power of the Night Trumpet. Suddenly the system sounded. Welcome the host to enter the King account system. Within the system, possessed from countless games, unextinguished. The account of the king of the maximum level. The host can use its own experience points. Unlock these king accounts step by step. Accumulate 10 XP due to the host. To automatically activate the random account Qian Wall column number. Finally understood, the efforts of these 3 years have not been in vain. Instead, it was forcibly absorbed by the system. Wouldn't it be better to go to the pinnacle of life in the future? It's just around the corner. The system also prompted that Emperor Qian was at full level. But the host remains. Need to take advantage of experience points. Raise the level of the link to the account. The higher the link rating, the more you can give full play to the strength of your account. Sure enough, there is no good thing to reach the sky in one step. The number is also a bit of a headache. You have to do it yourself as soon as possible. Find out how to use this system optimally. This full-level account with a strong appearance, Emperor Qian. He used to be a full-level powerhouse from the Righteous Realm. Has a dual-attribute weapon along the riverbank, the Shadow Greatsword. Basic skills, Violent Words, Hell, Whispers, True Fire. Violent Fire, Dragon Bullet. Extreme Special Move Test, Storm, Crimson Heart. The Dark attribute has not been unlocked. This cock bombs the sky. It is one of the king accounts that Yi Hao just activated. Now he has set himself a small goal. It's about unlocking more accounts. Create an all-attribute army of kings. All-round and balanced development is the king. The system prompts that there is 10,000 experience points remaining. You can choose to upgrade the level of your account link, or unlock other support skills. Change the number and decisively choose to improve the link level. After all, the immediate priority now is to increase survivability and unlock your account. Skills are secondary. The closing sound sounded twice, and the account link level was increased by 2. The current link level is 12. Yi Hao suddenly felt it. It's full of fresh energy. But when Yi Hao opened his property panel again, only to find that it still showed that it was level 3. Could it be that this is the rhythm of forcing him to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? Suddenly, a voice came. Why do you want so much money? This voice was actually Yi Hao, little sister Yi Yunfei's voice. When Yi Hao woke up, he found himself lying on the hospital bed, hanging drips. He wondered how he got to the hospital, and their own blood volume is not only restored. Before in Ghost Eyes, the wounds from the orb battle have also healed. But when I think about it, it costs 10,000 XP. I can't help but feel the pain. In the hallway of the ward, there was a quarrel between the little sister and the doctor, and the cough of his own mother. Although Yi Hao didn't know how he came to the hospital. But as long as your family is safe, it is better than anything else. In the corridor, Fei Fei is arguing with doctors for advanced restorative agents, because their medical expenses are as high as 500,000. Originally, it was Yi Hao's family of 4 who fell victim to the poison of elite monsters. Deba, special medications must be used for a long time to heal. That's why the cost is so high. And according to the doctor, if Yi Hao and his father don't use medicine, it doesn't take long. Hear from the doctor. Fei Fei's heart is like a knife. Excited, he kept coughing. Mom could only say helplessly, if you really have no choice but to sell the house. That's when it happened. The sound of the stool came, and the house could not be sold. That's the foundation of our family. I will find a way to get the money for the treatment as soon as possible. To the doctor's disbelief, the patient had recovered from his fatal wounds. Seeing my sister, who is seriously ill, Yi Hao asked Fei Fei not to worry about medical expenses. The doctor on the side was overturning the river and the sea in his heart. I didn't expect the highly toxic debuff on this guy's body. It was gone, and he was the most poisoned one. Yi Hao didn't want to explain too much. Just ask an addition to his own family. How much more money is needed? The doctor said that another 300,000 was needed. But I'm still curious, because there are only 3 levels in front of you. The speed at which the teenager healed, faster than level 60 he'd ever seen. 300,000 for the current night number. That's a lot of money indeed, but he still pleaded with the doctor. Treat your family first. Said that he would get the 300,000 within an hour. Doctors are committed to saving lives. Gave Yi Hao an hour. Then Yi Hao opened the system panel to view. Warehouse inventory analysis today. The fastest money-making. The only way left is to sell equipment. And his most valuable thing. It's this level 18 rare magic crystal, and it's tradable. Platinum has a chance to drop after defeating monsters. It is the basic material for crafting magical equipment. The higher the level, the more valuable it is. If the regular is sold, you can get a reasonable price for changing the number. But an hour is simply not enough. What's more, he only has level 3. There is no qualification for consignment at all. Ponder over. Nighthorn can only go that way. That is ninth. Freedom of trade hidden in the security zone. The venue is known as the underground black market. The night trumpet is hidden under a black cloak. Already in the ninth safe zone. If it were before, the night horn didn't dare to come here at all. But now it has a king account system. That's different. The two little quacks at the entrance of the black stone look down on Yi Hao. Don't let him in. Yi Hao will not be bluffed. You Blackstones. Not self-proclaimed. Can anyone come here and trade freely? Scar Shao Gaga still disdains Yi Hao. Said they don't accept toys for little kids here. Yi Hao didn't want to get into trouble. Say you have good goods. Ask them to step aside again. Fat Quack, who has long been impatient. Suddenly, he grabbed Yi Hao, ready to throw him out. Right now. A little old man dressed in a tattoo of talent starred. Relieved Yi Hao. The little old man is called Li Lao. It seems that he has a lot of background. Standing on the second floor. Said condescendingly to Yi Hao. I don't know what good goods the little brother has. Can you take it out and open the eyes of the old decay? Yi Hao untied his cloak. Pull it off. Revealed the level 18 rare magic gold in his hand. I don't know if I can get into your old eyes. This level 18 rare magic crystal appeared. He blinded the eyes of these little quacks. Li Lao really didn't expect a third level small. Friends actually have such a thing. The deal seems to have been done. Then the door to the black market was opened. Just now, it was this woman who relieved Yi Hao in time. His name is Mo Kier. Level 20. Mo Kier is also the eldest lady of the late Han group. For him to come out and stir up the situation. Old Man Li didn't dare to be too arrogant. Although the two are competitive. But this woman has a higher status than him. Just when Yi Hao recalled who this woman was. Mo Kier came over to the little handsome guy. Your rare platinum family is very interested. I bid 300,000. Sell it to me. As soon as this remark came out, Old Man Li was dumbfounded. This kid only shouted 200,000 himself. What do you mean by bidding 300,000? Mo Kier said that he was rich and capricious. In fact, it was deliberately looking for Old Man Li's stubble. Old Man Li knew that he was at a loss, and he didn't dare to make a deal with him. I can only leave in a huff. At this point, the maiden finally remembered that it was in Safe Zone 9. The two groups of Huangjun and the late Han dynasty have always been opposed. I didn't expect to be met by him today, just when he thought he could climb Mok'ul. When selling more items, the woman's attitude suddenly reversed, became extremely indifferent, and the reason why he wants to help Yi Hao. It's just that it just happens to be able to humiliate the Huangjun group. Then he asked his subordinates to give Yi Hao money. As for the magic mirror, Mo Kier didn't care at all. Just let his men handle it themselves. You can even throw it away. It's really a wealthy master. Although Mo Kier looks very arrogant. But this time it's a favor. Yi Hao still remembered it in his heart. After all, it solved a big problem for him. The picture came to Ye's father's ward. His condition is not very stable. Suddenly, the door was violently pushed open by a bald director. When you open the door, you will speak ill of each other. How can a few poor ghosts still let them live here? Although the doctor tried his best to explain. But the bald director didn't listen at all. The doctor scolded with him. The doctor still wanted to buy Yi Hao a little time. The director slapped him in the face. Then he looked at the night father on the hospital bed, reaching out to remove his oxygen mask. Fly to block. But he was punched by this fat man. That's when it happened. The door was also kicked open by Yi Hao. The fat director was even more angry. Grabbing Yi Hao's neckline is going to make him lose money. Yi Hao has already opened the account of the Red Yen Emperor. looked at him with a fierce face. That's what you used just now. Hurt my family. As soon as the words fell, the fat man's hand burned on its own. Frightened, he fled in a hurry. The doctor was afraid that Yi Hao would make a big deal out of it. Yi Hao said that it was just a small punishment. It won't take his life. Then put a card with 310,000 in it. It was handed to the doctor. The doctor also promised his family will definitely get the best treatment. I saw that Yi Hao had made up the expenses. Fei Fei lowered her head sadly and kept blaming herself. Yi Hao felt very sorry for his little sister. Let him not blame himself too much. Originally, Fei Fei was going to attend the copy of Tomorrow Academy competition. I didn't know that I would encounter an elite monster like the Devil's Eye Demon Bead. If only I could participate. Money is also not a big issue. I heard Xiaomei mention the dungeon competition. Yi Hao immediately became energetic. And the starting reward of the dungeon competition is 500,000. This made Yi Hao even more excited. Next, Yi Hao is going to start the real table. Inside the academy, the headmaster was already frantically making his opening remarks. A copy is so ritualistic. As soon as the students in the audience heard the principal talk about the vice, Ben's starting reward is $500,000. And there will be an additional bonus depending on the degree of completion. When the upper part is capped, all of them kept screaming like chicken blood. As for the reward this time, it will be so choked. It's all because of the Late Han group. Strong sponsorship of copies of this competition. The old man of the principal gave a hard introduction. Mo Kier also stood on the stage as the focus. The little quacks below see the beauties. It was like a hungry wolf seeing a lamb. The old headmaster threw out a powerful message again. The final winner of this competition. You can directly enter the End Palace team of the Late Han group. As soon as I heard the last palace symptoma, the off-field exploded again. This is because this team is a dungeon leaderboard. The existence of the top 10, compared to the rewards. Joining this team is the biggest reward. It is equivalent to going straight to the pinnacle of life. Yi Hao, who was in the crowd, was indeed calm. Think of Mo Ku as a practice for the sake of recruiting talents. A little too anxious. But none of this has anything to do with him. His goal is only prize money. This quest is the Shadow Forest. Quest levels 5 to 10. This copy is the highest level copy of the Academy. And it is said, never been successful by a student raider. The monsters in it are all level 5 at the bottom. The final boss is said to be a level 10 elite monster. At present, many people are thinking of retiring. After all, their overall average rating is only 5. Level for the final boss. The night number is clear. It's a level 10 elite monster Shadow Girdle. But now this level of elite monsters. It's undoubtedly delivering food to the night number. After announcing the copy type, the old headmaster explained the rules of the dungeon again. The replica mode is a dual mechanism of PvP and PvE. Competitions can support teams of up to 5 people. Copies are difficult, but able to form a team. This gave the students hope again. After all, you can hug your thighs. It's not hard to take out the boss. There are also people who have pointed out the key points with the addition of PvP. It also means that while grabbing monsters, also watch out for sneak attacks from other squads. Yao saw a different point. In doing so, the Academy is clearly training their reality. Combat and survivability below. One student asked a question. If the principal is a team, how does the victory come about? The headmaster seemed to have known for a long time that someone was going to ask. With a big wave of his hand. Snap your fingers. The contest is still an accumulation of individual points. However, the Shadow Way strategy points are scored by the squad. Other words, wins will only be won by the Raiders platoon. The old headmaster's expression suddenly became cunning. Because in order to make it, everyone feels the atmosphere of the real battlefield in advance. He stipulates defeating other squads in the PvP area. You can transfer the opponent's points, swap for your own points, As soon as this remark came out, the audience was in an uproar again. This is all encouragement in disguise. Fight between squads. All the rules are said and done. I saw the old man of the principal open his arms. Congratulations! I now announce the start of the competition. The quest is about to be opened. Someone started pulling people to form a team, but Yi Hao became the object of their ridicule again. Yi Hao didn't bother to deal with them at all. Even if they begged him to form a team, he wouldn't. Brother Hao is now a hanging person. Teacher, I want to sign up. The beautiful teacher turned around and saw that there was only Yi Hao. Or remind me that it is best to go in a team. Otherwise, he's a level 3 kid who is very dangerous. That's when it happened. Luo Feng came to find fault again, seeing Yi Hao's impatient answer. Luo Feng's little quacks are mighty. There is the cheering of the little brother. Luo Feng's tail turned into the sky. Provoked at Yi Hao. Let him learn how to bark and take him into the dungeon. Yi Hao looked at him lightly. How dogs bark? Luo Feng didn't even think about it, blurted out, of course, it was Wong Wong. As soon as the words fell, the air was suddenly quiet. When Luo Feng reacted, he was slapped in the face by Yi Hao in public. Punched it over. Sign up for a teacher. It was in front of Yi Hao. Luo Feng could only stop. Don't forget to let out cruel words before leaving. Yi Hao to kinda don't escape. Lao Tzu will be waiting for you to give away the head in the dungeon. Brother Hao is for tat. Brother's dictionary doesn't escape the word. Seeing that the two of them were about to start talking again, the teacher quickly told them to stop. Subsequently, at Yi Hao's insistence, the beautiful teacher successfully registered Yi Hao. The next step is to be played. When Yi Hao's registration copy was successful, the sound of the system also sounded. Congratulations to the host. Successfully open your first dungeon. Gain 20,000 experience. As everyone knows, the scene just now caught Mo Kier's attention again. Mo Kier is also looking forward to it. What is the real ability of a third-level child? The screen turns. Yi Hao is finally teleported into the dungeon. Shadow Forest at levels 5 to 10. The starting location of the quest is random. It's also to avoid fighting at the beginning. And this is also very convenient. Yi Hao's solo action. Yi Hao is now going to go as fast as he can. Clear this piece. Area mobs. It's good to pull out the full-level red rock. The first way is to chop melons and vegetables. Points keep rising. But the dungeon is too large. Blame the scattered too open. This is undoubtedly a waste of time. If you want to win, you can only go to the Hunter Advance monster. Suddenly, Yi Hao saw the little pig monster on the ground. They all crawled towards one place. When things go wrong, there must be demons. Yi Hao followed. Unconsciously follow this group of little spiders. Yi Hao had already come to the depths of the woods. The danger is also getting closer. When he looked inside, a huge web of blood-colored beads. There was actually a woman hanging from it. Who is this woman? How can it be hung on the pig net again? This unconscious girl trapped by the new Porco Rosso. It's called Soft and Sweet. Level 5 healer. As soon as I woke up, I started screaming. Help, who's going to save me? Yi Hao jumped up. If you want to live, shut your mouth. It landed firmly on the thick tree nearby. If it weren't for the good of my little sister here, Yukai will not be on a mission to save him. But it's soft and sweet. In his words, he seemed to look down on Yi Hao, who was a little bit of a third-level person. It was thought that he would not be able to cut off this 8th-level elite at all. Strange spider silk. The poop was disdainful. Picking up a piece of spider silk, red rock appeared in his palm. Qian burned King Zhu along the Zhu Sea hospitality room. But Tian didn't expect it. Yi Hao, who was only level 3, actually did it. When Yi Hao asked him to leave quickly, a drop of the old altar fell on his shoulder. Look up. Lying on his stomach above was the 8th-level elite. Crested Red Widow. The old altar just now. It was he who spit on Yi Hao's body. The Red Widow squirted out another mouthful of the old altar. Yi Hao grabbed the soft sweetness of the shoulder and dodged. but it fell into the Red Widow again. Traps that have been laid long ago. Didn't wait for Yi Hao to find a way to get out. The two of them were tightly strangled together by the spider silk. Seeing the Red Widow getting closer and closer, Soft Sweet scared yelled Yi Hao. Let him calm down. Don't move, or the silk will get tighter and tighter. Yi Hao's heart was extremely irritable. Once or twice in a row, the spider has been plotted. Suddenly, the Red Widow turned around and left. The two who made Xian Yike breathe a sigh of relief. Soft and sweet. I thought they weren't up to Red Widow's liking. Save this, be saved. Yi Hao was so frightened that he panicked. Because according to the habits of the Red Widow, he will be after the foraging is over. Spawning and capture humans. This is how to reproduce. The reason why he turned around just now was that he didn't have enough to eat. When he comes back again, the two of them are really going to be cool. These words scared Soft Sweet to tears. No, I don't want to give him a baby. Yi Hao couldn't do anything about him for a while. If you use the flame of the Red Flame Emperor, you can get out of trouble. But this Soft Sweet will probably be burned by the flames. Yi Hao had an idea. You can only bite off spider silk with your teeth. Thanks to Yi Haoxing's good teeth, the two are finally out of danger. Soft and Sweet cried as if she had been reborn. That's when it happened. The Red Widow has returned. Nighthorn asked Soft Sweet to find her team, but he grabbed the corner of the Nighthorn's coat. You're only level 3. In the face of level 8 elite monsters, there is only a second to be used. Run away with me. The corners of the knight's mouth raised. I'm not here to be their prey. Brother's goal is to hunt. The aggrieved just now. He's got to be on this level 8 elite monster. Have a good time venting. Face the level 8 Red Widow right in front of you. Yi Hao was extremely calm, but it's still a reminder of Soft Sweet. It doesn't matter if he runs away or stays. Don't get in his way. Soft and Sweet as a wet nurse. The profession is actually to help Yi Hao's milk. But when Yi Hao exuded a terrifying micropressure, only then did I know how accumulating my presence was. Yi Hao condensed the shadow sword in his hand. He's going to be angry at his family being hurt by the eye-grinding spider. Vented on the level 8 Red Widow in front of you. Red Widow was the first to attack. Yi Hao jumped up and easily dodged. With the help of a sword in both hands in the air, a sword is displayed. Red Widow was instantaneous. Powerful flaming blades swept backwards through his body. Under one blow, the forest seems to have been cut in half by the leaf. Contest quest tips. Leaf kills the level 8 elite Red Widow. Earn 1,000 points. Sweet assist in kills to gain 500 points. King account. The system says page number to gain 5,000 XP. Soft Sweet never dreamed of it. I earn points for doing nothing. Is this the legendary lying win? I finally have thighs to explode. In the next second, the Soft and Sweet sycophants continued. Sure enough, he wanted to firmly hug Yi Hao's thighs. Seeing that Yi Hao ignored him, hung directly around his neck. Yi Hao's face was black. Yi Hao squatted down to pick up the loot. Say that the points can be given to him. But what you hold is your own. Where do you dare to have an opinion? As long as Brother Hao takes him to the top points. Thank goodness for that. The official battle props in Yi Hao's hand. Red Widow's fangs. Then, these fangs were automatically upgraded to deadly fangs. Additional bleed. Triple effect of poison and weakness. Increases the number of uses to level 3. Dropped items can also be temporarily upgraded. This is a good battle item. Yi Hao thought of the ghost-eyed demon bead before. Burst rings. Check it out. An introduction to the attributes of this lucky realm. It's just awesome. Can trigger a random increase in the level of the item obtained. I never thought it would be a legendary ring. Yi Hao has completely picked up the treasure. With this ring, he will be able to brush up on his equipment in the future. 4 soft, sweet little movements. Yi Hao opened his hand. He hoped he would keep his secret a secret. Otherwise, he should know very well what the fate will be. This is full of murderous eyes. Immediately frightened, soft sweet covered her mouth. That's when it happened. A voice came from behind him. It is the soft sweetness that speaks. Li Yong, the former team leader. Li Yong's team has 3,000 points. It turned out that Soft Sweet was kicked out of the team by them. Became cannon fodder to attract Red Widow. Then take this opportunity for Li Yong's team to escape. Li Yong and Soft Sweet said a few words. His younger brother found out that the Red Widow had been grilled. Already barbecue. And Li Yong went and returned. He is to gather men and come back and kill him. And they were destroyed. This anger was rising again towards Soft Sweet. Soft Tian now hugged Yi Hao's thigh. Is no longer afraid of them while slapping Yi Hao's ass. While preparing to hug Yi Hao's arm. Was dodged by Yi Hao in advance. But when they saw it, it was Yi Hao. A burst of ruthlessness without exception. S. Ridicule was said to be very aggrieved. It's not because of talking about yourself. Rather, he insulted the great God in his heart. Li Yong would rather believe that it was soft and sweet that he had gone out of his shit luck. Kill this golden harpy. I don't want to believe that it's Yi Hao. So I think he's still somewhat useful. Invited him to form a team again. Soft and sweet is not stupid. How can you still be fooled? Suddenly, a resounding after-sale sound rang through the sky from the depths of the woods. Scared soft and sweet. The whole person was hanging on Yi Hao's arm. The voice is heard. Li Yong's team was indeed excited. Because that's worth 5,000. The roar of the integral demon Tyrannosaurus. It's about to blow up this rare elite right away. Yi Hao still reminded them. Now it used to be death. Li Yong didn't think so at all. Yi Hao once again ridiculed them for being a bunch of weak chickens. In the past, it was to deflate the demon Tyrannosaurus's teeth. Li Yong is going to be tough with him. Fortunately, he was stopped by Xiao Quack. Wait for Li Yong's team to leave. When Tian proposed to go with Yi Hao to brush the monsters around. Yi Hao actually walked in the direction of the demon Tyrannosaurus. Tian squatted behind his ass. Ask Yi Hao what his plans are. He looked back and smiled coldly. Of course, it's to follow and sit on the fisherman's strength. Note that this is a running one. Brother Eagle, who was about to be scared away. However, in the next second, it was reduced to the rations of the demon Tyrannosaurus. This one is dark red all over. A dinosaur covered in tendon flesh. It's the buggy, rare, elite demon Tyrannosaurus. Li Yong squad. At the moment, it was already hidden in the grass behind him. They found. The Tyrannosaurus had just fought another giant beast. HP has dropped by 15%. Even so, there was still a small quack that was under the slight pressure that he burst out. Trembling with fear. Retirement is born. Li Yong looked unhappy. Threatened them for 5 levels. It won't be able to do an 8-level elite. It's even more of a pretend. Said that he has this powerful output. I'm afraid of a yarn. At the instigation of Li Yong. And 5,000 high points under the temptation. They rushed towards the Tyrannosaurus. Suddenly, a little quack noticed that something was wrong. He remembered the raiders. The Tyrannosaurus was supposed to be dark green. But now he turned black and red. And black and red can only tell one fact. That is, the demon Tyrannosaurus is now in a berserk state. Li Yong's team immediately fled for their lives. The dragon tail of the demon Tyrannosaurus has flicked over. One hit Tyrannosaurus wag its tail. 2, in an instant. A breath of flame, and another person will be killed. Li Yong was already so frightened that he couldn't possess his body. This is the consequence of hubris. The ending is that Li Yong attracts all hatred. Relying on the agility attribute of his whole family, he fled frantically. In the process of escaping, Li Yong was reborn and improved. Be prepared to put hatred. Transferred to Yi Hao, who was closest to him. And Soft Sweet and Yi Hao also came here at this moment. Saw Li Yong fleeing in embarrassment. Soft and Sweet is a mouthful. Li Yong was ecstatic. An acceleration circled behind him. With a single palm, He pushed him towards the demon Tyrannosaurus behind him. Soft and sweet fell and ate. When he got up and was about to scold Li Yong, a terrifying aura suddenly came behind him. When he turned around, just faced the bloody mouth of the demon Tyrannosaurus. Frightened, she threw out a skill casually. Yi Hao, who watched it, scolded him for being a fool, because the hatred of the demon Tyrannosaurus is not on him. This is the end of the calf. Skills don't hurt much, but they're extremely insulting. Hatred, completely transferred to this stupid woman. This is probably the usual pig teammate performance. Li Yong took the opportunity to use stealth to escape. When his form was completely gone, I saw Yi Hao grabbing it in the air, actually forced Li Yong out. The invisibility spell was broken in an instant. Li Yong is in Yi Hao's eyes. It's just a cloud of walking heat. Catching him is like catching a chicken. Seeing that the Tyrannosaurus was about to approach, Li Yong yelled at him to let him go. Otherwise, everyone will be doomed. Yi Hao smiled confidently. Is it to put down Li Yong Ho? Yi Hao stepped on the ground with one kick. Terrifying red rock quickly struck towards the demon Tyrannosaurus along the gap. Once the violent hell, he controlled the demon Tyrannosaurus. Soft Sweet is finally rescued. Rescued Soft Sweet leaned on the body of brother Hao on his thighs. The situation is stronger than the man. The arrogant Li Yong knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Wan Tianyang was Yi for a while. Hao's domineering spirit was fascinated. Li Yong hugged the soft and sweet heels again. Let him help ask Yi Hao for a favor. Now he is on the side of the great god Yi Hao. Wan Tianyang didn't care about him at all. Right now, a demonic Tyrannosaurus bound by the Tyrannosaurus prison. After spitting out the dragon's storm, the wall of fire was opened. Rushed towards Yi Hao again. Meanwhile, Li Yong took this opportunity. He pulled out a poison dagger from behind him, stabbed towards Yi Hao's back. I just heard the real sound. Yi Hao backhanded, blocked the fatal blow with the shadow sword. Originally, Yi Hao looked at him for the sake of being strange, ready to let him go. Then there is no need for this now. One click gave him a good time. The dungeon system sounded. The electric signal received all the points of Li Yong's individual and squad. Plus 5,000 PvP protection mechanism is triggered at the same time. Li Yong was unwilling to be teleported out of the copy signal. Also obtained the stealth skill book on Li Yong's body. And the emerald dagger. That's how PvP works. Defeat your opponents. Has a chance to explode the opponent's items and equipment. And you can also trade page numbers. Check out the stealth skill book and the emerald dagger at random. The introduction of the head. However, it drops 2 items at a time. This has not happened before. Just when Yi Hao was wondering about this question, the Tyrannosaurus was already behind him. Seeing that he was about to die, Yi Hao looked back with one click. Hit the head of the Tyrannosaurus. But this sword is for the raging demon Tyrannosaurus. It's tantamount to tickling. Yi Hao was bounced away by the shock. With the help of the anti-shock force, Yi Hao turned over in the air. Unleashed the red flame Emperor's Flame Burst Dragon Bullet. At such a close distance, the demon Tyrannosaurus could only be beaten passively. Blood volume drops rapidly. After Yi Hao landed, purification is already thought of in the heart. The way to the demonic Tyrannosaurus's berserk state. This time, Yi Hao actually gave up the shadow sword. Rushed towards the demon Tyrannosaurus with his bare hands. A punch hit him in the jaw and quickly retreated. When you pass by with a soft sweetness, get him ready. Give this demon Tyrannosaurus a pacifying skill. Yi Hao rushed over again. Use the shield to block the dragon stream of the demon Tyrannosaurus. Let the soft sweet be ready. But he was afraid that he would not succeed. Yi Hao asked him to listen to the command. As he spoke, he directly started hand-to-hand combat with the demon Tyrannosaurus. In order to improve the success rate of skills, Yi Hao will take his blood with his bare hands. Reach less than 20%. Luo Tyrannosaurus is another season of Tyrannosaurus Rex with a white tail. The stool stretched out its arm tightly to block it. The reason why he wants to be hard steel with empty fists is afraid that the Red Yin Emperor is too domineering. Accidentally gave him a direct second. This kind of battle that cannot be used to wield power. It made him feel really aggrieved. Yi Hao took advantage of the situation and grabbed the tail of the demon Tyrannosaurus. Gave him an extremely exaggerated volley of violent decay. At the same time as the demon Tyrannosaurus was slammed to the ground. His HP is already below 20%. Yi Hao shouted at Soft Sweet. Now is the time. Soft Sweet stretched out the healing staff at the same time. Shout the spell. A combination of beauty and intelligence. The embodiment of love and magic. Heal you in the name of love. Then give a big wave of love. The process of this spell is in the eyes of Nighthorn. It's just a show. I saw a super large wave of love light. Instantly hit the demon Tyrannosaurus. A miserable cry followed. Hear the cry. Nighthorn wondered if he had used the wrong skill. The Tyrannosaurus that was hit by the pacify skill actually turned into a cute baby dragon. See this cute little dragon. The embarrassment before Soft Sweet disappeared in an instant. Could it be that this is the essence of the demon Tyrannosaurus? Yi Hao. It feels like he's taken off the beaten track. The two walked into the little demon Tyrannosaurus. Yi Hao was ready to give him a blow. Good to get points and equipment. The material was soft and sweet, and she hugged him. A flood of love for a while. I just think it's such a cute little baby. It's a shame to be killed. Seeing this stupid woman's actions. Yi Hao said viciously, it's better for me to kill you first. Take your points. And how about taking this rare elite as a pet? Soft and Sweet was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. Hurry up and hand over the demon Tyrannosaurus. Said against his will. I think points and equipment are still more important. The demon Tyrannosaurus looked at Yi Hao with a cute and innocent expression. Although Yi Hao also had a trace of unbearable. But the law of survival is so cruel. Saw the little demon Tyrannosaurus being killed. Soft and Sweet sat on the ground and cried distressfully. The copy system also prompts this. 5,000 points for page number. Soft Sweet got 2,510 to hear this broadcast. Soft and Sweet. Her eyes immediately lit up. He kept saying thank you. The dragon woman is indeed a fickle animal. After killing this Tyrannosaurus, the king account of the night number. The system prompts you to gain 50,000 experience points. 75,000 XP can be assigned. Whether to assign now. Nighthorn immediately closed his eyes. Go to the account system space. Just entered the system space. System-friendly reminder. The Night Trumpet experience is only a large number of 1. To maximize the use of XP, remind him that he can take the Red Flame Emperor. The link level of the account has been increased to level 20. This unlocks the next account. However, it can also be unlocked. Other skills of the Red Flame Emperor. The attributes of the account are reinforced. As a veteran player, change the number, but you know that you can't chew it if you're greedy. It's better to make the Red Flame Emperor's skills more abundant. Achieve a variety of tactical combinations. After opening the Red Flame Emperor's special skill panel, 3 special support skill disguises appear. The Speed of the Frenzy. The Eye of Truth. These special skills are unlocked. The amount of experience required is not low. But Yi Hao, or chose the real eye in it. After all, this skill is a bit against the sky. It's like a holographic scan of the map. Then Yi Hao spent 70,000 experience points. Unlocked the true eye. There was a fundamental reason why he unlocked this skill. It's the boss of the dungeon. The Shadow Girdle is very mysterious. Now there's this monster spawner. Is the boss handbrake stable? That's when it happened. Soft and Sweet pressed Yi Hao's shoulder. Excitedly pointed to the front for him to see. It turned out that it was Soft Sweet and opened the demon Tyrannosaurus. Explosive equipment. What the hell did that go? Let Soft Sweet be so excited. Look at it. The equipment that Soft Sweet opened is this Easter egg, named Unknown Egg. This is a peculiar pattern. Ordinary eggs can be hatched with experience points. It can also be used to make egg fried rice. After reading the introduction, I lost my face. What the hell is black egg fried rice? But then again, this time, Soft Sweet didn't disappoint him. An extremely rare prop was opened. Could it be that Soft Sweet is a European emperor? And this rare, elite egg, not only can it be raised as a fighting pet or sit, riding also increases combat power. It's just a lot of wind and explosion. Yihao hurriedly picked up the unknown egg, put the eggs in the backpack. Soft and Sweet suddenly said softly to Yihao, "Thank you for his perseverance." Yihao thought he wanted to say this on purpose. Get the unknown egg back. Yihao didn't need him. Soft Sweet tried her best to explain that she didn't mean that. Shouted at Yihao while running, "I don't want your balls. The great god waits for me." In this scene, from beginning to end, he was being watched. Spy on theirs. It is Mo Kier, the daughter of the Mohun group. He also reaffirmed his guess. Yihao is really not like the surface. It only looks like a third level. Then let his men go down to the next level. Go and get Principal Yin from their school. Because of the monitoring system developed by their group, can only be used on low-level dungeons. Only advanced replicas can be monitored to help their group's team. Not much. Principal Yin had already arrived at Mo Kier's office. "Principal Yin, how many points are ranked within the dungeon?" I heard Mo Kier ask the enterprise number. Principal Yin is very strange. After all, he can't be upgraded. This was a big surprise to Moke. He hurriedly asked Principal Yin to speak carefully. It turned out that Yihao was known as the genius of the academy at the beginning. However, you can't upgrade your level for 3 years, so it's often scolded as a waste. After learning about Yihao's situation, Mo Kier mistakenly thought that Yihao had been pretending all along. I became more and more interested in him. When Principal Yin checked Yihao's point ranking, stunned, because Yihao is now ranked 3rd in the standings. Mo Kier already knew. He called Principal Yin. "I just want him to publish the standings. By the way, all of everyone's location information will be made public." As soon as this remark came out, Principal Yin was scared into a cold sweat. If that's the case, Yihao will become a place of attention, besieged by countless players. And Mo Kier wants this effect. Their group was originally trying to pass this copy, selecting the best talent, thus joining their team of the Last Palace. And he also noted, the leaf number is not as simple as it seems. I heard Mo Kier's evaluation of Yihao so highly. Principal Yin changed his opinion of Yihao again in his heart. We have to focus on this former scrap material. The injured Captain Chinfeng has 2,000 points. Standing in front of him was the villain Luo Feng. Luo Feng sent him out of the copy with 1 kick. Earned 2,000 points. Xiao Gaga hurriedly stepped forward to pat Luo Feng's ass. Brother Feng is cowhide. Klaus is simply invincible. Luo Feng took advantage of the situation and pretended to be a wave. Lao Tzu is going to be a professional team in the future. I can't figure this out how to mix it up in the future. That's when it happened. The system panel for everyone pops up. The points of all players are published above. Ranking and location information. This is to Luo Feng's appetite. In the sea leaves. When Hao's points actually ranked 3rd. Luo Feng was unhappy again. Present identification. Yihao's points are about to belong to him. Then he raised a big knife in one hand and followed his brother. Let's go harvest the battlefield. They went in the direction of Yihao. And Yihao is here. Is chasing this captain named Su Tian. His points show 6,500. A blow of flame blasting knocked Su Tian flying again. Before, their team was encircling and suppressing Yihao. Unknowingly, Yihao, who was regarded as a waste by them, fought back. He was the only one left. At this moment, Yihao was violent and depressed. His retreat has been sealed. Yi Hao had already come behind him. Seeing Yi Hao's arrogant attitude, Su Tian thought that he was staring at it anyway. The old man pounced on Yi Hao. Yi Hao easily clenched his fist. Use the true fire of the whisper in an instant, Su Tian. The system prompts you to get 6,500 points. Pick up the initial restorer. Under the PvP protection mechanism, Su Tian was forcibly teleported away. This is already Yi Hao's fourth consecutive counterattack against his opponent. In the soft and sweet eyes of the little star, suddenly the system prompts. The Knight Squad currently has 22,500 points. Ranked first, the soft sweetness on the side was excited to pounce on the Night Horn. The Night Horn dodged it. Reminder, now is not the time to relax. Who knows this soft girl actually made up for himself to get the first place. The situation of being praised as a goddess by the little quacks. Change the number with a black line. Get it, soft girl. Just the performance of your copy. I don't hate you, thank God. The variable sign also opens up the system map. Seeing that there are only 3 squads left in the dungeon now. Ruan Bei also discovered the 2 teams of Luo Feng and Zhang Yi. I just don't do it with them all the time. Yi Hao, of course. Clear about him. The character of the former little brother Luo Feng. Then it will be up to whomever to reap whom. But for Yi Hao, pressing matter. It's about finding the final boss of the dungeon. Shadow Girdle. Ruan Mei also analyzed. This time the Academy. I just want to use PvP to determine the final winner. Here, Ruan Mei's words. Yi Hao is a little surprised. The soft girl looked confident. Please don't be, because of my beauty. And ignore my IQ is good. Yi Hao was speechless. I have to say that this woman really can't stand the praise. Although it is a test of their PvP ability. But there is brother Hao who is hanging in his hand. And how can you give up this big experience? And a good opportunity to equip it too. I saw Yi Hao raise his hands up. Unleash the true eye. Under the scan of the true eye, corners of all copies was seen clearly by Yi Hao. Yi Hao's heart was secretly refreshed. The 70,000 XP points are too well spent. Under the constant scanning of the true eye, Yi Hao has found the final boss shadow, the position of the girdle, and this powerful support skill. It was exactly what Yi Hao was looking forward to. There is only a combination of powerful attacks and special skills. Is the royal way to victory. Yi Hao found that the flames of the true eye had spread into the depths of the forest. I didn't expect this skill to not only lock onto the target. It also comes with a navigation function. Yi Hao suddenly had a plan. Then with the soft girl, he rushed in the direction of navigation. Just after Yi Hao left, Luo Feng's team hiding behind the grass poked his head out. Luo Feng is also quite cautious. Thinks that Yi Hao's performance is indeed a bit abnormal. But in order to get the handbrake, gain the qualification to enter the Shumia clan. With these little quacks, without hesitation he followed. On the march, someone found that Yi Hao's location suddenly disappeared. This situation was unexpected by Luo Feng. As everyone knows, they had fallen into the trap set by Yi Hao. Luo Feng was angry. But I thought of Yi Hao's only weakness, that soft sweetness. Immediately ordered everyone to round him up. However, Yi Hao had already designed it. Deliberately left Ruan Mei alone. Led Luo Feng to take the bait. Just when Ruan Mei looked around helplessly, Luo Feng had already appeared in front of him. Ruan Mei deliberately pretended to be taken aback. Luo Feng viciously asked Ruan Mei to explain honestly Yi Hao's whereabouts. Ruan Mei actually didn't know. The only thing I know is waiting for Luo Feng here. Just take the bait. That's when it happened. The ground where they were shook violently. A huge 5-clawed black shadow. It has come to the top of their heads. The next second I looked for and photographed 3 small quacks by seconds. This hand is the hand of the ultimate sweaty shadow girdle. This is the place where the shadow waist hides. It was also a trap set by Yi Hao for them. Suddenly all the little quacks were beamed by a huge shadow beam, shivering at the bottom of the waist. Only Luo Feng was extremely calm, while rushing towards the shadow girdle, while directing everyone to line up to fight. He also finally knew Yi Hao's trajectory, is to let them be cannon fodder. However, Luo Feng is still full of confidence. The dear dead sailor is not necessarily Luo Feng, a twig that cuts off the waste of the shadows. Let everyone follow the regular boss strategy method. Fight back. The magic of the fire play beckoned me to heal. Optimistic about my HP and keep increasing DPS. Crazy for me. I'm not afraid of OT. Under the command of Luo Feng, the cooperation of all staff is extremely tacit. The shadow girdle can only be beaten passively. This scene stunned the soft girl. Where is this a makeshift team? It seems that Luo Feng does have arrogant capital. I saw that the health of the shadow jinch dropped rapidly by 90%, 80%. 70% of the soft girls are already in a hurry, shouting how the number one has not come out yet. And Luo Feng's side is getting better and better. At one point, they thought victory was going to be theirs. Luo Feng went down with an axe. The damage suddenly goes to 0. The shadow girdle has been petrified, and it's immune to all damage. This is because the shadow corset has entered the second phase. Look out for the second form of the shadow girdle. What kind of shape is it? The energy of the shadow waste. It began to spread throughout the ground. The little quacks panicked. After all, no one has ever experienced the second form of the shadow corset. Suddenly, a large tree was uprooted around it. A green eye snapped open in the tree. Look around. All the trees turned into dryads, surrounded Luo Feng's team in the middle. This is the second form of the shadow dryad. Energy dispersion, crowd tactics, and these dryads all have a minimum level of 7. It's in Luo Feng. Still calmly commanding them, they had to stay in formation. When pulling the hatred to his side, these pig teammates of his were already fleeing in all directions in fear. Ruanmei was also grabbed by a corset, hung upside down in midair. Ruanmei couldn't stop calling Yi Hao's name in fright. At the critical moment, Yi Hao finally appeared. One kick to the second of this little monster. The soft girl is bounced away. Then the night number gave the soft girl a princess hug. Your mission is accomplished. Well done. Praised by the great gods. The soft girl cried excitedly. I finally made some use of it, seeing that the two seemed to be flirting. Luo Feng opened his mouth to scold Yi Hao while kissing the little monster. It was rare that Yi Hao did not refute, but I admired Luo Feng's command ability and mentality. Luo Feng thought that Yi Hao was patting his ass. Actually ordered Yi Hao to be cannon fodder to help him lead the crown. The little Talami chapter next to him also rushed up, ready to cheer for Luo Feng. The material was killed on the spot by Yi Hao with a casual blow. Gave Yi Hao 8,500 points. Luo Feng was furious. Didn't expect the critical moment. Yi Hao actually killed his own people. Yi Hao didn't think they were his own people. It's just the points he has at his fingertips. Seeing Yi Hao's waste wood. Dare to pretend to be forced in front of yourself. Luo Feng raised the axe and slashed over. Yi Hao's backhand is a slap. Hit him in the head. Luo Feng was directly fanned out. After standing up, Luo Feng. Although I don't know why Yi Hao's strength has increased so much, but I don't think he can single out the leopard. Yi Hao looked confident. I'm going to give him an appetizer first. I saw Luo Feng throw the shadow sword into the air. Under his control, the shadow sword is like 1,000 arrows returning to the sect, scattering countless rockets. It doesn't matter if it's a corset or other cadets. All are seconds on the spot. The points are refreshed on the full screen. The shadow girdle immediately retracted all of its energy. At the same time, his petrified body began to crack. Then the outer layer of the shadow girdle exploded. Then next, could it be the ultimate form of the shadow waste? The humanoid girdle glowed green. It's the ultimate form of the shadow corset, also known as the shadow state. Has dual attributes darken eye. At this point, he still has 40% HP. The shadow girdle is a flash. Came behind Yi Hao. The captain slapped at him. Yi Hao turned sideways and used the movie sword to block the fight. He realized that this was not the speed that a level 10 boss should have. Under the stalemate, Yi Hao was accidentally shot out. It can be seen that the shadow girdle has become smaller in size. But the strength is not weakened at all. Behind the shadow girdle, several more green rays of light shot out towards Yi Hao. Seeing that Yi Hao was invincible, Luo Feng laughed out loud. Imagine him being picked on by the boss. A set of combos to take away. However, one after another flashes of light. The light is cut off. Yi Hao is unharmed. After all, it shows how to play with all the bells and whistles. It's also just a level 10 burst response. I saw the leaves. How flashed, fast, and uncanny appeared in the shadows. Corset behind the waist. That is, at the moment of using the flash. The body of the girdle has long been cut into several pieces by the night horn. It's just that it's too fast to see with the naked eye. The shadow girdle was killed by Night Trumpet's move. A series of system prompts sounded. Congratulations to the player Nightcall for obtaining the shadow girdle handbrake. Earn 10,000 points. The first kill bonus points reward 10,000 points. Congratulations to the player for earning the achievement. The flame of the ingredients is high. The Shadow Forest quest has been completed. The number of survivors is 3. The portal is open. Please leave the copy as soon as possible. Luo Feng couldn't believe it until this moment. The waste of the past can actually kill the treasure in seconds. Yi Hao began to pretend again. As long as it's strong enough, anything is possible. Suddenly, Yi Hao's eyes twisted. I'm done watching the show. Then it's your turn. As soon as the words fell, Luo Feng hugged Yi Hao's thighs and knelt on the ground and kept begging for mercy. Claimed to be his little brother again in the future. I knew this was the case, so why bother in the first place? Luo Feng was in Yi Hao's eyes. I don't have that qualification. Luo Feng suddenly exploded, ready to attack Yi Hao. When Yi Hao was about to give him a good time, Luo Feng suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke and exploded. When the smoke clears, the official prop golem card that fell to the ground turned out. Luo Feng used this card. I took the opportunity to come to the portal. Still didn't forget to mock Yi Hao. The moment he stepped through the portal, Yi Hao slashed with a glamorous shadow. Hit him in half of the body. Luo Feng was seconds. This is the typical villain. Died in a classic episode of Talking Too Much. Yi Hao obtained all Luo Feng's points. Got his golem card as well. This time, 2 people survived. Yi Hao received 62,000 points. Ruan Mei scored 21,000 points. Ruan Mei jumped up excitedly. Because according to the exchange ratio of 110, he can also earn 210,000. Can you not get excited? But Yi Hao asked to disband the team when he quit the dungeon. After all, the final 500,000 dungeon reward. He wants to take it alone. Of course, Ruan Mei didn't have any opinions. If there is no night number, Ruan Mei had already withdrawn from the dungeon. Suddenly, the system clanged. Defeat the Shadow Waste of Tyrant to gain 50,000 XP. 20,000 gold to get the maximum 20 items of the girdle. Thick skin of the girdle 20. 2 level 10 magic crystals. Earn gem-encrusted nature stars. But look at the introduction above. It is a rare gem that can increase the amount of healing. But it was useless to take the leaf number. If you take it for sale, it should be worth a lot. But Yi Hao threw it away and threw it to the soft girl. The soft girl was flattered and took it. His face turned red all at once. Rapid heartbeat. I thought to myself, could it be that the great god is interesting to himself? Yi Hao hurriedly spoke. Please stop your unrealistic fantasies. It's just for you. Reward that acts as bait. Then Yi Hao clicked on the system panel. The squad was disbanded. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The ground of the dungeon began to crumble. A system warning sounds. Warning, warning, warning. The replica space is abnormal. The portal closes. The countdown is on, and this copy is an anomaly of the case. It can only be explained. Something very serious is happening out there. The two of them ran quickly toward the portal. Otherwise, you'll be trapped in this dungeon space forever. When she ran, the soft girl accidentally tripped up, fell to the ground, and his foot has already been broken. At the critical moment, he began to drop the chain again. There are 13 seconds left in the countdown. The soft girl cried again with guilt. Let Yihao leave quickly. Leave him alone. Yihao picked up the soft girl, said calmly, although you were a drag oil bottle. After all, it's my hand-picked teammate. Abandon your teammates and run alone. I can't do it. There are 10 seconds left in the countdown. Yihao kicked the ground. Charging force, he threw Ruan Mei towards the portal. There were 5 seconds left when Ruan Mei was teleported away. When Ruan Mei has one head left. When crying and shouting Yihao. There are 3 seconds left. Just at the last second, the moment the quest portal closes, the toilet uses the scroll of returning to the city. He's not going to be so stupid as to save people, sacrificing one's own things. As for sending him away first, it's because I'm afraid that he, a rookie, will forget to bring the return scroll. And when the return scroll is finished, a flash of white light, the variable sign also successfully exited the copy. A flash of gold. Changed the name in the posture of the Terminator. Teleported back to the Academy's binding point. When he came to the portalway exit of the dungeon, it was found that it had been destroyed. Follow the walk-in. Crying was heard coming from the rest area. It's none other than the soft girl who is crying. Just as he was crying and saying sorry, How time? Yihao had already come to his side. The soft girl looked up suddenly and found that Yihao had actually come out, crying and apologizing to him. Yihao touched his head and comforted, said that he used the return scroll, so that he doesn't have to blame himself too much. Unexpectedly, this Nizi threw herself into his arms. Let Yihao stop deceiving people next time. Yihao was at a loss for a while. I found myself a little rude. The soft girl turned around shyly again. This made Yihao unable to understand this woman. People have a copy so free. The reality is surprisingly shy. Suddenly, 3 little caravans appeared in front of them. Ruan Mei immediately hid behind Yihao. Tell Yihao according to the signs on their bodies. They are from the Black Tiger Mercenary Regiment. Yihao didn't think much of this kind of an action. A mercenary group for profit. Just to infiltrate their school. Could it be that Mo planned it all behind it? Just when Yihao was thinking, 3 little caravans rushed over. Yihao swapped out the shadow sword. 2 people in an instant with 1 hit. The rest of the little Karami was terrified. Don't believe in a level 3 fart. You can also kill them in seconds. Level 15. I saw Yihao walking over like a Grim Reaper. Little Karami hurriedly threw out all her belongings. And money only begged to spare his life. Yihao stabbed him in the shoulder with an arrow. At the same time, he activated the Red Flame Emperor's passive skill burn. Each bird will be subjected to the maximum. Fire damage for 1% of health. Little Karami hastened to state their purpose. It's to assassinate Mo. They were commissioned by the Huangjun group. Also specially gave them rare props for the head of the regiment, in order to limit Mo. 2 clothes fittings. The news of the bodyguard can be described as exciting. It turned out that the mastermind behind the scenes was the Huangjun group. It wasn't a test for Makar. Yihao took back Yin Yongjian. Little Karami thinks she has been rescued. Hurry up and replenish your blood, for fear that his life would not be guaranteed. Yihao found that the entire academy was blocked by an enchantment. I want to go and report to the late Han group. The idea of exchanging the reward was also dispelled. That's when it happened. Little Karami not only did not return blood after replenishing blood, instead his whole body burst into flames, and he whimpered for his life. Because Yihao didn't intend to let him go at all. The sound of the system sounded. Kills reward 1000 XP for picking up 500 gold. A level 10 magic crystal. A low-grade gem. Crumpled adult magazine 1. Root. You dare to believe that the evil young Luo Feng is also safe. The moment when the hero saves the beauty. It is said that Xie Hao is picking up these items. Let the soft girl find a safe place to hide. And told him not to drop the chain again this time. If something goes wrong again, it's really lifeless. Although Yi Hao's tone was a bit tough. But in Ruan Mei's opinion, she was worried about him. Looking at Yi Hao's departing back, he asked him to pay attention to safety. Yi Hao had already planned it in his heart. The most important thing is to ensure Mo Kier's survival. After all, this gold Lord Father. But the one who gave him the bonus. The bin number hid behind a pillar. I learned from the little quack who was passing by. The students were locked up in the dungeon launch hall. And the cooling of his true eye. There are 20 minutes left. I did not grasp it. The distribution of personnel throughout the campus. He could only follow these two little quacks. Let's take a look at the reality first. Mr. Lee, who is in charge of duplicate registration in the hall, tied to a chair by this group of bullies. The fat man with a lewd face on the other side. It is a squad leader of the Black Tiger mercenary group. Just when he was preparing to poison the female teacher. The state of Luo Fengming, who was tied up by a rope. Because this teacher Li is the goddess in his heart. Even if it's a small life. Nor can they watch him suffer a scourge. Took a lewd big fat punch. Luo Feng knelt on the ground and spit out a mouthful of old blood. Suddenly, a dagger was thrown in front of him. The obscene big fat said that he had the potential to be a villain. Then he picked up Luo Feng. Let him kill his own classmates. Join their Black Tiger mercenary group and survive. Then he cut the rope for Luo Feng. Luo Feng picked up the hand. It's in. When his classmates thought he was going to be a big couple. Luo Feng slammed into the obscene fat man behind him. But he was still stopped by a lewd and fat hand. This is the play. It's just Luo Feng. Then the obscene big fat raised the 1.5-meter machete. He swung down towards Luo Feng, seeing that he was about to die at the knife's edge. There was an unwilling roar in his heart. Damn, I finally became a good person once in my life. But it ended up like this. That's when it happened. The sound of the bugle came. It seems that you are not as bad as I thought. Luo Feng. I saw a mouthful of old blood spurting out of the obscene big fat mouth. The 1.5-meter machete in his hand fell hard. He fell to the ground with a thud. Behind his back was impressive. A red, pointed blade was pierced. There are 3 negative states displayed on the body. Hit the obscene big fat one. It was Yi Hao who obtained it in the dungeon. Red Widow's deadly fangs. Yi Hao was also from the flames at this time. Show your figure. What he uses is from the stealth skill obtained by Li Yangnari. Brother Hao decided at first sight. Luo Feng became the younger brother again. Yi Hao didn't expect it. This stealth and item attack. With the blessing of Emperor Qian, it is so fierce. Defeat the level 25 squad leader with a single hit. Then, the rest of the little quacks all rushed up to Yi Hao. Yi Hao reminded Luo Feng that he wanted to stay alive and quickly lie down. As soon as the words fell, Luo Feng bowed his head at the same time. A blade of flame swept against his scalp. It was Yi Hao. Fired a flaming slash at the gang of little quacks. It's still an instant. You are prompted to gain 5,000 XP. The obscene big fat man who was beaten and bloodied lay on the ground. I was so frightened that I didn't dare to take a breath. These rookie classmates saw Yi Hao kill someone in reality. The teachers and students screamed in fright. Fortunately, Luo Feng stood up in time to help Yi Hao speak. I pressed it down. Yi Hao condescendingly began to pretend to Luo Feng. Face the test of life and death. I'm impressed with your performance. You're qualified to be my little brother now. Would you like to join now? As soon as the words fell, Luo Feng couldn't wait to respond. Even knelt down and bowed his head to plead with Yi Hao. I want to follow him to become stronger and better. A kick to open the nose and hand. After catching it with one hand, He handed it to Luo Feng, the dead fat man. Just the XP I gave you. You know what to do. The obscene big fat saw that he wanted instant noodles. Began to spit fragrant incense and threatened both of them. But Luo Feng was determined to follow Yi Hao. To get stronger, raise a knife. A flash of light. Blood. The obscene big fat finally sprinkled flowers perfectly. Suddenly, there was a thud. Luo Feng's body was filled with golden light. The system prompts a level +5. Luo Feng went from level 5 to level 10 in seconds. This sudden happiness. Let Luo Feng admire Yi Hao more and more. Bowed down to him again. Saw that the school bully had become Yi Hao's younger brother. The rest of the students all vied with longing on their faces. I want to be Yi Hao's little brother. Luo Feng squinted his eyes and said coldly, You are also worthy. As the younger brother, Luo Feng hurriedly took over. A shout at them. Then he helped his goddess teacher, Li, untie the rope. Teacher Li didn't expect it either. Luo Feng, who is Xiaoba, actually saved himself. Thank you to him. Made Luo Feng actually shy. That's when it happened. Yi Hao's true eye cooldown ended. He immediately opened his eyes to the whole school. System prompts, faculty plans, and biological maps have been generated. The map shows that there are no mercenaries patrolling the warehouse. Just enough to let Mr. Li and his classmates hide over there. The college lounge has a 45 level 1. It should be the head of the mercenary group. Most of those level 20 are Makal. There is also a 40 level student guarding the school gate. It is estimated to be a role at the level of deputy head of regiment. The battery retracts the system panel. Through the deadly fangs to Luo Feng. He was instructed to escort his classmates and teachers to the warehouse for shelter. Next, he opens the system panel again. I'm ready to do it again. What is the power to open the system panel? Enter the system space. The system prompts immediately. The host has accumulated 50,000 XP. You can choose to upgrade the level of your account link or unlock special skills. Column number. Occur. You're about to face a level 40 player watching the gate. And when I got the level 25 squad leader before, his link rating is 12. This time, the level difference is 33 levels. The column number has no bottom in my heart. So, he didn't hesitate to choose to move up the link rating. A dinging sounded. Level +9. The current link level is 21. Yi Hao experienced that again. A feeling of strength all over the body. I just felt that my blood was constantly boiling and burning. On the panel, his level has changed from level 3 to level 4. Other words, the link level is a 10-to-1 ratio to his own level. At the same time, the sound of the system sounded again. The account link level has reached level 20. Successfully opened the Qian Emperor's talent specialty. 1 talent remaining. Asked the host to select the talent direction. Column number thought to himself. Could it be that this is for him to choose whether to be a DPS or a team? Although his link level has been raised to level 21. But there is still a gap with level 40. In line with the concept that survival comes first. The change chose the defensive talent. Reached the 1-star level of the defense talent specialization. An active skill added to the defense talent. Also unlocked at the same time. Action skill burst. Defense talent active pit stop skill. Burn the target with blaze. Consumes the durability of the opponent's equipment. Reduces damage for 1 minute. Cooldown time is 1 hour. After reading this skill introduction, change. A bold idea suddenly sprung up in his heart. 2 little Karami chatting at the school gate. Changing the number, a sneak attack, and the 2 of them were instantaneous. Earned 2,000 XP. Seeing the light flash, kill 2 again. Little Karami, who reacted from behind. Facing Yi Hao is a burst of suddenness. Yi Hao used the shadow sword to resist. Block attacks. Suddenly, 6 grenades were thrown at him. An explosion rang out. It was the red-haired man in front of him who threw the grenade. He is Biga, the deputy leader of the Black Tiger Mercenary Regiment. Level 40. saw that Yi Hao was hit by his own deputy head of the regiment. Thought he had died in the fire. A figure came out from within. Is it to test my words? That's not going to work. Change the name to use a big windmill. The surrounding little Karami was killed in seconds. This is completely out of Biggins' medical care. He did not believe in his 6 high-explosive grenades. Didn't kill a level 4 kid. Look closely. Yi Hao had already used the Red Yin Emperor's defensive talent. I have to say, this Red Flame Emperor's defensive talent is ridiculously strong. 1 star has such a high defense. Big Gun doesn't believe in evil. Comes with unlimited ammo. Epic weapons with special effects. The Hellgroller shoots wildly at Yi Hao. Yi Hao turned on the nimble snakeskin position. Keep getting closer. This level 40 oppression excites him. This kind of challenge is exactly what he is looking forward to. Move and blink in between. Yi Hao is already close. The movie slashes with a sword. Blocked by Big Gun's Hellgrowler. Change the number of arrows from this high bow. Only 2% of his HP was lost. It seems that the level of 19 is poor. Even with the blessing of Emperor Qiyin, this level of physical damage also seems to be extremely accumulative. Bakun held up the handle of the gun and gave Yi Hao a counterattack. In one fell swoop, he knocked out 25% of Knight's HP. The Knight number retreated to open up the distance. Begun pulls out a triangular blue prop. Throw it towards the roof of the car. Energy shield is activated. Yi Hao attacked again, but he couldn't break the defense. In the face of such masters, Yi Hao could only think of using that trick. Summons a shield. Yi Hao directly approached the blood against his infinite firepower. The amount was instantly reduced to 55%, until the HP drops to 35%. Yi Hao finally got in front of him. Then a punch hit him. Use this skill in order to purify your body. Yi Hao almost put his life into it. Big Gon was suddenly surrounded by flames. It startled him. What Yi Hao used was the defense of Emperor Qiyin. Comes with skill explosion. With a burst of flame, exploded. At this time, the change has only 10% HP left. This is a level 40 treasure chest. What's inside? Lego. I found myself with a strange DBOF hanging on my body. The amount of blood outside has not decreased at all. Thought the Nighthorn was playing tricks on him. Mention the Hellgrowlers. Infinite strafing began even more frantically at the Nighthorn. Face the firepower of the storm. Knight's HP is only 8%. A system warning suddenly sounds. Warning. Detected that the host's HP is less than 10%. Defensive Talent Extreme Special Move. The startup lasts 20 seconds. Yi Hao is worried. This skill is simply a sell wager in disguise. That's when it happened. Big Hell, Growler's sudden bomb. Then all the equipment on his body suddenly exploded. It was blown to the ground. This is the effect of the explosion. Because of this kind of people's equipment, the durability will not be very high. Until the last minute. I am definitely reluctant to spend money on repairing equipment. So this Night Trumpet is also a dangerous move. Fortunately, he won the bet. Drink the primary recovery agent immediately. Restored 30% of HP. But Big Gon isn't going to rest on his laurels. Even if it's a fruit farm, he was convinced that he was still capable. The little kid in front of you. But Yi Hao's beauty. The shadow sword was already against his neck. Bagan was frightened and threw his hands up. Get on your knees and beg for mercy. Yi Hao asked him to open the level 40 treasure chest on the car. Bagan immediately said that the password was HHNB 666. But Yi Hao asked him to open the treasure chest. Look at yourself. Careful thinking is punctured. Bagan had no choice but to open the box himself. The moment the box was opened, a blinding golden light emanated. Meanwhile, Yi Hao's shadow sword had already been submerged. Big Gun's body. Because he was cautious by nature. How can this potential risk be retained? After the big stem is dried, Yi Hao gains 3,000 experience points. Pick up 2,000 gold. Zizhuang Weapon Hell Growler. a key to the 40-episode dungeon. Yi Hao not only complained that he had exploded such a little gold coin. No wonder there is no money to repair equipment. However, this quest key is a bonus. Yi Hao is in no mood to study this key now. The treasure chest is the key. The system prompts again. Congratulations on earning the first treasure chest of the achievement. This is where the player's unboxing career begins. A series of tinkling sounds rang out. Gain 1,280,000 gold. Stimulated gunpowder, 150 high explosion up to 230. Recovery flask, 150 mana flask, 150 ancient magic crystal. Do not grind ammunition 500. Medusa Tear's Eye. Yi Hao casually picked up a piece of ancient grinding gold. The eyes were full of excitement. Because it's a good thing. In simple terms, it's an XP pack. After Yi Hao absorbed 10 pieces of ancient grinding gold, gained a total of 100,000 XP. It's just sour. Happiness is boundless. You see, this is extremely exciting. Who is the one-eyed, coquettish man with a cold face? The mystery will be revealed. The system prompts that the experience points of the night number have accumulated 130,000. It is highly recommended that he unlock other accounts. Gain even more power. Although a large wave of experience points was gained, but he still didn't want to rush to unlock other accounts. He wanted to put the Red Flame Emperor first. Build an all-around account that is both offensive and defensive. The system opens the talent map of the Red Flame Emperor, and the system gives a reminder. He needs to spend 100,000 XP to upgrade the link by 10 levels. To gain a talent point. The price is too high. Yi Hao still gave up his previous thoughts. Law comes next to the new account. He asked about the system. That unlocks a new account. How much XP is needed? Unlock a new account with a link level. Requires 100,000 XP. Seemingly, he can't keep his 100,000 experience points. And as it stands, obviously, unlocking a new account is more cost-effective. He was still a little apprehensive in his heart. I hope to get a little soft girl's European atmosphere. Get a strong account. The change snapped his fingers. The system unlocks a new king account. A dinging sounded. To unlock the new king account, Crazy Moss. This is the mystery of the man at the beginning. Moss is a mad scientist from another world. Under his talent and invention, eventually, the world in which he lives will be destroyed. In his mind are all the secrets of the world. The change of number was a little confused. What he opened was not the combat account he thought. In a sense, though, he is also a man who stands at the top of the world. Change the number to open Moss's skill panel. I want to see what kind of awesome skills he has. The system pops up a series of titles. Master of Engineering, Master of Alchemy, Master of Blacksmithing, and so on. A detailed explanation will be given. Mad Moss has no fixed skills. Their skills change depending on the title chosen. Currently unlocked title, Master of Engineering. The host can also be upgraded by 10 levels. Links to unlock other titles. After listening to the introduction of the system, the change of sign is eye-catching. This account is biased toward the support class, and it's quite extensive. The playability is quite high. The system switches the main account to Mad Moss. It's on the king's account. When the system emits a series of beeps, the sound was interrupted by another system. Let me explain it to the master. An excited, smiling face appeared in front of Nightcall's eyes. How many years have it been? Finally reactivated. Originally, this system was created by Moss during his lifetime. It's called Interdimensional Artificial Intelligence. Named Alves. As soon as Weiss came out, he was quite active. Also wants to help Yi Hao conquer this world. However, Yi Hao will not do this kind of second-class thing. Wes said the Night Horn wasn't crazy enough. Because the biggest secret of this account is madness. Whether it's action or imagination. Just the crazier it is, the stronger you are. Nighthorn smiled coldly. You are telling me to do things. Frightened, Weiss hurriedly humbly said that he didn't dare to change his name. And let Vess explain in 70 words. Be clear about how this account works, and the ability to Weiss began to pinch the word count. The core mechanism of explaining the account is decomposition plus fusion. It is equal to creation. The current title is Master of Engineering. You can use objects that are related to engineering. Break down first and then fuse. Create new powerful objects. After listening to Weiss's explanation, Bien Hao thought to himself, the ability of this account. It does take a lot of craziness to play. No wonder it is said that the crazier the stronger. Kevis reminded him, currently able to decompose. There is a limit to what can be fused, because the link level of the night number is too low now. Cannot dismantle objects that are more than twice their level. After listening, Knight asked about the switching mechanism between accounts. Vess, however, could not answer. At this time, the voice of the king account system sounded. Accounts can be switched seamlessly within the system, both combat and non-combat. However, it is recommended that the host judge well the best time to switch accounts, so as not to cause irreparable danger. Then the night number is about to usher in the ultimate station. The front should be the leader of the level 45 Black Tiger Mercenary Regiment. Level 4 Nighthorn versus level 45 Regiment leader is about to be staged. Inside the lounge, Emokir walked towards the opposite boss. Said the man above, "You're not a little daring. Black Tiger was the last person to hit me now. Do you know what happened?" This white-haired man with 2 knives on his back. It was the Black Tiger who was the leader of the Black Tiger Mercenary Regiment. The reason why he dared to hold Emokir hostage, it's because there is support behind it. Emokir immediately thought of the Huangjun group. Black Tiger officially. Take the epic item Medusa they sent. The Eye. Only to trap Emokir's 2 6th century bodyguards. Emoker analysis. Huangjun just wanted to snatch them away. Ownership of C-23 region copies. But thought that killing himself would disintegrate the late Han clique. They may be naive. The Black Tiger sat next to Emoker, hands on his shoulders. Bloody said that he didn't care about their previous grievances. His goal is only one word. That's the money. The Huangjin group gave him 50 million. If Emokir can open 100 million, maybe I'll let him go. Which Emokir pinched his chin with one hand. It's a mockery to him. For people like you who have no integrity, I won't pay you a cent. Enraged Black Tiger. Let Emokir reorganize the language. Say it again. Emokir was also an arrogant little tyrannosaurus. A look of disdain. Rather die than submit. Words are not speculative. The Black Tiger ran out of patience either. Pull out the double arrows behind you. Seeing that Emokir's head is not guaranteed. Suddenly, a protective shield was released from Emokir's body. Blocked a blow from the Black Tiger. This energy shield is up to the one I pay you back. Emokir followed the voice and looked back. It was Yi Hao who was standing at the door who spoke. Yi Hao said that if he could save him, gotta give him 10 million. Emokir would never have thought of it. It will be Yi Hao who will come to save him. The Black Tiger suddenly flashed in midair, towards Yi Hao go. It's a good thing to be spoiled by a 4th level fart. He is power. Yi Hao summoned the shield, plus the red flame Emperor defense. Blocked the Black Tiger's attack. The Black Tiger was shocked. His right to strike actually, only 20% of the kid's HP was knocked out. But Yi Hao was also panicked in his heart. If I do it a few more times, I'll have to explain it here. Emokir on the side asked Yi Hao not to meddle in things. Chung Hero's words are not finished yet. Was suddenly popped up by a bunch of little karami. Good thing there is an energy shield. Nighthorn doesn't think so if you die. I'm looking for who to go with my hard-earned points and bonuses. Emokir had no reason to refute him for a while. The energy shield has been depleted. Suddenly the energy level is back to 100%. See this rare prop? Frightened, the Black Tiger quickly distanced himself from the Nighthorn. Guess out that the night number hides its strength. I want to give them a pig and eat a tiger. Yi Hao, for more high-explosive grenades were thrown at them. The Black Tiger immediately unleashed its bodyguard. With the sound of explosions, Black, the tiger, and his little Karami were actually red spiders. Silk is trapped, and it's constantly devouring their health. Yi Hao proudly threw the high-explosive grenade in his hand, because this is a brand-new grenade he created, bound by the name of the year. That's how he leverages his engineering master skills. Put the spider with the devil's eye bead, a new product of the recombination of silk and high-explosive grenades. But these are for a level 45 Black Tiger. Still not enough to see. After breaking the spider silk, the Black Tiger combined the two swords into one. A large sword that flashes purple thunder appears in the hands of the Black Tiger. The Black Tiger leaped to its feet. One arrow cut down Yi Hao's passive defense. One hit knocked out 30% of his HP. Frightened, Yi Hao broke out in a cold sweat, then go down with two knives at close range. He's about to finish his calf. Yi Hao repelled the Black Tiger with a single blow. It is still carried out according to the previously planned plan. Black Tiger is another crosscut that doubles the damage. The change is broken by a critical hit. HP dropped to 10%. Facing the overwhelming strength of the Black Tiger, how should Brother Hao turn the tables? The sound of ice sounded. The change triggers the written ability again. Then an eye-popping fire dragon shot at the Black Tiger. But it was quickly cut off by the big sword of the Black Tiger. Course voice sounded again. Hyanzhou Knight escape. It's all hit to this point. It's impossible to escape. Yi Hao replied and stabbed the Yinying sword to the ground. The flames are raging. However, it only knocked out 10% of the Black Tiger's HP. The Black Tiger also had no patience to spend it with him. Break down these walls of flame with only your flesh, ready to give Yi Hao the last stab. However, on the other side, he was greeted by machine guns with unlimited firepower. The Black Tiger Shone was shocked. Isn't this machine gun Biggin's Hellgroller? Face epic levels of unlimited firepower. The Black Tiger could only quickly summon a defensive shield. Resist in disbelief. This little fart actually killed his deputy, head Yi Hao, so that he doesn't have to make a fuss. And now this weapon is not called by its previous name. Tonight Hao has been modified and named the Guillotine of the Whaler. The effect automatically tracks infinite ammo. Lasts 1 minute. Cool for 3 hours. Yi Hao stood aside and didn't forget to give 2 words. Don't you think I'm hurting less? This epic modified weapon. Can it bring you a little surprise and excitement? As soon as the words fell, the Black Tiger's energy shield is shattered. Face infinite effects with tracking effects. The Black Tiger was beaten up and down and jumped. Still, he resisted the fire. Approached the gun tower. Slashed the gun tower with 1 click. Finally interrupted the fire output. Meanwhile, Yi Hao had already appeared behind him with a sharp blade in his hand. It turned out that the gun tower itself was a disguise. In order to trick the Black Tiger into the body, let down his vigilance. Wait for the Black Tiger to react. After a flash of blood, he was struck by the night horn. The Black Tiger spewed out a mouthful of old blood. His health bar actually dropped by 50%. The wooden shell is sluggish to look at, and it hit so high. Damage. That hand must have some special effect. And this comparison hand is Yi Hao's improved Emerald Poison. The hand-to-hand effect is a one-hit kill. The lower the HP, the higher the chance. There is 1 time left to trigger the effect. Suddenly, the Black Tiger thundered and triumphed. It turned out that it was his guardian seal that was punished. Got it too. Yi Hao's pen hand comes with a special effect of killing with 1 hit. This guardian seal. But the Black Tiger flower was bought at a sky-high price. It was actually consumed by a little kid. The heart of the Black Tiger is dripping blood. The night number takes advantage of the victory to chase and split the basket with 1 click. The Black Tiger summons the energy shield again. With 1 key of the right hand, he waved the night horn. At the same time as the night horn was knocked to the ground, the system prompts that the required skill has ended. asked the host to recover their health as soon as possible, so as not to be leashed by dogs. The black tiger suddenly took out a syringe and asked for it. Inject it into your neck. What kind of prop is this? What happens next? The last whole card item used by the black tiger. It's called the Blood of the Thunder Beast. It activates the Thunder Leopard Electric Kai to transform into a Thunder Beast. Greatly improves all stats. Lasts 4 minutes. Weakness for 30 days after use. At this time, the black tiger had already turned into a Thunder Beast. Tremendous oppression is coming. But Yi Hao's hands were in the water. Indicates that he no longer has any whole cards. The black tiger was tricked again. The most valuable props were wasted, but faced the ultimate blow of the black tiger. But there is no intention of evading. Just when the Thunderblade was about to stab the Nighthorn, Mo Kier's 2 level 60 bodyguards suddenly attacked. Blocked the black tiger's attack. It turns out that this is all the night number, and it has been calculated a long time ago. Before the night number, eavesdropped on their conversation outside the door. It just so happened that the night number opened the treasure chest. Got the eye of Medusa. Black Tiger almost despaired. Didn't expect this little fart. He even opened his treasure chest. Yi Hao also despised him. As a regiment leader, his family background is so thin. Without waiting for the Black Tiger to continue speaking, 2 level 60 bodyguards punched. It hit the Black Tiger in the chest. With a single blow, the Black Tiger's HP is emptied. Wait for the level 60 bodyguard to withdraw his hand. The Black Tiger didn't know where it was beaten. This double power level 60. Yi Hao couldn't help but feel a chill in his back. At this time, Mo Cook came to Yi Hao's side. I wonder why he is unraveling the state of his bodyguard early in the morning. Yi Hao said, "It's a treasure that money can't buy. Hands-on experience. Even if Mo Kier has read countless people. It's also the first time I've seen such an alternative madman." Yi Hao still let him. "Don't forget to pay the 10 million you said you would. There are also rewards for dungeons." Mo Kier said that he would not repay the debt, and he's still very much to his appetite for this. What about this guy, miss? Disposal. The Black Fox has been carried back by Mo Kier's bodyguards. Mo Kier did a favor. It was given to Yi Hao as experience points. Yi Hao can't ask for it, and he's no longer polite. See the light flash. The level 45 Black Tiger finally received the grain noodles. Gain 100,000 experience for changing numbers. Money 80,000. Purple armor Thunderstorm Lightning Kai. Electro-optical double-edged advanced recovery 5th. At this moment, Mokol kept a change of name. Do you want to join my Mahjong team? If you face it, a gracious invitation from such a beautiful woman. Will it refuse? Facing Mo Kier's invitation. The signal is out of prudence. Still wondering, what are the benefits of joining their Mahjong team? Mo Kier said, "You're questioning me. Can't the group give you any benefits?" Yi Hao hurriedly denied it. Explained that you were just cautious. Think a lot before making a decision. There was a snap. 2 level 60 Karami pressed Yi Hao's shoulders. "It is your honor to invite you. Be aware of who you are when making requests." Powerful oppression. Yi Hao, who was ousted, didn't dare to speak. Fortunately, Mo Kier is a person who knows how to repay his kindness, so there are no such rules for him. Then let the 2 of them go to clean up the aftermath. Yi Hao suddenly stopped them, asked them to leave the mercenary's corpse behind. After all, no matter how small a fly is, it is a piece of meat. You like money very much, it's good, Mo Kier said as he sat on the sofa. He thought he would despise his greed for money. Mo Kier is the daughter of a big group in the end. The pattern is big. Think as long as it's strong enough. Why should something that is within reach be despised? And he thinks that there are people who have desires. All have a wonderful quality. Yi Hao was stunned. I don't know why. I saw Mo Kier suddenly approaching, touching Yi Hao's face, and said, "That is, you can all be driven by desire, and I can provide everything you need." The change sign immediately avoided the one in front of him. The woman was more dangerous than he thought. I can't be led by the nose by him. Mo Kier throws out a mini-robot. Since you want to know about our carpentry, what are the benefits of the clan specifically? I'll tell you right now. There was a sound of closing. The robot emits a projection. Mo Kier continued to recount after the transformation of the guard. The future is hidden in countless copies. Each consortium does its best to develop a team. It's about competing for the future. In our carpentry team, with its own strength and the group's strong financial resources, already at the forefront of the competitive chain. Join us. It's not just about getting premium quest resources and priority access. There is also a copy of the Late Han group, 50% of the exclusive dungeon share. The guaranteed income of the first kill dungeon is 1 million. Halfway through the conversation, the change of numbers shouted excitedly. Emoka told him not to get excited. He's not done yet. The city is based on the security level. It is divided into 9 safe zones. They are the upper 3 districts, middle 3, and lower 3. In this preview event, it's in the lower 3rd district of the school where the night number is located. Just join the Mo Gong team. Clan members and their families can enjoy the right of residence in the upper 3 districts. This benefit poked directly at the sore spot of the Night Horn. Nothing is more important than one's own family. I have to say that Mo Kier is gripping people's hearts. This one is really a good one. Keep an eye out for joining the Mo Gong team. You can get the group, crafted exclusive weapons and equipment. In the Late Han group, there is also a top-notch medical assistance team, guaranteed survival rate for clan members. As for Mo Kier himself being held hostage this time, why didn't the Mo Gong team make a move? He gave it for 2 reasons. First of all, he didn't expect anyone to dare to attack him directly. This is also the second mistake of his. The lives of the members of Mo Gong's clan are worth more than him. Within the group, everything is based on strength. After listening to Mo Kier's series of introductions, Xiao Yehao's heart has long been boiled by the whole blood. Every sentence is heart-to-heart, completely hit his weakness, but he still pretended to be calm on the surface. Although for the sake of his family, Yihao is bound to agree. But now he's completely on top. Loss of judgment. It can only be used as an excuse to think about it for a while. Steady Mo Kier. Mo-kun walked up to Yihao, threw him a black card. He was given 3 days. He can be reached through this card. The night number puts away the black card. I asked about the 10 million he said before. Mo-kun turned around and said lightly, "There are 20 million in this card. Is it enough?" The voice just fell. Nighthorn quickly put the card in his pocket. Enough was enough. Then you're welcome. Right now. A voice came from outside the door, and the eldest lady was angry. "I'm late. I saw the headmaster, the old man, a long-distance luxury. Came to Mo Kier. Keep apologizing. After all, their academy is primarily responsible for this incident." The old headmaster knelt on the ground and trembled with fear. "I'm afraid that the woman in front of me will be unhappy. Knock their academy upside down." Mo Kier smirked. Said to the principal, "This incident is mainly because of him. The Hamo group will compensate the college for all losses." The old man of the principal is like a big league. It's kowtowing again. Yihao also complimented on the side. Mo Kier snorted with a wave of his hand. "That's all for the false compliments. Remember to give me an answer in 3 days." Yihao readily agreed. He will not let go of this wave of benefits. But before making a decision, he still had to think about it calmly. After Mo Kier left, the old man of the principal praised Yihao again. He was also given 3 days off. Yihao's status is a rising tide. When Yihao left, the old man of the principal instructed Secretary Wang. At the Congress 3 days later, "I want to personally award Yihao a reward of 2 million. And that thing, Yihao, who was outside, opened his mouth wide. The ear overheard their conversation. The thing in the mouths of the old headmaster. "What the hell is it?" "The black card that Wakir gave to Yihao. It's not easy. Yi Hao came to the hospital again to visit his family. Little sister Fei asked about this dungeon competition. Yi Hao was just about to pretend to be a wave. Their attending physician brought them the director of the hospital, Zhang Yinshou. Zhang Yinshou came specifically for the previous director fan's business. Apologized to Yi Hao's family. Though, this old man looks like he's on top. However, Yi Hao thought that he could come in person. It's also very conscientious. Zhang Yinshou was about to leave. Was stopped by Yi Hao. He wanted to ask Zhang Yinshou if there was any way able to heal his father instantly. Zhang Yinshou said, only with a top-notch antidote can it be cured instantly. But it is very expensive. Hear this. Yi Hao's father spoke. Don't let your son spend this unjust money. Yi Hao immediately took out the black card that Mo Kier gave him. Swipe my card for me. Saw the black card in Yi Hao's hand. Zhang Yinshou was shocked. This is the supreme black card of the eldest lady. How can you have such a thing? Yi Hao looked confused. This is the end of the Han Dynasty group. What's wrong? Can't you use it? Zhang Yinshou immediately turned into a flattering look. How could the eldest lady's supreme black card not be used? This card is in all the properties of the late Han group. Consumption is free. Immediately let the attending doctor and a good person go to Yi Hao took 3 top detoxifications and sent them. And immediately give the leaves. Hero's family moves to their most expensive VIP. The scene of the sweet stunned Yi Hao's family. Zhang Yinshou explained. There can fight hospital. This is the industry of the Hanmo group. Seeing this card is like Miss Kiyomi herself. Yi Hao was also shocked. I didn't expect this card to be so awesome. Mako thought more than he did. The elephant is even better. The little sister Fei is also very strange. How could his brother have the black card of the eldest lady of the Mo family? Yi Hao could only say that this matter is a long story. I'll tell him more about it when I have the chance. Right now, the good guy ran in a panic. Say that the top antidote is all gone. Yi Hao was helpless. He was really unlucky. But there was already a guess in my mind. Good guys are detected through surveillance. Officially, Director Fan took all the potions. This is exactly what Yi Hao thinks in his heart. Zhang Yinshou was furious. This slut will never spare him. Zhang Yinshou expressed his apologies to Yi Hao's family again. Special treatments will be customized immediately. It can't be cured, but it can speed up the cure. Although Yi Hao agreed. But I still want to get the top antidote. And this criminal stealing medicine is mostly for money. Such an analysis can only be sold on the black market. Yi Hao told his family not to worry. Interpret, and remember to leave it to him. Suddenly the little sister picked it up. The eyes glow golden. Thinks that Yi Hao was adopted by the eldest lady of the Mo family. Yi Hao's face was black. Hurry up and explain it to them. But the little sister still didn't believe his brother's words. It is necessary to figure out the relationship between the two. So he pretended to be pitiful and helpless. Begged Yi Hao to take him with him to find the antidote. I can't abuse my little sister. He can only take Fei with him. Step into the underground black market in District 9 again. Coming the 3 of Karami. No more than 10 levels are visually inspected. Is ready to rob Yi Hao's brother and sister. Fei thought she was her brother. It's the scum of the former war. Got up and blocked in front of Yi Hao. The little Karami who provoked Yi Hao was a burst of ridicule. Only then did Yi Hao pull Fei away. Let him change this habit of impulsiveness. After all, Brother Hao is now a man who is full of hanging. Shurji Karami put one hand on Yi Hao. On his shoulder threatened him to hand over something of value. Yi Hao in order to pretend to be a wave. Give him a wave of mouths first. Suddenly, Jikalami jumped. He was going to give him a blow to the tiger down the mountain. Suddenly, a bright light struck the center of his eyebrow. Wait for Yi Hao to see clearly. It was a steel pipe that shot him in the head. Then a figure passed by the night horn. A flash of light. Instantaneous Karami among the 3. Fei Fei hurriedly asked who he was. The man carried a large sword. The posture is very sassy. My mom man turned his head and laughed, haha. I'm just one. The road is uneven, nobody. Yi Hao didn't expect it. There are still people who can pretend better than themselves. Alphabet handsome. Who are you? Fei Fei let out an exclamation when she saw the handsome guy. The man looked confident. It doesn't matter if you're handsome or not. For men, the key is to be sassy. I saw the little sister look like a nymphomaniac. Yi Hao was a little confused. The man and Yi Hao talked a few words. Let them follow him, claiming to have him in absolute safety. Fei Fei pushed the leaf. Whisper to remind the old brother that this person has nothing to do. It must be either a traitor or a thief. Although the sound is small, but people still vaguely heard it. The man said to them with a smile, It's good that you're alert. But as a former senior, it's normal to help you. Fei Fei heard that he was a senior. Combined memory. I finally remembered who the man in front of me was. He is the legendary En Chung Senior of the Academy. The man replied in a smug voice, yes. Brother is En Chung. I didn't expect it to be several years since I graduated. The legend of the elder brother is still circulating in the Academy. Haha, changed the number and also remembered this person. He's just that. It was hailed as the first day of the Academy's history. Mei Kaiying on her own. By the time he graduated, he had reached level 20. And it's a handsome product. It also has countless female fans. And Chung proved his identity. Yi Hao no longer refused. Absolutely follow En Chung to the black market. Fei Fei is still vigilant. Yi Hao said that he was at ease with everything. A small level 30 character. Yi Hao didn't pay attention to it yet. If you want to send a wave of experience, there was no reason for him to refuse. Two men who pretend to be on par. It's an awkward conversation all the way. After learning about An Xiang. After joining the team of the Huangzheng group, Yi Hao quickly switched to the Crazy Moss. In an instant, Vis flashed what his respected master had commanded. Weiss, are there any props that can be used to investigate the target person? Ves looked confused. Do you mean the physical condition? Or perspective? Nighthorn was alarmed. I didn't expect there to be such an improper prop as perspective. Weiss said, of course. It's just at his current link level. Cannot be manufactured. Frightened, Yi Hao hurriedly covered his little brother. Then Yi Hao said, I want to ask, is there a prop to judge people lying? Wes claimed he could do it. It's a piece of cake entirely. Yi Hao immediately did an experiment. Asked Xiaomei who was more handsome, herself or En Chung. The little sister said with a serious look on her face, of course. There is no doubt that you are the most handsome, dude. Wes immediately said that the little sister was lying. Yi Hao sighed in his heart. You are too late. Yi Hao then went to test Senior Anqing. I don't know if you've heard anything about what's going on at the Academy lately. It seems to have something to do with the Huangzheng group. Anzhou turned his head and said he didn't know. Wes gave a judgment, albeit suspiciously. But it was not a lie. Yi Hao hurried. I casually made an excuse to deal with the past. The trio soon arrived at the entrance of the black market again. It's still the two little Karami from before, watching the door. It seems to be very safe. However, when Yi Hao took Fei Fei and prepared to go in, but he was stopped by two Karami again. And Chung is trying to solve the siege. Unexpectedly, the two of them suddenly looked flattering and humble. Brother Hao is here. Brother Hao, please smile. This is a demon with a superior demon spirit. This abrupt reversal made in Chengdu at a loss. What the situation? This kid actually eats more than me. Yi Hao waved his hand. I am a student and do not smoke. And you have nothing to do. I'm a little puzzled. The two of them were on the spot. Told Yi Hao's previous deeds. Since then, he has admired Yi Hao's five-body throw. The feeling of admiration is like the flooding of the Yellow River and the Yangtze River. Out of control. Yi Hao didn't expect it. At that time, he rejected Moku and joined the team. It spread so quickly. The two of them enthusiastically gave way to the night number. Nighthorn walked in and beckoned Anjo to go quickly. Invisibly, the Nighthorn was loaded with another wave. Fei Fei hurriedly followed from behind, asked about the night number, was invited by Mo Kier to join the Mo Gong team. This is a bit delicate for Anseong. After all, Huang Zheng and the late Han dynasty had a hostile relationship, and this junior brother is finally worth his attention. Enter the halls of the black market. Fei Fei is just like Yi Hao came for the first time. It feels like a bar. Looking left and right is very curious. Anseong is acting as a narrator on the side. Give reminders from time to time. Let them not talk about topics that go beyond the ranks. Just spend as much as you want. When Yi Hao came to his destination, expressed his gratitude to Encheng. When Encheng left, he asked Yi Hao to add friends. Yi Hao gladly accepted. Encheng still reminded them again. Hurry away when you're done. It's not safe for them here. Although Ansheng has repeatedly shown the image of a good senior. But Yi Hao was suspicious of him. Multiple hearts and eyes are not a bad thing. Fei Fei looked at it. I also asked the enterprise account where he was going to buy medicine. Actually, the night number is not clear. After all, last time I was led directly into the private room. Suddenly, Nighthorn felt someone staring at him from behind. Turn your head to look. It turned out to be a long-haired beauty with a wine glass in front of the 8 sets. The beauty took the initiative to tease the little handsome guy of the enterprise number. Look at me with you staring at me. Do you want to treat me to a drink? Fei Fei stood in front of Yi Hao, embarrassed. My brother refused to be accosted. He was still a child. The beauty laughed at the little sister. I'm just kidding your brother. Look at the one that makes you nervous. The beauty got up and introduced herself to Yi Hao. My name is Siyu. It is the resident agent of the Hanmo group here. Your thing. It has been widely circulated in the late Han group. So don't be nervous. Yi Hao replaced Weiss again. Weiss immediately judged that he was not lying. But all over. But it emits a spectrum of pink sheets. This shows that he really wants to seduce the master. Was so frightened that Yi Hao hurriedly asked him to stop. Enter standby mode. How did Siyu step forward and hugged Yi Hao's arm? Take him to the private room for a detailed discussion. Can envy the little cards around him. Fei Fei looked angry. I thought to myself, resolutely not to let this vixen abducted his brother away. This room in front of you. It is the exclusive VIP room of the Hanmo group. Enter the room. Siyu introduces VIP services. Fei Fei was furious on the side and let Siyu go. After letting go of Yi Hao's arm, he introduced Yi Hao, the hovering block in front of you. It's the trading terminal on the black market. Through this terminal, you can buy top-quality hard goods that are not available on the market. Yi Hao began to look for it on the terminal. He wasn't at all interested in any top-notch hard goods. After some searching, Yi Hao had already found what he needed. Terminal panel. The seller has been shown in its entirety. And item information. One look at the name. Yi Hao mostly guessed that it was Director Fan. But this matter is still a bit of a problem. Although this price is already ridiculously high. But Yi Hao proposed to trade in person. Civic began contacting sellers. But he was refused. Yi Hao also proposed that as long as he was willing to trade face-to-face, he is willing to increase the unit price to 1 million. Fei Fei didn't understand Yi Hao's approach. Yi Hao told him that this was to lure the other party into the bait. And Yi Hao also promised that as long as he traded in person, you can also take these 3 potions without spending a penny. That's when it happened. The seller has taken the bait. On the way to come, this fat man who broke into the private room roughly is the most handsome brother Fan in the history of sellers. Yi Hao sat on the sofa, said lightly, "You are finally here. It's really a sight to see. The most handsome brother Fan looks like this kid." I panicked in my heart. Fei Fei suddenly felt that the fat man in front of her was very familiar. The most handsome brother Fan hurriedly changed the topic. Asked them if they really want to buy something. Yi Hao directly pierced his disguise. The injury is not healed, so he came out to sell fire. It's really hard, Director Fan. It turns out that this fat man is a cheap disguise, seeing that his identity was exposed. The offender immediately made an excuse to escape from the change of name. He took out the black card again. Guilty bid 3 million, thinking rain on the side of the ground. The black card in his hand has been found. It's M.O. Kier's supreme black card. CU immediately took over. It means that it doesn't matter how much money is in the card. The credit of the supreme black card alone is worth 50 million. When he heard that 50 million was cheap, he began to hesitate. Yi Hao, in order to confuse him, and pretending to recognize the wrong person, prepared to cancel the transaction immediately. The slut finally stopped pretending at the moment. He tore off his wig and threw it out. A howl of excitement stopped pretending. I'm the director of the penny. Then he pulled out a small box from inside his clothes. Opened the chest. It's impressively packed inside. It's 3 top-notch antidotes. Getting better deliberately asked how he got it. He also said that it seemed to be engraved with a hospital letter. Nourish the offender and quickly withdraw the potion. After all, it's also an old fritter. He had already taken care of the details after stealing. Then Yi Hao talked again. 3 top-of-the-line antidotes were stolen from the hospital. At this moment, the heart of the guilty has begun to feel empty. Coupling Yi Hao is framing him. Turning around, he hugged the box and prepared to leave. Was blocked by 2 bodyguards at the door. Siu has spoken about this. The Hamo group has the right. Investigate suspected lost company assets. After being held up by 2 bodyguards, shouting that if he was wronged, he must be compensated 5 million for mental damages. Unexpectedly, this sentence made Siu hesitate. After all, he is still not sure of the truth of the matter. Yi Hao said on the side that if he was wronged, he would be cheap. He came to pay for it. As soon as this remark came out, don't go back on your dirty jokes. Then he handed the box to the bodyguard. Siu picked up the potion and checked. From the outside, though, it seems to have nothing to do with their late Han clique. Then Siu's eyes turned blue. Focus scanning the agent. This surprised Yi Hao. Siu's right eye. It's actually a modified artificial eye. Then Siu asked the bodyguard to take down the chip. I still don't understand it. I have been completely exposed. He also tried in vain to justify that he was wronged. Siu's high heels stepped on his fat face. You think you've swapped out the bottle of the potion. Can you cover up the evidence? This eye of mine. However, it can identify the company's exclusive anti-counterfeiting. Information criminals can only blame themselves for their bad luck. It's not good to meet anyone. I just met a whisper with an intelligent eye. How ruthless this woman is. Order directly. Throw the offender Director Fan out of the safe zone. For monsters. Even Director Fan, who regretted it, begged for mercy. To no avail. Director Fan, who was dragged away, suddenly burst out laughing. Threatened not long after. The entire safe zone will be attacked by monsters. In the end, he frantically shouted out the Salvation Army. Long live the soul. Heard Director Fan's words before he died. The change of number is not only confused. He had never heard the name of the sect. And within a day, he heard twice about the fall of the safe zone. Conspiracy theories. I had to pay attention to it. Siu suddenly threw the box containing the potion to Nighthorn. Because according to the company's regulations, whoever finds it is theirs, then takes shelter close to the Nighthorn. Indicates whether to reward him with something. After all, it helped him save 3 million. Before the Nighthorn spoke, was pulled away by the little sister Fei Fei. Thank you for helping us save money. But my brother is still a child. Can't stand the irritation. Siu hurriedly explained. I wanted Yi Hao to invite him to have a drink. Seeing Fei Fei's misfortune, Siu immediately asked his subordinates to open one. 21 years of flames. Yi Hao was very grateful for Siu's help. No matter how expensive this wine is, he will invite it. But I want him to tell me a little bit about monsters. The black nesting. Civic handed him a wine glass. Claim a rare good time. I won't talk about these uninteresting things. The store number hasn't picked up the wine yet. Was forcibly dragged out of this private room by Fei Fei. The store number hurriedly said to Fei Fei. This time, he was given 500,000 yuan to buy equipment. Now he could be directly raised to 3 million. As soon as the words fell, Fei Fei instantly fell into a state of financial obsession and was out of control. Without waiting for Yi Hao to continue explaining, Fei Fei opened the system mall. Concentrate on researching what equipment beggars buy well. See you behind him, called Yi Hao's handsome guy again. There will be a secret auction later. I don't know if you're interested. And what is auctioned is no exaggeration. They are the top treasures in the safe zone. Yi Hao felt that it sounded good. It's okay to go and see the world. I just don't know if I can get in if I don't have money. So you told him not to worry. The Hamo Group owns 2. The right to participate in the quota can take him in. Leaf. Hao explained to Fei Fei, who was still choosing equipment. He and Siyu were ready to enter the auction. Unexpectedly, the auction was hidden in a copy. Words are randomly given page numbers for popular science. A real auction, placed in an absolutely secure copy space. 9 safe. 9 black markets are connected to them by entrances. After the popularization of science, Siyu pulled the Knight number and stepped into the dungeon. Knight is also looking forward to this mysterious auction. I don't know if there is a chance to pick up the leak. Look at this as a mystery. The shared copy where the auction is located. Victoria's secret. With a white light from the entrance, Siyu and Yi Hao were wearing black cloaks. Entered the auction house. This black cloak. It is automatically generated after entering the quest. Shielding cloak. In order to prevent identity exposure. Yi Hao looked up at the entire venue. At the same time, I sighed at the high level. I thought the name of this copy was strange. Suddenly, the auctioneer came in. I'm your auctioneer, Victoria. The audience burst into thunderous applause. Originally, this copy was obtained in the auctioneer's name. Yi Hao immediately summoned VES. Asked him if he can play a supporting role. Weiss explained confidently. He can be based on the characteristics of the auction, combined with Yi Hao's attributes. Gives a purchase value rating of 1 to 5 stars. This said to Yi Haolon. It's a useful skill. Other skills, though. Vest said that the link level of the leaf number was not enough. Cannot be unlocked. Suddenly, Vest told him that there was a situation underneath the leaf. Weiss found out about the previous leaf. Anzhou seniors who met. And this Anseong senior is still sitting in the chief. It seems that his secret is not much less than that of Yi. Here the auctioneer Victoria also announced. There will be 10 auction items of great value this time. With a coquettish snap of Victoria's fingers. The first lot to be auctioned. Level 70 Ancient Demon Sutra. It immediately attracted the attention of many people. Victoria announced a starting bid of 1 million. Each increase shall not be less than 500,000. As soon as the words fell, quite a few people started bidding. After all, the level 70 experience pack. It can be said that it can be regarded as a lying upgrade. Wei. C gave a 2-star purchase value on the side. Besides, there's no need to be for experience. Spend a limited amount of money. This is in line with Yi Hao's thoughts. In Yi Hao's conversation with Weiss. This level 70 Ancient Demon Sutra. In the end, it was auctioned off at a price of 3 million. And this person is Yi Hao, a senior in Anqing. I didn't expect this Anseong senior to be so rich. The riders are 3 million. Just when he was secretly guessing his purpose in his heart. The second potion for the lot has been released. A rare prop in this rarity. Victoria shouted a starting bid of 2 million. Each increase shall not be less than 500,000. This prop vest directly gives a star. Because of the leaves. Hao himself has the title of Master of Alchemy. Once unlocked, you can just sit down and come out in a bunch. Here Vess. Yi Hao was ecstatic. It's just one more piece entirely. The way to make a fortune. Required agent. finally at a price of 4.5 million, was photographed away by VIP number 11. Then, Victoria brought out a third lot. Epic equipment for the wind cloak. The starting price is 3 million. Each increase is not less than 1 million. Weiss gave another star. This thing doesn't do anything other than pretend to be cool. But Yi Hao's eyes were almost straight. I want it so much. Fortunately, Weiss dissuaded him in time. Don't let him buy such flashy toys. Yi Hao calmed down. However, it was next to CU at a price of 6 million. Filmed it. CU photographed it and naturally wanted to give it to Yi Hao. Will Yi Hao accept it? Beauty gift outfit. Force cape. Just asked how many men can resist temptation. If it weren't for Weiss reminding CU to calculate Yi Hao. Yi Hao was afraid that he would have been robbed a long time ago. Wang Yin rejected CU's kindness. Yi Hao lied that he would come to him to buy it when he saved enough money. CU smiled awkwardly and could only think hard. Originally, he wanted to use this to seduce Yi Hao, join the Magong team. But it was empty. At this time, Victoria is about to take out her fourth lot. Now there is a please. The fourth lot is an epic engineering drawing. As soon as the words fell, Yi Hao is not calm. Engineering drawings and hearts of steel can create a permanent humanoid machine that obeys orders. Fake fight for you can be transformed and upgraded to make a level of engineering master. Initial level 10. Initial gender neutrality. When Victoria shouted out a starting bid of 2 million, the scene was in an uproar. Epic drawings only sold for 2 million. Last month, a rare one sold for 8 million. Could it be because the manufacturing grade is too high? I can't look at it. Engineering is a recognized kryptonite profession. How hard it is to become a master. So many years. People who have reached the level of masters all over the world. No more than 10 people. Hear the discussion on the spot. Yi Hao realized at this time. The title of a master of engineering. How valuable and rare. Wes hastened to add. It's not just a matter of gram gold. It is also necessary to have intelligence and talent that is far beyond ordinary people. Even Moss himself. It was also the last to receive the title of Master of Engineering. Yi Hao sighed that his luck was indeed against the sky. The Feudal Bureau unlocked the engineering title of cock bombing. CU told Yi Hao, this drawing must be left on the card. Yi Hao was puzzled. Because of this drawing of the mecha, it is the prototype of a single soldier, even if it's made by the masters. It also permanently depletes his intelligence stats. No one would buy such a thankless drawing. It consumes the ecstasy of the heart. His Moss intellectual attributes are infinite. The point is that no one buys it. His humble career can finally take a small step. As expected, it was not surprising. Since Victoria shouted 2 million, there has been no bid. Just as he announced that he would stay on the film, the horn raised his hand. Of course, it is inevitable that it will be complained and excavated by others. So you also didn't understand what he was doing. I thought he wanted to make the difference better. The surface is pretended to be deep. There is no other reason. I just like it. After all, mecha is a man's romance. In fact, I was glad that I had picked up a big bargain. With a brilliant spark exploding, Victoria snapped her fingers. Congratulations to this guest with 2 million yuanjia. Take a picture of epic engineering and point to Heart of Steel. Just get your hands on an epic Heart of Steel. There was a snickering in my heart. This thing not only increases his firepower output, he can also protect his family in his place. It's a perfect win-win. Suddenly, the system dings a prompt. The Lucky Realm effect activates. Engineering drawings are obtained. The random upgrade numbers are almost crying with excitement. This wave of happiness came too suddenly. Cool words can't describe his current mood. An upgraded mech with a Heart of Steel. The rank has been increased from 10 to 20. And gender has also become definable. Excited hand dance. Level 20 warframes can be directly hard steel. A demon beast of the level of devils, I demon beat. Wes sneered from the sidelines. Tell if his focus is off. Then Vis gave it to Yi. How Brain made up the picture of the robot made. I never expected that. This artificial intelligence is still an old man. Yi Hao's fist had already been raised. VS, who was beaten up by fat. Stars in the back of the eyes. Yi Hao is looking forward to the next 6 rounds of lots. Soon a 5th lot appeared. Epic Purple Dragon's Hoof Battle Shield reduces damage by 30%. Weiss gave a star. The 6th piece of the Death Tooth Bloodblade comes with a lifesteal skill. Ves gave 2 stars. When the 7th lot is about to appear, Victoria announced loudly, "It's a great lot. That is the ultra-rare epic summoning of the demon beast spirit." The starting price soared to 10 million. Each increase cannot be less than 1 million. This gold stone that summons magical creatures. The leaf number is also the first time I have heard of it. So you gave him popular science again. After a quest kill, there is a very low chance of dropping this kind of thing. And this kind of thing, it is also a top-level rare existence. Ziyu took the opportunity to tempt Yi Hao again. Join their team of the Last Palace. None of these things will be dreams in the future. But Yi Hao still said euphemistically, "Think again." Just as the two were talking, the summoned demon beast spirit was eventually auctioned off for 50 million. Suddenly, Victoria jumped a big step forward. Because then the 8th piece of boating. But he's a big guy. He's got to make room for this big guy. I only heard a bang. A large cloud of smoke appeared behind Victoria. When the smoke clears, what appeared in front of everyone's eyes turned out to be a tank. This is not a tank. This is the equipment port. There is a 2,000 millimeters diameter railgun barrel. The engineering dungeon's mass killer electromagnetic engineering vehicle. As soon as this car came out, full fryer. Yi Hao also spies today, and it is indeed worth the trip. It was an eye-opener and a lot of information was collected. In the end, this big guy was auctioned away for 88 million. This is the second lot in the finale. 100 episodes of high-level dungeon keys. The starting price is 30 million. This key just came out and instantly exploded the audience. Because of the level 100 legendary dungeon, can get at least a precious resource worth 500 million. But Yi Hao made it. On the contrary, there are not as many people as there were before. Whisper explanations. That's because the quest keys are all validly implemented. The countdown goes into the moment you get it. If the durability changes to 0, you will not be able to enter the dungeon. Usually there are only top teams. Will buy this kind of copy key. Yi Hao suddenly panicked in his heart. Because before he was from the inside of the Black Tiger's box. A level 40 dungeon key was opened. He hurriedly called up the dungeon key attributes. When Yi Hao saw the durability, sure enough, 3% of the durability has been dropped. Just Yi Hao thought to himself, this copy is located in the C87 area when it is located. The whole market erupted in an amazing deal. The sky-high price is 150 million. Arrogance appeared. Yi Hao had to sigh. No matter what era, having superpowers is awesome. Then it's time for the finale. It's the bottle of potion in the box. This potion is a legend and an item. Raging Elves Resurrection Elixir. The starting price is 100 million. As soon as the words fell, the audience exploded and boiled. The words were all in a hurry. Blame. The Qian family, who organized the auction, did not notify them in advance. And the transaction price of this kind of thing, most likely it will exceed his authority. The change asked Wes again. The title of Master of Pharmacy. Can you make a resurrection potion? Wes told him for sure that he couldn't. Because no matter what plane it is, the word resurrection is an untouchable taboo. Even if it has entered the era of occasionality. Resurrection skills have always been taboo. Victoria at the same time. Also true. The side effects of using this bottle of medicine were informed. It will become full after use. Raging elves of killing and bloodthirsty desires. But don't worry. After a month, you can return to normal human beings. Someone immediately bid 150 million. But immediately, someone soared directly to 300 million. The change of number looks like an Anjo senior again. It seems the identity of this guy. It's not as simple as it seems. No doubt, Ancien got this bottle of resurrection potion for 300 million. The quest then begins to close. This mysterious auction has come to a successful conclusion. Ben Hao and Siyu return to the VIP room at the end of the Han Dynasty again. Found. Her little sister is still choosing equipment in the system mall. Take advantage of the time when the little sister chooses a difficult disorder. Bien Hao once again expressed his gratitude to Siyu. And Siyu threw an olive branch to him again. Want to know more? Only joining the Magong team is the only chance. After saying goodbye to Siyu, Bien Hao entered the king system. Look at the two in front of you. Once the king of the world's pinnacle. He felt more and more that only when he was strong was he really strong. Even if the Hamo group is strong, he is always not at ease. So, the engineering drawings this time are really timely. Then it's a pleasant glue time. The exciting time is coming. The host is prompted to select the mecha gender. As soon as he started fighting, Yi Hao was caught off guard. Wai said it was better to get to the point, urging Ye Hao to choose her gender quickly. Although Yi Hao would love to choose a male mecha full of steel and blood. But there is always an inexplicable voice in my head. Let him choose women. It's like coming from another dimension. Powerful and irresistible. This caused Weiss to complain. Master, please don't use such funny and unscientific excuses. It's okay to disguise the nature of your old serpent. Weiss had just finished speaking. I heard the thud of him being beaten. Female has been selected for the column number. This is followed by the second step. Set basic stats for female mechs. The optional preset is a cold goddess type. Well-behaved lowly type. Mature royal sister type. Yi Hao doesn't have the time to set the details now. The key is to be capable. So, he chose the cold goddess type. Then the system starts to generate automatically. A cold goddess type mecha. Just when the goddess mecha was about to take shape, the system suddenly issued a barrage of warnings. Warning, warning, warning. The system detected interference from an unknown energy body. It's being fixed. This sudden change. Both Nighthorn and Weiss were at a loss. Fortunately, the system was repaired in time. It's back to normal. The goddess of cold-type mechs continued to spawn automatically. Be sounded. The cold goddess-type mecha has finally been generated. Wes looked excited. Yi Hao is hiding his inner restlessness. And yet, what appeared before their eyes? Where is the goddess of coldness? This is obviously a well-behaved Lori type, said to be a good goddess of coldness. Could it be that he ran the wrong set? The well-behaved Lori slowly opened her eyes, timidly made a sound. Excuse me, are you my master? Seeing such a soft and cute petite Lori. The girl's heart is getting better. Wes felt too. It's not impossible for this well-behaved Lori type to be. The reply that I stammered when I got better was right. Then, little Lori threw herself on Yi Hao's body and cried. The host has finally waited for you. Master, I miss you so much. Yi Hao was a little confused for a while. It feels like a real person. I could only touch his head to comfort him. Don't cry. Isn't that something you should be happy about? In fact, he was thinking about Lori's ability in his heart. You can take a closer look at the expression of little Lori. He actually smiled evilly. I secretly rejoiced in my heart. This is, of course, something to be happy about. Hey, it's hard to make this little Lori have a problem. Who is his true identity? You think this is a well-behaved Lori. Is it just a pedestrian mech? He's actually a time-traveling reborn. Irina, the strongest mechanical mother from 279 nebulae. However, the Tire Bureau suddenly penetrated into Ye's mecha. He still knows the rules of showing weakness and currying favor. Vess, however, noticed that something was wrong. This loli has another 1/1, 000 millisecond spectral fluctuation. It was unusually black. But Yi Hao didn't take it seriously. It's not surprising to think that the goddess turns into Lori, at the same time as being scanned by VES. Irina had already found out. However, he is the former Mother Queen. It's not something that can be seen through this kind of broken copper and iron. He blocked all information for security. Hide your identity and strength for the time being. He has even greater ambitions. It's the earth where Yi Hao is located. Yi Hao touched Mo Yelena's head. Say to him from today. It's called Nana. Everything has to be done as I say. Do you understand? Irina was disgusted in her heart. Take your stinky hands away from my noble head. Inferior charcoal machine organisms. But the surface is still very well behaved. I will do whatever the good host tells me to do. Yi Hao was very satisfied with his answer. The screen turns. Irina stomped on the stool and cursed. It turned out that he was washing dishes. She is known as the Mother Queen of the High Giji. He actually did such a low-level thing as washing dishes. Made him very angry, even if his consciousness is free. But the body is different. Will unconditionally obey Yi Hao's orders. The little sister Fei Fei looked at Irina, who was washing the dishes, and said, Nana's maid is so cute. But brother, you let such a lovely Nana wash the dishes. Wouldn't it be too cruel? Irina also complained in her heart. It's brutal. Yi Hao's mother also said yes. Little Nana, this kid I like a lot. Isn't it a bit to do housework as soon as you come? Before my mother finished speaking, Yi Hao interrupted. Mom, you've been working hard for most of your life. It's time to enjoy. Besides, he's a level 20 pedestrian mech. Do some housework. I'm right. After Nana finished speaking, Yi Hao looked at Nana. Irina quickly and obediently responded. The host was right. I heard Nana say it herself. Mom also put her mind at ease. It's hilarious. Fei Fei's previous collection of children's clothing. Finally, it comes in handy. Dad told Fei Fei not to bully Nana. Then Yi Hao asked Nana to wash the dishes. Peel 2 apples for him. Irina agreed, though. But his eyes were full of grievances, showing a fierce look that others can't see. I thought to myself that one day I would be free from the control of my body. Be sure to take revenge. Notice that this is a mountain of cash. Just today, the college held a commendation meeting for Yi Zhao. The 2 million cash was awarded to Yi. Besides, the principal even took out the college's pressure box baby. It's a distribution map. Row. Is Yi Hao's heart skipped a beat? This kind of thing. Usually I don't let anyone look at it, although it was a reward for Yi Hao. But the principal was still ready to give it to the students. Let's popularize this treasure. This precious map originated from their 9th academy, the greatest alumnus of all time. Legendary Season 1 Hunter movie. The Season Hunters are a powerful group of adventurous people, dedicated to exploring wilderness dungeons. The coordinates are then sold to large groups. As one of the greatest adventurers of the OL era, his purpose was different. He holds the truth of the world. Drew this map. I've heard about the movie incident. Because Mu Wei is too rebellious. Go deep into a hell that no one has ever explored. But no one wants to believe the authenticity of the map, regarded by the public as a legend of sensationalism. But, even in the face of countless people's doubts and slanders, Mu Wei just laughed it off. The moment he handed the picture to the old headmaster, they disappeared into the wilderness outside the safe zone. After the old principal finished speaking, hand this map to Yi Hao. Just when Yi Hao took the air, the entire auditorium suddenly shook violently. I saw that there was a spatial crack on the ceiling, where the old principal reacts quickly. Evacuate all students immediately. Command teachers above level 15 to meet the enemy. With the spatial rift emanating, a strong demonic beast breath, a level 15 giant pig monster, rushed out in an instant. A stunned man. Well, he was so frightened that he sat down in front of him. I kept shouting that my dad was a great dancer. You dare to touch me. My dad can't spare you. The giant pig demon doesn't care if it's your dad or his dad. Fill your stomach first, grabbed it with one hand, and was still calling for dad in his mouth. Help saving stuck. Suddenly, a flash of flame flashed. The giant pig demon was instantaneous. A figure carrying a large sword slowly emerged. Ka, stunned, shouted at the figure as if he had been reborn. Daddy, daddy, is it you? And the figure replied lightly, Dad. I don't have a son like you. This person is Brother Hao, who is carrying the shadow sword. Not Dad, though. The tower was stunned. Hug Brother Hao's thighs tightly. Yi Hao, thank you for saving me. Yi Hao gave him a murderous look. Let him quickly find a place to hide. Ka was stunned and fled in a panic. That's when it happened. A soft girl who hasn't appeared for a long time. Enro foam finally appeared. The three-person spawner team is about to assemble. At this time, the spatial rift appeared again. Nighthorn predicts that this wave of monsters is still level 15, but at the level of both of them. Don't wait for the Nighthorn to finish. Luo Foam was very interested and prepared to leave with the soft girl, so as not to hinder Brother Toheo. But a level 15 red feather rooster has been refreshed. The sound of a change of horn sounded. I didn't say let you go. Wait for me. Brother will take you to quickly flash the machine and take you to fly. Yi Hao rushed to the front first. Let Ruan Mei finally come to the fatal blow. Yi Hao's jump is a season of flame slashing. Ruan Mei followed a junior lightning. The fit is quite tacit. A monster spawner team has been formed. The change of number made them take turns to mend the knife, until they burst out of the auditorium and into the campus. The opposite side of the change sign, standing was a level 15 Brute Bull. The Brute Bull comes up with a barbaric charge. Don't forget to avoid mouth output. Block the arrow with a change of sign. I don't have time to talk to him. The backhand is a flaming slash. Let Luo Foam continue to make up the knife. Luo Foam gave Lao Nyo a slap. As a result of him, Yi Hao, I have always been worried about the safety of my family. But the system can't be connected. Could it be that Fei's side is in danger? Suddenly, Yi Hao heard a scream. The screen turns. A level 15 wild demon wolf. It's chattering nonstop. Level 15 of the old man. The division was beaten by him and only had 20% of his blood left. But he still swore to protect the students behind him. Seeing that Teacher Chun was about to die, he was under the position of a demon wolf. A crack sounded from the brush. The right arm of the demon wolf is severed. He let out a foul snarl of rage. Who is who? And who is the hell yet? I saw Yi Hao's shadow sword. Pierced his throat. Subsequently, Yi Hao's three-person squad appeared in front of them. Yi Hao asked them to leave quickly. Suddenly, another spatial rift opened. Spawn a level 15 Cyclops. Yi Hao swung out with a sword. The Cyclops is split in two. Luo Foam followed, jumping up with an axe. Perfect touch-up. A dinging sounded. Rank +1. Luo Foam is under the leadership of Brother Hao. Finally reached level 15. Excited, he even called Ye Hao a day song. Ruan Mei also sighed and followed Yi Hao to level 12. Luo Foam heard the soft girl call Yi Hao's name. He is not allowed to call Brother Hao's full name. Yi Hao asked them to be vigilant. Don't care. Such a trifle. Don't indulge in the thrill of upgrading either. Yi Hao calmly analyzed that this situation was wrong. Invading monsters. Definitely not staying at level 15 all the time. Between words, a spatial rift appeared behind them again. A level 16 bone sword tiger was spawned. The bone sword tiger is like lightning. Quickly came to the three of them. Pounced directly on the soft girl. The soft girl immediately used her magic shield. Yi Hao took the opportunity to give him a pair of chanchuan. The soft girl successfully mended the knife. After dealing with this monster, Yi Hao activated the Eye of Truth. The distribution is shown on the map. There are also some lone students and teachers. Yi Hao immediately made a deployment. He went to the farthest collection room to save people. Luo Feng and Soft Sister went to the cafeteria to save people. But Luo Feng was reluctant to be in a group with a soft girl. But Brother Hao is powerful. The two can only obey obediently. This means that the two of them can have a good run-in. After Yi Hao and the two of them separated, Luo Feng found out. They are all, unknowingly, was completely changed by Yi Hao. He believes that under the guidance of Yi Hao, they can go further into the future. System. How much experience do I have now? Yi Hao asked while running. According to calculations, the host's current experience accumulation is 210,000. The host can unlock a new king account. You can also choose to upgrade the link level. Unlock new talents. But at the moment, I don't have time to study the page number. Directly increased all experience points. The link level of the Red Flame Emperor. The system prompts you to congratulate the host on being a Yindi account. Link level over time. The current link rating is 31. This feeling of 10 levels in one breath. Don't be too cool. The Changer's own level has also been increased by 1 level. But this external panel, it will accumulate more and more in the future. After all, this world, there are a lot of external panels that can be changed. Rank of people. Again, the system prompts the host to have a new day. Band assignment. Please select the talent you want to improve. The last time he chose the defense, but the attack intensity is lacking. So he chose to improve his attack talent this time. Special skills are also unlocked for attack talents. The first order of the Red Rock form. After charging, it transforms into the first order form of Red Rock. Each attack is a critical hit. Duration, 180 seconds. In this form, it was Yi Hao, the transformation form when you first got the King account system. It's just that his link rating was too low at the time. Its own attributes can't support a powerful Red Rock form. This ability is automatically blocked. Yi Hao also lamented the humanization of the system. Immediately switches to an attack talent. He's going to clear the field as fast as he can this time. Inside the office building, Teacher Jia, in grade 16, is protecting a few lonely students and elders. Division in the rich. However, there is also the previous copy of the registration teacher, Mr. Lee. He was comforting a scared and crying schoolgirl. Suddenly, a demon beast covered in flames was beaten. Flew in, but this level 18, painful horse-faced demon beast. Already killed. It looks like he was beaten to death. When Teacher Jia was shocked, Brother Hao, who is surrounded by violent flames, makes his debut. Saw Yi Hao coming. Everyone expressed their enthusiasm for him. Only this Teacher Jia can't get used to Yi Hao. It's full of swear words to him. Teacher Chen hurriedly helped Yi Hao speak. Teacher Jia stepped on his mouth. But his heart is still really dark. I can't get Mr. Lee's favor. He didn't plan to give his life to Yi either. How, this kind of little brat. Leave now. Also stingy and deliberately bumped into Yi Hao. But this collision broke his arm. But he still gritted his teeth and left this place. After saying goodbye to Mr. Lee, the night number continues to depart. He was in a wave of commotion. Also instantly harvested these little fan brothers and little fan girls. You see, this is the Academy's legendary collection room. A special seal was applied to this door. There are only 2 keys for the principal and the secretary. 2 and 1 to open. But Yi Hao's. Indeed, with the true eye, there is someone inside. With curiosity, Yi Hao unconsciously twisted the doorknob with his hand. Unexpectedly, the door was twisted open. What catches your eye is that it exudes a lot of color. Dazzling honey treasure. Yi Hao's little heart couldn't help but be violent. Tremble. I don't know if I can control my hands. Suddenly, a noise came from the next room. Walk in and take a look. A girl is concentrating on unlocking. Yi Hao coughed lightly. Scared, the girl's hair stood up. I didn't expect this classmate to be quite elegant. Everyone was busy running for their lives. But you have the kung fu to hunt for treasure here. The girl turned around. Convergence of energy in the hands. And what about treasure hunting? It's none of your business. If you want to live, leave quickly. Of course Yi Hao knows you, said in a slightly mocking tone, is worthy of being a student of Snow Crane, who is known as the goddess of coldness. As soon as the words fell, the Snow Crane launched an attack on Yi Hao. Yi Hao hurriedly explained the formula in Xue's hand. But it didn't stop. Want to hear about the leaves? How the hell did Hao find his traces? Until Yi Hao said that of course he had a way. A few words before the ice sword stopped in front of his eyes. Yi Hao said a few words casually. Everyone has their own secrets. Then he turned and walked away. Let him do what he wants. That's when it happened. Snow Lotus's feet. Suddenly, a level 30 Furious Superstar burst out. The Furious Superstar sees the human woman in front of him. His mouth is full of filthy words. As soon as the Blood Crane retreated, he threw out several warships. But this attack power is for a Furious Superstar. It's like giving him a massage. The Furious Superstar slammed down with a punch. Snow Crane volley instrument. Dodge and activate the defensive shield at the same time. But he was furious. The Superstar's other hand grabbed him and squeezed him hard. The shield shattered in an instant. The Snow Crane was pinched in his hand and let out a miserable scream. The health bar dropped to 35%. It's in the Snow Crane. Immediately reduced to a delicious ration for a Furious Superstar. A flaming blade slashed through it. Cut off his large tongue and right hand. The change took the opportunity to hug the falling Snow Crane. Don't forget to pretend to be a regular operation of lines. Don't panic. Confronted with a formidable foe, running away is not my style. Xue had changed his previous arrogant attitude. But he is level 30. Don't wait for him to finish. Yi Hao pressed his little mouth with his fingers. Save some energy to talk. Don't worry about me being attacked by Yi Hao. But Enraged Superstar still has 65% health. Seeing the two of them is like showing affection. I actually started chatting. The Furious Superstar raised his fist in anger. Smashed it towards Yi Hao. I saw Yi Hao's left fist accumulating. Prepare hard steel directly with physical strength. There was a bang. One punch directly smashed the Furious Superstar of 30 episodes. The system prompts to get 3000 XP 30 magic crystals. At this time, a burst of snowflakes rose in the depths of Shui. Say goodbye to the Night Horn. It's a bit of a pity. Didn't notice you sooner. Otherwise, these 3 years may be very different. I was fated to see Yi Hao again. He was inexplicably painted by this girl. I was confused for a while. But it doesn't matter. What matters is the props in this place. What is he going to do with it? This is probably the simplicity that cannot be described in words. Emoji bar. With the incessant tinkling sound, Yi Hao was so simple that he almost cut it to the point where his hands were soft. It is also unknown how much the ellipsis is omitted. Baby opens the system map again. See all the classmates. And the teacher basic. They have all taken refuge in underground shelters. The signal is ready to go home. Suddenly, the system issues a warning. Warning, warning, warning. There's a high-grade find in the front. The heroic monster quickly approached the underground shelter. It turned out to be a level 45 elite demon beast. Could it be that the boss has appeared? The scene takes place in the academy's underground shelter. It's already overcrowded inside. The old headmaster is also constantly reassuring everyone. This sanctuary is very fortified, enough to withstand the attacks of level 40 elite monsters. We'll just hold out until reinforcements arrive. However, some people still raise doubts. But the headmaster, why this shelter is safe and so on. There are only 40 levels. What if there is a monster over level 40 attacking? The old headmaster gave an explanation. It's because of the monsters that I attacked before. The highest level is only level 30, plus the financial strength of the college. The level of the vault was set at level 40. Everyone listened to the old headmaster's explanation. It's a sigh of relief. Luo Feng and Ruan Mei were also in the shelter. Ruan Mei was afraid that the knight would have an accident. Luo Feng told him to shut up. How could his own boss have an accident? But even if Luo Feng said so, Ruan Mei still couldn't help but worry about him. Suddenly, the door of the vault was slammed. I saw Luo Feng rushing towards the gate quickly. Firmly believes that it is brother Hao who is here. Just when Luo Feng was about to open the door, a spiky irritation pierced the door. A cold sweat broke out under Luo Feng. Then the gate was smashed. A powerful wave shook the students not far in front of the door. Merge into Luo Feng's eyes. It's a huge, heavy monster. Level 45 elite demon beast to the original Jidang. Although facing a level 45 elite monster, Luo Feng was invincible. But he still didn't retreat under his slight pressure. Luo Feng had even taken out his shield and weapon. Even if you know that you are invincible, you have to carry out the mission of the Night Horn. Prepare for a wave with the level 45 elite monster hard steel. However, Ziyuan Jidang just hit it casually. Luo Feng's HP was knocked out by 92%. Ziyuan Jidang let out a strong vibration. Wave. Everyone was in great pain in an instant. The soft and sweet magic shield can't stop it. Health plummeted. Ziyuan Jidang is even crazier. After swallowing one student after another, the level has actually been increased by 1 level. Upgraded to level 46. Suddenly, a golden light struck his head. It was the old headmaster's attack. But the secretary on the ground persuaded him that he could no longer use it. His body couldn't bear it anymore. Use the impact of magic. But for the safety of these students, the old principal gave the volunteer with all his life a few high-order lightning bolts. But they still couldn't do him any harm, because the weakness of their reorganization is armor-piercing and flame. Lightning is useless. The old headmaster was also impaled by his standing chief, lifted into the air. Seeing that the old headmaster was about to be devoured by him, a flash of flame flashed. Even the night number that arrived finally saved the old headmaster. Next, Brother Hao's special performance is about to start again. You see, this is Yi Hao's first order red rock form. The first hand is a season of crit whip legs. Knocked out 15% of Ziyuan Jidang's HP. Ziyuan Jidang didn't expect a 5th level human. Actually has the dual attribute of specifically restraining him. Fire attributes. Inflicts armor-piercing critical hit. I saw Yi Hao's hand suddenly accumulating. A quick sprint to get close to Ziyuan. And then there's the variety. A barrage of bells and whistles for critical hits. Super fast attack speed and bursts. The far-reaching Jidang of Sin almost doubted life. Ziyuan Jidang charged up and used a shock wave. The night horn popped off. Then he quickly shook the red wings behind him and made a magic sound. The dead students actually got back on their feet. Even students who are alive. I was also controlled by this magic sound. Rush towards Yi Hao together. Before you could determine the status of your classmates. Yi Hao didn't dare to make a rash move. Suddenly, the system prompts the real I cooldown to end. Skills will be enhanced while in the oath state. You can observe all the states of the target. It is recommended to turn it on immediately. The change of name immediately opened the eye of truth. Basic attributes for all students. Even hobbies and secrets. All exposed in front of the eyes of the night horn. Classmates in the state of death. Yi Hao could only endure the pain and let them rest in peace. But this revenge will definitely avenge her classmates. Ziyuan Jidang increased the output while his mouth was blunt. For a moment, the scene fell into chaos. At the critical moment, Luo Feng joined the battlefield. Help Yi Hao clear the obstacles. The soft girl also used her own strength to help Yi Hao share the burden. Yi Hao also released. Improved defense item, Realm of Truth. And immediately commanded. They attacked according to the mark he had marked. Because some of my classmates are still alive, so as not to injure yourself. Yi Hao's current oath status. It's always being consumed. Passive defense alone will fail sooner or later. I don't know. This Ziyuan Jidang no longer wants to be tough with Yi Hao at all. Be prepared to sneak away while the opportunity is taken. Suddenly, a gun turret appeared in front of him. This is Yi Hao, the guillotine of the wailing after the previous revision. Infinite firepower is frantically outputting towards Ziyuan, and all of it is critical damage. Yi Hao has fallen on Ziyuan at the moment, kind of on the back, grabbed his wings with both hands and tugged hard. And he took off his wings. He let out a scream of pain. Then Yi Hao jumped off his back. Ziyuan Jiding began to beg Yi Hao for mercy constantly. Meanwhile, the basic attributes and skills of Ziyuan Jiding. It was very clearly revealed in front of Yi Hao's eyes. More critically, this monster beast is in the process of mutating violently. Yi Hao is another season of high leg raising. Almost kicked Ziyuan Jidang's jaw crookedly. At this time, Ziyuan Jidang's HP was still 35%. Ziyuan was a little flustered. Is it in front of you? Did the kid deliberately interrupt his mutation? He spat out a mouthful of old phlegm. Extinguisher easily dodge. Then there is a burst of fireworks, dragon eggs returning to the realm. Ziyuan was beaten passively at the same time. The system indicates that the target has been interrupted. Mutation skills. This time, Ziyuan Jidang was really scared to pee. Interrupted mutation twice in a row. It's definitely not a coincidence. Come to think of it, he could only spit out a big mouthful of the old altar again. Block the attack of the gun tower. Get out. Find another safe place to make a movie. But Yi Hao had already seen through his thoughts. Violent words have been unleashed in advance. Liu blocked his retreat. The system reminds Yi Hao. There are only 10 seconds left in the red rock form. Ultimates are ready. This moment, Yi Hao is like the former king of the Red Yin Emperor. It is full of danger of destroying the world and destroying the world. The mouth of the stool softly spat out 4 words, Crimson Heart. The movie sword slammed into the ground. The terrifying flames instantly enveloped Ziyuan Jidang. When the flames disperse, team member Jiden found himself in a space. In this dimensional twisting move, only the legendary king can do it. He couldn't believe it. A little human kid. I was able to use this kind of move. Who the hell is it? It was the original few who made a trembling sound. Me. I'm just a normal human being. High school students only. The night number is really in place. I saw that the night horn kept being raised. The power of the flame is constantly converging in it. In a few moments, a huge star of flame formed. This is the ultimate meaning of the first order form of Qi Yin, the full form of the Crimson Star. Yi Hao pressed down with one hand. Ziyuan Jiding's body, in the light of the Crimson Heart, slowly dissipate. Then a powerful explosion sounded. Ziyuan Jiding was successfully killed. Yi Hao obtained the miracle of achievement, gained 200,000 experience and 30,000 oaths. The time has finally come. With the lifting of the red rock morphology, Yi Hao also thought of Ziyuan, the tens of billions of red great people that Jidang said before he died. Could it be that it will be the final boss this time? It's hard to get a level of at least 70 or more. I must hurry up and improve my strength. But don't think about that for now. What matters is what good things explode. There is a level 50 magic spirit strong sour liquid. Fat meat legs. To the Yuan Golden Wing. Intracranial Resonance Skills Book. The change number sighed helplessly after taking a look. In addition to the skill book, everything else is too frustrating. The system prompts an unknown egg. To the fat dice chicken, the meat leg became intrigued. The change of sign is curious. The eggs dropped by the previous demon Baolong have not responded. I would be interested in bug thighs. An unknown but non-stop shaking was born. Even opened the mouth of the egg. Also stuck out his tongue. What do you want? Dandan didn't wait for Yi Hao to finish speaking. The egg curled up the flesh of the worm's leg with his tongue. sent into the egg mouth. With a chewing sound, the ball seemed to tell Night Horn that it tasted crunchy. The Night Horn of this saucy operation was stunned. There is also such an operation in the slot. The unknown egg is very satisfied. I love the close of the house, and hope that the host will continue to feed. Yihao thought to himself, isn't this just pet cultivation? It seems that the food ingredients that were obtained later can be fed to the eggs. Boss, are you okay? Yihao, you're not hurt. Luo Feng and Soft Girl's voices came from behind them. Then the soft girl threw herself into Yihao's arms. Tell me about my worries. Provoked Luo Feng to complain to him a few words. Yihao was very satisfied with the performance of the two of them. It's very commendable. Luo Feng looked embarrassed. But the soft girl's face suddenly became gloomy. Because there are still many students who have encountered accidents. It's because I'm too weak. After saying that, I was very disappointed. Yihao patted his little brain melon to comfort. It's unavoidable. Faced with an overwhelming disadvantage. Able to control casualties within a reasonable range. You are indebted. Cheer up. Yihao's words had just finished speaking. It has been recognized by many students, but there are still some. The timid girl expressed her concern. Fortunately, Mr. Lee spoke out to persuade him. A burst of appeasement to his classmates. It alleviated their nervousness and fear. Yihao also stood up and told everyone, the monsters of the academy have been emptied by me. It's already very safe here. You have to hold on. I'll figure it out. Yihao's words are tantamount to a reassuring pill. Everyone's restless mood stands. Most of the horses were gone, and the old headmaster is in a bad state right now. He is still in a coma. Yihao reassured Mr. Lee. He will definitely find a way to bring the old headmaster back to life. After taking care of these trivialities, Yihao sorted out 4 operational deployments. Then call Luo Feng and Soft Girl. Tell them the details of the plan. Then Yihao walked out of the academy. A person can be seen lying outside the gate. Wait for Yihao to walk in and take a look. It was Teacher Jia who couldn't get used to him before. It's just that it's already cold. This is the end of self-inflicted sin. In this day and age, if you don't have the strength, you will be slaughtered. Change the number of spies for a lifetime. If I want to be a knife wielder, the strength is far from enough. Suddenly, there was a sizzling electric current in the system communication. It was the little sister Yunfei who dialed his voice communication. Yihao asked about their situation in a panic. The signal on Fei Fei's side is very bad. Fei Fei's voice could only be heard intermittently. Before Fei Fei could finish speaking, the system indicates that the signal interference is intensifying. Communication is lost. I saw that Yihao's soul power was fully opened, rushing towards his home like a fly. But when he saw this scene, the whole person almost broke down on himself. The building where the home is located. It has been destroyed beyond recognition. Could it be that something happened to his family? Although I am not sure about the safety of my family now. Yihao clenched his fists, still believing they had escaped. Suddenly, a sound of help interrupted Yihao's contemplation. Follow the sound and look over. A woman is about to become a delicacy in the mouth of a demon beast. The woman is called Love, is a member of the security team. Invariably, this kind of heroic thing to save beauty. How could Yihao miss it? Kill monsters in seconds with one click. Yihao walked to the side of the Love Road. Are you the security officer in charge of this area? I am. Little brother, can you help me put the stone on my leg? Don't wait for the woman to finish. Change. With a single kick, he kicked away the stone that had pressed on his leg. Then he asked aloud about the love situation. Do you know what happened to this apartment? What about the inhabitants inside? Where did they go? Is it still alive? Please let me know soon. Don't be so fierce. The little brother Qin Lu asked him to calm down. Replenish your HP on your own. While telling him what happened before. I heard that it was a demon beast that happened after the evacuation of the residents. Raid? Yi Hao apologized for his impatience just now. Then he asked Qin Lu again, "Do you know the surviving inhabitants? Where will be evacuated?" Qin Lu told Yi Hao, "They are to be sent to underground Vault 5. But there are the most. The high-level squad leader is only level 32, completely unable to deal with high-level monsters." Speaking of which, Qin Lu informed Yi Hao again. Their squad belongs to the Tianchuan group. He carries the slave group on him. Stolen plan of the 9th arrondissement. Know where there is a secret passage to the 8th district. His home is also in the 8th arrondissement. Wanted Yi Hao to follow him, but Yi Hao rejected his kindness. Because his family is in the 9th arrondissement, he couldn't have left his family behind. Meantime, Yi Hao thinks that this woman just wants to be a deserter now. It's normal to think about it. Right now, Yi Hao's approach. Out of nowhere, a level 30 swift debriefing appeared. When Yi Hao was secret, when I was surprised by the speed of this monster beast, was attacked by the deep Qin Lu, pushed him to the level 30 demon beast in front of him. The gray leopard is messy. Qin Lu fled in shame with tears in her eyes. After all, his mother was still waiting for him at home. Although it's cruel, he could only use Yi Hao as bait. But he didn't expect it. Swiftly reported that Yi Hao didn't eat it. They pounced on him. It turns out that the demon beast also hates this kind of shameless villain. Only then did Qin Lu remorsefully ask Yi Hao for help. No. Little brother, save me. But it was too late. Qin Lu had already been bitten down by the swift report. And Yi Hao has always been on the other side. Didn't move. However, Yi Hao finally jumped up. I gave the monster a sword. The swift debriefing was seconds. Gained 5,000 XP. Lying in a pool of blood. Slurred and said sorry Yi Hao. But Yi Hao didn't blame him. There is nothing wrong with living for yourself in this day and age. But pay the price for your choices. So don't blame me. I can't heal the bleeding debuff in you. Qin Lu also knew that she didn't have long to live. There's a way a man is about to die, and his words are good. Lifting the stolen planner and handing it to Yi Hao. The moment of death. With his eyes wide open, he still wanted to ask Yi Hao's forgiveness. With Qin Lu squeezing the hand of the planning map, it slammed into the ground with a thud. This poor woman just buried his own life. Yi Hao squatted down and stretched out his eyes to close, muttering to yourself that you don't need my forgiveness. You're not at fault for being selfish. It's the fault that I am too weak. Because in these last days, if it is the original sin, Yi Hao took the map from the woman's hand, again talking to himself. This is true for both humans and monsters. Only the strong can be at the top of the food chain. So I just keep getting stronger. Get stronger. To protect my family and friends. Yunfei Nana is waiting for me. I'll pick you up right away. The system sounded. You have picked up and written the plan for Safe Zone 9. Pay attention to the little arena who is so bright. No man can pack. Carry something so heavy. The picture in front of you. It was the security team where Love Road was built in the team. They are escorting residents. On the way to Vault 5. Standing on the tank. It is Wang Jingwo, the 32-level squad leader in the Love intersection. This volatile man next to him. It's Shun Bing, a level 25 player. Just when the two were bragging and frolicking, bad news came over the intercom. Is talking about Qin Lu's disappearance. Hearing the news, the two of them were shocked. Shun Bing was still worried. Is Qin Lu already in trouble? But Wang Jingwo thought that he might have defected. That's why he said that. It's because Qin Lu is usually timid and afraid. This time, I took the initiative to apply for the Queen of the Palace. And he perceived Duan Yi. Shun Bing still wanted to get him back. Wang Jingwo was silent for a while and said that he should go with him. The right and wrong of this era have long been blurred. Everyone's choice comes at a cost. Shun Bing took out a photo with Qin Lu and looked at it blankly. Acquiesced in his statement. I don't know this coward of theirs. I have already received the crisp noodles with honor. Suddenly, Wang Jingwo looked at Yi Yunfei's family in the crowd. Because of their family, it is especially dazzling among civilians. The camera zooms in. Fei Fei is still in contact with Yi Hao, but the interference of the signal is always too strong. If you can't contact Sister Yunfei, don't worry. The host will be fine. The little Lolena Nana behind her comforted Fei. Nana carried an unknown number of pounds on her back. Heavy large backpack. The sound of landing is all thumping and thumping. Scared a little brother next to him, almost stunned. Mom smiled a little embarrassed. Nana was sorry. It's all to blame for me packing too much stuff. If you feel tired, put it down. Annie, don't worry. That's a lot of weight. Don't look at Nana's face grinning. In fact, the police have already been called to the police. After all, it was not easy to cross the rebirth. Now there is a scuffle again. He had to save his life. He's going to conquer this planet in the future. Not long under the leadership of Wang Jingwo. They have come to the fifth. In front of the gates of the shelter, Xin Bing immediately reported the security code of his squad. After confirming that the code is correct, they were spared passage. Suddenly the ground shook violently. A level 30,000-legged demon male slipped out from under their car. Immediately after that, 3 black shadows followed. A level 25 evil bull. A level 18 werewolf. Level 20 combat power orbs have appeared. For a time, the scene fell into chaos. Wang Jingwo is a barber. Collide with the wild bull monster that bounces away. Stop Xin Bing, who was following behind. Let's go and drag down the level 30 magic together. Just when they were supposed to do the magic work, my mother was knocked down by a crowd fleeing for her life. Seeing that my mother is about to die, 2 arrows pierced his wolf claws. It was Fei Fei who shot at a critical moment. Hurry up and let Dad and Mom retreat. But this damage is too small. The demon wolf broke the arrow and was very disdainful of Fei Fei. Fei Fei was a burst of forgiveness towards him, but he was dodged by the demon wolf's nimble snakeskin movement. Seeing that the demon wolf was about to pounce on this family, Fei Fei closed her eyes, ready to die. I apologize to my brother in my heart. Blame yourself for being too weak and not protecting your family. Suddenly, a red light flashed. The demon wolf's proud claws were severed. Countless ways. A fast, uncanny red light flashed through him. The demon wolf was instantly seconds. To no one's surprise, kill this demon wolf in seconds. It was Lorena who seemed to be pushed down by Petite Tsubasa. In fact, Nana didn't want to make a move at all. Helplessness is the automatic reaction of this giant mecha. But what excites him is, after killing monsters, you also gain experience. It was also upgraded by 1 level. The control of the body is also more proficient. Nana was instantly foggy. As long as you keep killing monsters, you could become stronger. Such a simple rule is exactly what he wants. Then next, how strong Nana will be when she transforms into madness. Is this Nana's berserk mode? A wild bull monster is pounced on a little guy in a red shirt, because what he hates most is red. Suddenly, countless lightning flashes through him. 1 move was instantaneously Nina. Nana earns 5,000 XP again. Nina after gaining experience again. The whole body is very sore. I also found that after my level was raised, the amount of XP required to level up also increases. The little brother who was rescued. I didn't expect a lorry to be so strong. I saw my brother being taken by this little lorry in an instant. The pig demon sprouted and retired and was ready to slip away. I haven't run a short distance yet. It was divided into 2 by a Nana. An egg dropped this level 30 pig demon. Nana's level goes up again. His face was full of excitement. The other side. Wang Jingwo and Xin Bing are still working hard still. Suddenly, the magic power shrank into a large circle. Gave Wang Jingwo a ruthless windmill. Then the whole body suddenly burst open, divide into countless small magic bows. Wang Jingwo's whole body was crawling with little magic skills. And these little bugs are still sucking his blood. Seeing this, Shun Bing immediately ran over to support Wang Jiangwo. Wang Jiangwo, who was already surrounded by small mushrooms, roared, "Don't come here to die. It's useless while I can hold on. You run away." Wang Jiangwo gave up resistance. I also remembered my family in my mind. It was the day he went to apply for the security captain. But when he was admitted and came back, only to find that his wife and daughter had died in the attack of demon beasts. He hugged his wife and children in pain and cried, thinking of these god-dampening demon beasts. Wang Jiangwo's eyes opened suddenly. Suddenly, all the grief and indignation turned into a source of strength. He's going to take his last breath, die with this bedbug. Wang Jiangwo tried his best to burst out with a super powerful blow. However, the insects behind him were pierced by the red light of the tree path. Oncoming, it was Nana, who glowed red from her eyes. Nana's move directly destroyed half of the demon father's body. The demon princess's huge body was restored again. Unleash the merge berserk skill. After Wang Jiangwo was helped up by Shun Bing. Remind Nana that the bug has gone berserk. You can't criticize him. The pink thunder and lightning in Nana's hand kept converging. Coldly said, "Shut up. Your inferior charcoal machine life flaw. It's an insult to me. Keep your eyes wide in confusion and ignorance. Take a good look." Nana then uses lightning to manipulate nearby metal. Perform rotational fusion. What kind of ultimates will Nana unleash next? Look at it. This is the ultimate form that transcends the dimension. Exclusive ability for the mother of machines. Metal-controlled Valkyrie form. I saw the little Lori in front of me. Unleash this terrifying move. The demon prince was directly frightened and froze in place. Just listen to Nana's roar and die. Firepower max before he died. The demon gong shouted out a sentence. "You are not human at all." It's a pity that with a deafening explosion sounded. No one heard what he said. The level 30 elite monster demon was killed in an instant. Nana gains 10,000 XP. The level has also been increased to level 22. Gain 10,000 gold. Get 1,000 power-up legs. Level 30 magic crystal at this time. Nana said to herself disdainfully, "How could I be such a lower life form?" That's when it happened. Nana steals backwards uncontrollably. Fell to the ground with a thud. He felt like he couldn't exert any strength in his body. Even the voice can't be heard. At this time, Yunfei's family also rushed over in time. I checked Nana's status. "Father, you guessed. It should be that the body's energy is exhausted." Fei Fei gave Wang Jiangwo and Shun Bing 2 bottles of Restorer. Let them hurry up and regain their health. After the restoration, Wang Jiangwo proposed to Fei Fei. Immediately moved to safe zone 8. But Fei Fei was very worried that Yi Hao would not be able to contact them. It was to open the communication again and contact him. Although it was connected, however, the signal is still strongly interfered with. Fei Fei made a long story short. Hurry up and get the news that they're going to the 8th safe zone. Tell Yi Hao. But I haven't said a few words yet. The signal was disconnected. The angry Fei Fei couldn't wait to smash the system. I don't know my brother either. Did you receive the message? Wang Jiangwo's voice sounded behind him. Don't worry. If it's to pass on a message to your brother. I head away. The screen turns. Yi Hao had already come to Vault 5. See what this sword-covered instrument looks like. Guess they went through a big war before. It is also not known if they are safe. Suddenly, Yi Hao found a message on the wall. It was the little sister Fei Fei who left. Myself, although it was known that they went to the 8th safe zone. But what does this code mean? Yi Hao, who was a top student, snapped his fingers. I remembered the meaning of this string of code. That's the security pair. Internal long-band radio code. Then Yi Hao silently said to the big brothers, I'm sorry. It's on this group of big brothers who have received a box lunch. Rummage to see if there is a working communicator. But even if I found a lot of communicators, but due to the lack of link level of the night number, communicator core components cannot be repaired. And the true words of the night horn are also cooling. The scope is also limited. Pressing matter. It's better to get in touch with Xiaomei first. Yihao can only try his luck on the black market at present. When I came here, I found that I had also experienced a vicious battle. Just when he thought to himself that he wouldn't run in vain, suddenly someone fired at him from above. Yihao instantly took out his shield and easily resisted, seeing that these people are still so energetic. He didn't run in vain. At this time, the entrance to the black market opens. The civic walked out. I'm sorry, Yihao just had a big battle before. Some people are still nervous. Don't care. I'm fine. The two chatted briefly and entered the black market. As soon as he entered, Yihao was taken aback. I didn't expect it to be a mess outside. Many people still have the leisure to buy drunk here. Siyu explained that most of these people are a series of people. Don't care about other people's lives or deaths at all. The two of them came to the VIP room. Yihao asked Siyu if she could contact Imokur. Siyu is strange. Why did you only ask the eldest lady when you came? I don't care about myself. As he spoke, he put his arm around Yihao. It seems that Yihao is really in a hurry. Siyu didn't tease her anymore. Tell Yihao that she can't contact the eldest lady either. However, this also confirmed Yihao's conjecture. The signal should be jammed with precision. Siyu was surprised. There's no way a monster can do that. Yihao didn't think much about it anymore. Immediately, I have 3 things that I need Siyu's help with. Siyu asked him to speak. First of all, he needs Tianchuan Group, a radio communicator for security personnel, a secondary potion that heals the debuff of weakness. The third is the empty cloak from the previous auction. Speaking of this, Yihao was a little embarrassed. Siyu suddenly approached. Yihao, don't see me like this. Talking about money hurts feelings. This cloak was meant for you. As for communicators and potions, I'll arrange for someone to find it right away. The number is a little uncomfortable with the enthusiasm of the whisper. I had to say thank you awkwardly. Soon Siyu draped the jade sky. The wind was given to the night horn through the system. The communicator also found the night number. After entering that string of codes in the night number, finally got in touch with my little sister. The other side. Fei Fei told him about the current situation. Reassure him. Epic Nana runs out of energy. It's good to be unable to move for a while. Asked Vis how he can refuel. Weiss said that the simplest and crude way to do it is directly charged with milled gold higher than his level. Then Yihao told Fei Fei the method. He told Wang Zhengwo again. A secret passage to the 8th security. Let him take care of his family a little more. After hanging up the communication, a girl's plea for help caused by Yi Hiroshi's attention. It was this bunny girl who sent out the plea for help. The girl wants to beg someone to take him home. It's just that it seems to be the wrong person to ask for. Seeing that the girl is about to suffer from the poison. At the critical moment, the groping pig hand was caught. This kind of occasion for heroes to save beauty. Of course, it's going to be left to the protagonist. Yihao just pinched it lightly. This groping pig hand is almost gone. Yihao said to the beauty, just answer me 2 questions. I'm going to consider giving you a ride. The first question is which direction your home is in. The second most important thing is how much money you are willing to pay. Then the girl opened the map and pointed it to Yihao. Just the location. Also on the way to the coordinate point where he went. Yihao agreed. When it comes to money, the girl directly shouted 1 million. A pitiful look. Said that he would pay him 1 million after finding his family. That's all he's worth. As soon as the girl finished speaking, there was an uproar at the scene. I knew they were also taking on this task. At this time, Siyu walked behind the night number. Whispered to him that his name is Miaoya, although it is only level 10. However, it has a special ability to sense. Able to sense energy fluctuations around you. This also includes human emotions. Therefore, it can always win the love of customers. The performance of alcohol promotion is also the first. It's not surprising to have a little savings. I heard that this girl is so rich. 2 small quacks before, and clamored to escort him home. Kumiao said that he had already talked to Yi Hao. Suddenly, this fat quack rushed towards Yi Hao with his fist. A level 5 kid. He's confident he can take it down with one punch. I saw Yi Hao swing his fist upwards tightly. Fat quack was knocked into the ceiling, almost killed in seconds. Then he kicked him out with a whip kick. But when he was a centimeter away from the door, stopped. It's just a striker. Scraped off 85% of his HP. Frightened, he only cried out for mercy. Miaya's heart beat faster as she watched from the sidelines. Bright eyes. I couldn't help but scream in my heart. He's not only handsome, but he's strong. Siyu sighed that this guy had only been seen for a few days. You can crush a level 30 dancer at will. It's an unfathomable little monster. Yi Hao gave the girl a chic back. Let him hurry up. Before leaving, I didn't forget to remind Miss Siyu. How are you going to do it? In my opinion, if you continue to stay here, sooner or later, you will become a turtle in your dreams. Why don't you come with me? As soon as this remark came out, the group of fans who provoked Siyu were greatly annoyed. Prepare for the night call right now. Unexpectedly, Siyu came over and hugged the arm of the night number. I'll go with you. You're right. Hiding here is not the way to go, and I have to find a way to get in touch with the eldest lady. Since Siyu himself has spoken, willing to follow this kid, no one dared to stop Yi Hao anymore. In this way, Yi Hao took 2 big beauties, walked out of the black market gate in a grand manner, aroused the envy and jealousy of a group of people. The screen turns. Siyu and Miaya both changed into fashions. Siyu deliberately teased Yi Hao for finishing his dress. What do you think? Have you been fascinated by my sister's handsome heroic appearance? Miaya said behind her. She'll be sure to be optimistic about their HP. That's when it happened. A huge bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. It doesn't look like ordinary lightning. Suddenly, a huge claw came out of the lightning. That lightning was actually a spatial rift. As soon as I found it, I smashed a building. Was so frightened that Miaya covered her mouth. Because of the building that had just been attacked. It's the building where the black market is located. Siyu rejoices. It was the right choice to follow Yi Hao out. But now the question is, if you continue to let this giant devil's claws run rampant, I'm afraid it's going to be soon. The entire 9th district is about to fall completely. Keep an eye out for these giant claws. It's beyond the realm of monsters. What exactly is he? Yi Hao suddenly thought of 2 words to save God. Heard Yi Hao's words. Siyu revealed the Heart Sutra on his face. Because the old gods were at the beginning of the transformation of the World Guard. No one has ever seen a stonemason forest before. Yi Hao explained that he was just guessing. Not sure. Suddenly, Miaya covered her head, let out a scream of pain. Siyu hurriedly asked what was wrong. I felt a chill. Evil energy ripples and spreads underground. Then Miaya pointed to the place where the thunder and lightning fell. I feel like they're converging in that direction. But that direction, it was the opposite of the direction in which Yi Hao wanted to find Fei Fei. But intuition told Yi Hao the source of the convergence of that evil force. It must have something to do with the Savior in heaven. It must not be ignored. After calming down, Yi Hao gave the girls 2 choices. Or go with him. Either tell them the coordinates of the escape to let him. Let's go on our own. But both girls said that they wanted to fight side by side with Yi Hao. After all, if heaven is really a savior, wherever they flee, they are dead. Then 3 people accelerated. Run in the direction where the forces are converging. When they came to a complex, the temple cliff has sensed that it is just ahead. The concentration of evil forces has reached its strongest. Yi Hao asked them to hide behind him. He faintly heard the voices of others. Wait for him to look over. 3 people in black robes came into view. He kept chanting incantations he didn't understand. In the middle is a thunderbolt covered in thunder, shimmering blood-colored crystals. Underneath the blood-colored crystals is a bunch of skeletons. I don't know exactly what it's doing, but look at it like this. This is the circle. It is constantly delivering energy for the inferior gas in the space. Siyu Dao is an acute child. Just after listening to Yi Hao say the key, with Miaoya, he attacked. Famous quotes shoot randomly. Shining beams. However, but it was all bounced open by the energy shield outside. In Yi Hao's opinion, it is normal, because it is impossible for such an important circle to be unfortified. Yi Hao also used the Red Flame Emperor's Flame Burst Dragon Egg, switched to the attack talent to clean up and break the defense. But it was still bounced open by the shield. Yi Hao guessed. The shield is at least level 60 or higher. Immediately asked what's in my mind, is there a vulnerability that can be exploited? Weiss took only 0.001 seconds. The information of the energy passport was analyzed. Epic planting, stand, energy passport, level 65. Although the manufacturer information was deliberately erased. Or was Bevis restored? And this logo is the logo of Huangjing Group. Yi Hao took out one before. In the dark, a small energy passport obtained from the chest. It is also produced by Huangjing. He was ready to confirm his suspicions. I saw him. Hurled the small energy passport at the circle. Manage. Lu Shengsheng was smoothly included in the magic circle. Sure enough, similar products from the same company. There is some compatibility. Next, Yi Hao asked Weiss to start retrieving the props in the warehouse. Is there anything that can be with this? A transformation prop fused with a shield. So, can Weiss help Yi Hao solve this problem smoothly? It took Weiss just 0.39 seconds to find it. It's this turbo amplifier. Use this as a crafting material. It maximizes the capacity of the protective cover. This is the leak that the last night number picked up in the collection room. It is also the private collection of the old headmaster. Seeing this introduction, the night number is a little weak. After all, his original intention was to be kept by David. Kwai sent a demonic whisper to Nighthorn. Don't hesitate to host. What you put in your pocket is your own. Yi Hao casually gave Weiss a violent buckle. Said that he also had to do it. I hope the old headmaster will know about it in the future. Be able to understand. The next step is for the props to begin to merge. A dinging sounded. The system prompts that the fusion is complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the new historic item. Turbine Stand Sounder. Level 65 episodes. After a transformation, gained a stronger reverse position. Duration and durability are greatly increased. Yi Hao holds the newly baked props. He threw it at the circle. Turbine Stand Generator. As soon as you enter the circle, it starts to spin at high speed. So you thought he wanted to use props. Rejects the stance of the protective shield. Variable sign, explanation. Those of the same rank cannot cancel each other out and exclude each other. My intention is to take advantage of the opposite position. Imprison the energy of the magic mirror for a short time. A short circuit is formed inside. Don't wait for the night horn to finish. A short circuit has been formed. The energy inside begins to come and go uncontrollably. Bounce violently. 3 men in black robes. Was also beaten by the energy and screamed even in a jumpsuit. The suit was torn in an instant. Revealed the wrinkles carved on the body. The energy passport also began to crumble. The night call made the 2 girls hurry close to him. Hide behind him. I only heard a bang, and the energy passport exploded. The scarlet mirror was blasted to pieces. A huge pit appeared in front of the trio. Mioya reminded them to look at a few people in the sky. I found that the spatial rift has become much smaller. I walked in with these men. The explosion that found them so close to each other. None of them were killed, but it just gave him the opportunity to interrogate. Yi Hao picked up a man. Who are you? State your purpose. I might be able to save your life. However, the man suddenly became natural. Laughing madly, ha ha ha. Long live King's Landing. Yi Hao found that something was wrong. Then another explosion rang out. Frightened, Siyu and Miao Yao both screamed. Thought that Yi Hao was going to be cool. Obviously, how can the protagonist be sacrificed like this? When a man is self-defeating, Yi Hao had already released his shield in advance. Plus, he instantly switched to a defensive talent. This little self-detonation didn't do him any harm. Now that's the last man left. Seeing that the last man is about to repeat the mistakes of the past, Civic hastened to remind. But the man suddenly looked dazed. The self-detonation was also interrupted. What the hell is going on? It turned out that Yi Hao used it before from Ziyu on. The skill held out of Jidang's body is resonant in the skull. This mind control skill is indeed powerful. Yi Hao was regarded by him as a high-minded god. Then the man was under Yi Hao's order. Explains the meaning of the Salvation Army's soul. Their followers come from all walks of life. Their common goal, it is to welcome the Savior. For only the Savior comes, in order to lead mankind to a glorious new world. Apparently, this kind of nonsense. The change of number did not believe it at all, but summon a Savior and a monster to attack. Will appear at the same time. The correlation between this. The Night Horn is still puzzled. Change the number and asked again. How you summoned the Savior? This circle. Giant red magic crystal. And what are the origins of the tattoos on your bodies? Men call this type of tattoo. It is only God's chosen people to be eligible for the divine devil crest. As for the rest, because his level is not enough. I really don't know the details. Yi Hao thought he was lying. Frightened, the man kept kowtowing to show his loyalty. Until my head is broken. Yi Hao believed. This kind of future can be called crazy. Yi Hao asked one last question. It's King's Landing. What will it have to do with this monster invasion? Of course, it is okay for the man to say it in a trembling voice. After all, the Demon Beast Cheese City is what it is. King's Landing will be single-handedly planned. The words are not finished yet. The man suddenly came to his senses. The self-detonation began again. Yi Hao hurriedly hugged the two girls, instantly turned on the shield and pounced backwards. Then the last man blew himself up, turned into slag. Yi Hao picked up the fragments of the magic mirror on the ground. You are prompted that authentication is required to unlock the attribute. Yi Hao asked Weiss if he could identify it. Vess's face was confident, of course. How could this little thing of the master stump me? As a result, the demon spirit is called the blood-lipid demon spirit in seconds. Refined from ancient demonic spirits and blood. Blood. Most of it is made up of human and monster blood. See this description. At the same time, the number of people was strange in their hearts. Also guess yourself. Probably got into big trouble. The communicator on Yi Hao's body suddenly made a noise. Could it be that the communicator is this kind of magic mirror? Interference. Miao Yao pointed to the sky in surprise. It was obvious that the spatial rift had stopped, but it didn't go away. Civic analysis destroys a circle. Still unable to stop the summoning ritual completely. Rang Hao looked at the spatial rift in the sky, stuck in a tangle, whether to continue to stop or to find the family. Just when he hesitated, a cat demon suddenly appeared behind him. Yi Hao turned back fiercely to spy on him. It's this kind of cat demon who can't detect the breath again. After the cat demon meowed, a red line appeared on his forehead. Then a few rays of light flashed through him. The cat demon was seconds. It was Anjo Sr. who made the move, and he made a heavier move. Didn't scare you. And Chung just finished speaking. Miaoya ran over to greet him warmly. The two should be very familiar. However, Yi Hao thinks that he appeared at this point in time. It's very doubtful. So you spoke even more directly. As a celebrity of Huangjin Group, you're not in the squad, and you showed up as soon as I destroyed the circle. It's hard not to be skeptical. What exactly do you want to do? After saying that, he pointed a gun at Anseong. Miao Yao was on the side to persuade him. Indicates that he does not perceive his malice. Anseong was very calm. Sister Siyu is still as sharp as ever. Although there are contradictions in our upper echelons, it doesn't mean that we have to be hostile to each other. Can you put the gun down first? Do we have something to say? Seeing this, Yi Hao immediately acted as a peacemaker. Siyu eased up at this time. In fact, Yi Hao had been calculating in Chung for a long time in his heart. This free tool man he deserved. By the way, you can also reveal the secrets on his body. It can be described as killing two birds with one stone. Even so, Siyu still didn't let go of his vigilance against Anqing. He was repeatedly warned to be honest, change his name, and hurriedly helped Siyu say good things. Anjo explained, I happened to have a mission to stay in the 9th district. When they heard the explosion, they rushed over. After some talking, I feel that there are other magic circles. To be good is, of course, to destroy. But it's a thankless task. Feeling. He wondered why and had to get involved. And Chung said it was a must. Because this is also his home. You can't watch him be destroyed. Judging from Anjo's current rhetoric, Yi Hao thinks he has no flaws. That's next. All that had to be done was to take him to the next circle. I'm tempting. Yi Hao soon led everyone to the second circle. Before the destruction, though, Yi Hao deliberately asked if there was any way in Anqing. Because Yi Hao pointed out, this is a protective device for the Alpha Formation. It is produced by their Huangzheng group. Ban Chung was very surprised that there was such a thing. So you are suspicious of the Huangzheng group. There is some collusion with this cult. Su Lianing Asade. Anyway, I don't believe in Anqing. Thinks he's acting on purpose. Facing Siyu's questioning, Anqing can only explain with a weak heart. Huangzheng group has always been unpicky in business. As long as you can make money. This is the case. Nor does it say anything substantial. It's good to get better. Anyway, I'm 100% sure of you, Senior. But I still suggest you come up with some. Prove yourself by taking action. You don't want to target you with your sister everywhere. And Jianqing Ma Mingwu understood. Destroying the circle will prove your innocence, right? Don't forget to laugh at yourself. Who made me this comparison? I care about the character of Feng Ping. Then Chung walked towards the circle. Throw out an overload generator of a classified model. With his words in the middle of the two. Combustion puts the small universe over in the generator. Smoothly rolled into the circle. Suddenly, there was a crisp click. The energy passport shattered in an instant. Then Anqing quickly rushed into the circle. Squeezed until the light was draped over the black-robed mage. Maiwa thought that Anxiong had killed them on the spot. Siyu saw that he was just genetic. The suspicion of him increased again. And Chung explained that he could break the formation quickly. It is also the use of Huangzheng Group, a backdoor device for your own weapon. It's to avoid being attacked by your own weapons. Just an Anxiong thought it was such a secret thing. Tell them when they can be trusted. A thick light pressed against his body, shattered the lipid crystal behind him. The moment the magic crystal exploded, the sound of the change of horn came to the senior. You seem to have forgotten the most important one. Lipid crystal. The change number walked up to him with the shadow sword on his shoulder. If you don't destroy the lipid crystal, you can't completely stop the spatial rift. Yes, I see. Earlier, Yi Hao patted him on the shoulder. It's okay to have seniors here. It's so much more efficient. At this time, Yu Jie has nothing to say. After speaking, I didn't forget to compliment him. It is worthy of the legend of the academy. It's a horse of a cow. And Chung responded modestly. Yi Hao carried the shadow sword. Tell him to follow him to the next point. Anqing's heart was full of waves. The sword just now. It was so fast that he almost couldn't react. If that sword is aimed at him. So what did Yi Hao want to express? It seems that this junior brother is not on the surface. Looks like a human animal. Harmless. Soon they found the last magic mirror. Yi Hao was about to make a move to destroy. Intent is everywhere. Several black-robed mages were absorbed by the magic mirror. There was a howl of pain. These three black-robed mages. It's slowly fusing with the goblins. Get better and cheer them all up immediately. Still, it should be the last resort to Sea King's Landing. This monster, it's the black-robed mage, a 6th level boss after fusing with the blood-fat demon spirit, giant of the blood mirror. Anseong immediately took tactical command. Duck behind me. I'm gonna pull hatred. Miaoyu is optimistic about my blood volume change and whispering. The assistant output can be considered by the knight number to be 2 disparity. This style of play has not waited for the knight horn to finish. The goblin giant smashed it with an ancient sword. Anjo swung his sword to resist. But in the next second, Anqing's great health care was broken. HP is 40% gone. The mirror giant let out a sneer. Vulnerable. And Chung Chung was sent flying. See you standing beneath the magic mirror giant. Already scared. Fortunately, Yehao reached out quickly enough. Hug Siyu at the same time. Summons a shield and energy shield. Block the blow. It's just the 10 layers of energy shield on Yehao's set. It was just a blow from the gold grinding giant. It was broken in an instant. And that's not all. After breaking the house, the fish mirror knocked out 15% of his HP. Yehao, who was repulsed, immediately made a battle analysis. You can't carry the monster's attack hard. Otherwise, only for the second. Even if it was his defensive talent for eating Emperor Yin. I can't carry a few tricks. I saw Yehao rushing towards the magic mirror giant again. This time, he has to turn his hands into attacks to have a chance of winning. According to his past experience in skipping challenges. As long as you don't get hit, you can rely on attacks to grind this level 60 boss to death. However, this good idea still fell through. Yehao turned on the attack talent. It only knocked out 5% of his HP. His whole body can be seen hardened. Siyu hurriedly told Yi how to withdraw behind him. This boss defense is too perverted. Meanwhile, the Majin giant slashes with a single blow. Yehao hurriedly jumped up and dodged the retreat. The Majin giant saw these humans like ants are repulsed. Began to taunt. The words are not finished yet. It was used by Anqing in the 55-level Lake Light field. Imprisoned, Anqing did so, is to let Yehao and the 2 girls run away quickly. Be prepared to sacrifice yourself to buy them time. However, this undoubtedly made the magic mirror giant even more manic. There was another violent thrashing of the mouth. Fight nonstop to consume the energy of the Lake Light field. That's when it happened. Yehao took the electric light obtained before. The twin blades were lost to Anseong. Anseong was a little confused. Yehao said, this was swiped from the head of the Black Tiger mercenary regiment. Let him make do with it. Yehao went on to say that escaping was not the best option. You can't stand it for long, a key senior. While he's trapped, identifying his weaknesses and developing tactics is the best strategy. Anqing listened to the analysis of the knight number. I also calmed down a lot. At this time of life and death, this little junior brother was too calm. His combat experience, it's definitely much richer than yourself. The urinary teeth on the side have endured the pain. Since the weakness of the stretch giant, he felt like a goblin, the big goblin on the giant's shoulder, in a steady stream of magic. A subtle reminder. Inside this cloth, there is a similar one. Something like a heart is beating. But the key thing is, what's next for them? To crush this hard blood fat demon spirit, according to the opinion given by Weiss. Then he put Siyu's weapons and blood lipids. The goblins have been transformed. A new weapon gives birth to the bloodthirsty wind chaser. New ranged weapon attacks have a life-steal piercing effect. 30% increased attack speed. The change of number immediately made Siyu strike while the iron was hot. Try the effects of this new weapon. Next, I only heard the sound of Siyu shooting. This is his exclusive skill, Phantom Shun Sand Formation. For a while, the goblin giant only shouted pain. Can't believe it. This attack actually broke his defenses. Besides, the Civic's own attack also has a toning effect. Anqing was not calm when he saw this scene. Lien asked Yi Hao how he did it. Yi Hao couldn't help but sigh. Although it doesn't hurt much, it's extremely insulting. It can only be controlled for a short time. To defeat completely, you still have to have a power-type weapon. And Chung immediately said to Yi Hao, started to power a full set of deals. I'm just curious to ask him what he's used for. At this moment, Yi Hao found that the control effect had weakened, asking Chung to help him hold for 20 seconds. And Chung rushed over without saying a word. After getting the full set of power, so that VS can find the ability to kick up, a full set of power-ups. This was soon found. It's this miniature rocket thruster. It can greatly enhance the torque output. It is also the private collection of the old headmaster. Just when Yi Hao asked Weiss to assemble it immediately, and Chang's side is about to reach its limit. The amount of blood is also about to bottom out. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking through the air. I saw a strong light rushing towards the magic mirror giant. With a single blow, he shattered the ancient sword of the magic mirror giant. This bright light is the night horn with a full set of stars. The night trumpet comes with a full set of stars. Said something that had been aggrieved for a long time. It's time for me to fight back. The magic mirror giant was so frightened that he couldn't stop standing at the moment. A demon shouted, God, please save me. I'm afraid that a demon will ask Yi. Hiroshi's attack. Why was it suddenly possible to break through his defenses? Yi Hao fell to the ground, said disdainfully while accumulating strength. I'll tell you why. After charging, Yi Hao attacked the demon giant again. One punch and two slams. Instant break. The mirror giant unleashed a magic mirror shot at Nighthorn. When the Nighthorn faced this dense attack at close range, almost distracted, fortunately, and Chung and Siyu made a timely move. Help the Nighthorn with cover. Let him concentrate on the output. The Nighthorn leaps to its feet and charges up its jets. Roar DPS full on. One punch and a blast down. The result rang out, but it was blocked by a protective shield. Yi Hao didn't expect him to have this trick at all. This is the realm of the gods, the skill of the mirror giant. I saw Yi Hao slamming wildly, but it still can't break through the realm of the demon crystal giant's consciousness. And the system also reminded him to hold at the moment. Continued overload attacks will fall into an overload state. The crystal giant began to tremble again. Ah, useless. I've been blessed by God. No one could break through my absolute defenses. The trumpet was also bounced off its own territory. I regret that I didn't set the goal in the first place. Locked on the heart of his right shoulder. The system prompts again. The host's attack exceeds the limits of the strength stat, falling into a state of being in a state of flux. Health continues to drop. 30 seconds remaining. Yi Hao hurriedly recovered his blood volume. Asked Wes again, is there an absolute power-boosting prop /? Wes was apologetic too. Now inside the warehouse. Not even a bottle of the most basic strength potion is gone. This reminded Yi Hao. Turning his head, he asked them who had the power potion. Both Anseong and Miao said no. Siyu looked thoughtful. Seeing Siyu's hesitant appearance. Yi Hao is anxious. Siyu, do you have it? If you have one, give it to me quickly. If the money is recorded, it will be repaid to you. Without waiting for Yi Hao to continue, Siyu threw Yi Hao a bottle of yellow liquid medicine. When Yi Hao caught the potion, Siyu's words of reminder rang out. The reason why I don't want to give it to you, it's because of his side effects. The flask is called Hercules Divine Elixir. Increases strength stat by 300% for 1 minute. Weakened for 2 hours after the effect ended. It cannot be forcibly lifted by any means. After seeing this side effect, Yi Hao also thought that these 2 hours were weak. It's quite deadly indeed. Siyu was very worried about Yi Hao. Consequences of using this vial. I didn't know that Yi Hao drank it all without saying a word. Made Siyu at a loss. I didn't expect this family to work so quickly. Yi Hao wiped his mouth. More on that later. If you can't even get over the difficulties in front of you, what else to talk about later? As soon as the words fell, Yi Hao's brain felt a violent dizziness. Then Yi Hao roared angrily. The power of the rage emanated from his body, jumping up and throwing his fist at the gold-grinding giant. A dazzling set. The storm is impenetrable to the aura punch. The goblin giant screamed nonstop. With the blessing of this fierce and domineering power, even Miao can't add to Yi Hao's HP. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound. Yi Hao finally smashed the magic crystal, a tortoise shell that giants are proud of. This was followed by a punch, shattered the heart on his pointed head. A punch crushed the magic mirror, and the giant was instantly transformed in seconds. He also fell to the ground. The cheers of his companions rang out behind him. A series of prompts from the system also sounded. Kill a rare elite to gain 200,000 XP. 50,000 gold to pick up the hardening of the magic scripture for the enhancement material. 60 episodes of skill book God Realm. Summoning demons carefully call the gods. The host enters a weakened state. Countdown to 2 hours. Yi Hao, who was lying on the ground, felt uneasy in his heart. It's finally over. But what next? But this feeling of fate being handed over to someone else. It's not good. Wait for Yi Hao to get up. I saw Cheng walking towards him with a knife. And Cheng's eyes were filled with strong killing intent. Even if there is Yi Hao hanging on his body, at the moment he is also a panicked horse. Fortunately, there are 2 reliable sisters, blocked in front of Yi Hao. What exactly does Anseong mean? Is it really a villain? Look at it. And Chung suddenly dropped the big sword in his hand. Hurry up and explain, Sister Siyu. Miao, don't hold a weapon at me. Misunderstanding. This is a complete misunderstanding. I just accidentally lost my mind. Why do you need such a big reaction? The civic is not convinced at all. The gun was loaded, pointing to Anseong. Do you think I'll believe this kind of nonsense? Anseong touched his head. Or try to explain. I was just shocked by Yi Hao's strength. There's absolutely no malice. But when he passed by with the whispered if I really had murderous intentions. Do you think you 2 can stop me? Civic was shocked. There was no further rebuttal. And Chung picked up Yi Hao and was about to carry him away. Yi Hao said that he could just help him, in order to stabilize Anseong. Yi Hao spoke again. Senior and Chung, and we are both lifelong friends. A little less suspicion and more trust. Anseong swore again and again. Weiss reminded in Yi Hao's mind. This guy just had a spectrum on his body. A dark black with murderous intent. I just don't know if it's against the owner, you, or the boss. Yi Hao could only stabilize him on the surface first. It will also require him to be a free bodyguard. Just at Ansei's proposal. After a 5-minute break, it's time to set off. The spatial rift in the sky finally disappeared completely. The 2 girls hugged and cheered. Because they just now prevented the savior from coming. The greatest threat is lifted. Yi Hao still reminded them not to be careless. After all, the invasion crisis of the demon beast army has not been resolved. After saying these words, Yi Hao lay helplessly on the stones. His own little life. Now it's in their hands. Suddenly, Yi Hao did it again. Look at the whispers. All magic mirrors should be destroyed by now. I guess communication has been restored. See, you understood what he meant. Contact Emokir now. Unexpectedly, Emokir took the initiative to initiate communication with Yi Hao. Ask Yi Hao to hurry up and let Siyu not have to contact. Because of their eldest lady. I've taken the initiative to find it. Siyu was unbelievable. Didn't expect this little guy. The weight in the mind of the eldest lady. It's so important. Siyu felt that this emotion was very strange and complicated. Could it be that it is in the extreme night how? Or rather, it's the fault of the eldest lady. The other side. Emokir, through communication with Yi Hao, finally know the ins and outs. Let them stay where they are. He'll be right over. Yi Hao told him that he didn't need to come over. Secret passage ships agreed in the 8th sector. Then the coordinates were sent to him. Emokir was surprised. This guy actually got this kind of secret. I can't help but sigh. This guy deserves to be the man he fancies. Heard the conversation between Yi Hao and Emokir. And Chung suddenly approached Yi Hao and gossiped. I've heard of you and the Mo family before. The relationship between the eldest lady is not ordinary. Today is better than the rumors. It's really enviable. Yi Hao was a little unimpressed, but it's right to think about Ansei's words. With this eldest lady as a backer, he didn't want to work hard anymore. Then, several people supported each other and walked towards the secret passage. Just when Fei Fei and her mother were anxiously waiting for Yi. How time? Nana has seen her master. Mom and Dad Yunfei. The poop called his family excitedly. The little sister flew and threw herself into the arms of the elder brother. It's great that you're okay, brother. I'm so worried about you. Isn't that good for me? Haha saw that Yi Hao's family was loyal to the reunion. Nana also burst into tears. But that wasn't what he intended. It's just an automatic reaction of the mech. Yi Hao squatted down and stretched out to touch Nana's little brain. Nana also worked hard this time. Lose you. My family is safe. For the sake of the host, Nana can do anything. But he had already found out. Yi Hao's body is extremely weak now, although it was easy to kill him. But the body still could not act according to his will. Sorry to disturb your family's reunion. Waku appeared behind Yi Hao. There is no time left to bask in happiness. Because of the boss who led this monster invasion. Bai Ichiwei has already dedicated. Because of Bai Ichiwei's dedication, Sector 9 is about to become a world dungeon. Everyone should get out of here. Yi Hao's face was angry and the world was dungeon. They're just going to make a nest here. Such an obviously unreasonable behavior. What the hell is the demon beast going to do? Emokir continued to speak. It's just a bunch of monsters. Unreasonable behavior is the most normal, and what we should care about the most. This is the boss that reaches level 90. I was surprised to hear the level 90 boss change. Are you sure? A boss of this level is no joke. And face a level 90 boss. It's hard to win even for a professional team. Civic was also skeptical of Mock's claims. Emokir said word by word, absolutely reliable. After all, I saw it with my own eyes. Subsequently, Emokir described seeing tens of billions for the first time. Chi Wei's scene. It was a demon beast like a demon in hell. Just a glance at him. It was almost directly obliterated. Fortunately, the 2 level 60 bodyguards shot in time at that time. Blocked the eyes of tens of billions of hedgehogs to kill. Emokir only picked up a small life. Until now, Emokir recalled. You can feel that kind of coming from fear in the depths of the soul. After listening to Emokir's story, the poop stroked his shoulder. You should still have hit his dive. Don't be afraid. Can survive his attacks. It's already remarkable. Emokir showed a shy look. The 2 bodyguards praised God for the assist. Yi Hao was about to explain. Did they misunderstand something? Was interrupted by Emokir's appearance. Not the kind of little woman who needs to seek comfort. Say formal, I'm the first time. I got in touch with the Demon Beast Agency of the late Han group. Confirm this boss. It is one of the 28 nakshatras. Since the beginning of the Ouyang era of the Earth. The monsters are also constantly mutating. Relevant scholars have found through research the strength level of the monster. It is arranged according to some fixed pattern. And this law just copes with the green dragon. Xuanwu Suzaku. White tiger, 4 elephants. Under each of the 4 elephants there are 7 decays. What is the 28-star show? In layman's terms, it's that there are a total of 28 bosses in the monster group. And Bai Ichiwei. It is the mantissa of one of the 4 green dragons. Historically, Chi-Wei once passed by more than a dozen low-level cities. Although there were crusades organized. But without exception, the army ended in defeat. Yi Hao pointed out sharply. That's because I haven't touched the interests of the big groups before. But this time it's a different story. You big cliques. It's impossible to sit idly by. Mo Kier reached, of course. The late Han group has already dispatched elites. Form a quest strategy team. It will come soon. And other groups are also gathering team members. Prepare for a snatch kill. Mo Ku looked at Anqing again. This also includes Yu Huangzheng. Anqing touched his head awkwardly, haha. Those people regard the handbrake as more important than their lives. I guess it's already on the way. Yi Hao still has questions. Such a big battle was dispatched this time. Could it be this boss? Something terrible is going to explode? Mo Kier went on to explain that your guess was right. Rookie bosses like this have their own territory. Just handbrake to get the key to open the gate to the territory. Inside, houses a variety of rare resources they have collected. Then Mo Kier gestured 2 fingers. If you turn those resources into money, worth at least 2 billion. As soon as I heard that the money was still so much money, Yi Hao was immediately correct. My legs don't hurt anymore, my waist doesn't hurt anymore. Looked at Yi Hao's overexcited expression, and Chengqing came over to something. Do you have any ideas? That's a level 90 boss. Could it be that the younger brother still has some hidden means? Yi Hao immediately said no. At the moment, his heart is constantly calculating. A level 90 dungeon. The boss is already well beyond his capabilities, unless he uses a lot of experience. Direct Stud unlocks a new awesome account. Mo Kier then suggested that all of them should be evacuated to the 8th district first. Wait until the boss is killed by the team. Naturally, District 9 was rescued. At this time, Wang Jingwo walked over. Asked how Yi Hao knew about the secret passage. Yi Hao told the truth. It was one of their female team members who told him. Xin Fei immediately hugged Yi Hao excitedly. Is his name Qin Lu someone else? Do you know how he is? Wang Jingwo asked concubine Shun to calm down. Yi Hao was just about to speak. I saw a photo slipping from concubine Shin's body. The above is a photo of Qin Lu and Shin Bing. Thinking that these two are most likely a couple, Yi Hao told a white lie. I was killed by a demon beast to cover my escape. Gave me this coordinate on his deathbed. He's a good guy? Hear the bad news. Shun Fei became depressed. Can't accept yourself. News of the murder of the beloved woman. Fortunately, there is Wang Jingwo, a good boss. Kept comforting Xin Fei. It made his emotions ease. See this scene? Yi Hao's heart is once again firm in this era. The only measure of value is to be alive. Fei Fei had already seen the exit of the secret passage. After telling Yi Hao happily, he ran out excitedly. However, someone blocked the way. I opened this mountain. I planted this tree. I want to live from now on. Leave to buy road money. Fei Fei just came out. Hear this classic line of bandits. The few people on the other side looked very arrogant. However, the rank is also a high one. Fifi and Nana were so frightened that they hid in Yi. Behind Hiroshi. Who are you? Why would you know about this secret passage? The one-eyed old man headed by filial piety. Lao Tzu is a battle-hardened hunter. It's nothing. It's hard to squat for so long. Finally came the business. The one-eyed old man pointed at Mo Kutter again. As a result, a big fish came. You say yes. Miss Mo. Mo Kutter looked disdainful. You know I dare to rob halfway. It seems that you are confident. Suddenly, Mo Kutter found that the one-eyed man in front of him was very familiar. How I feel as if I've seen it somewhere. Which group are you from? The one-eyed old man wasn't going to tell him. Just think about robbing them and making a war profit. Then let them behave. Surrender props and equipment, so as not to suffer from the flesh and skin. But with Mo Kier's character, don't disdain them at all. You know a lot of people who hit me. How ugly is their end? The one-eyed old man is obviously also an old man. I don't need Mo Kier at all. A level 60 bodyguard behind him. He has already attacked the one-eyed old hare. Unexpectedly, The one-eyed old man has one in one hand, and caught the pair. A level 60 twin guard's powerful attack. Then he held the pair of bodyguards up and waved them. Seeing this scene, I was not calm. Even if it's level 65. It's also impossible to take two level 60 attacks with one hand. The change of sign is seen with the eyes of reality. It turns out that the two bodyguards had hit the level 90 debuff before. Eyes of fear. 40% reduction in all stats. And it lasts an hour. No wonder it's just this level 65 old man. The one-eyed old man pinched a threat in one hand. Mo Kier took the initiative to commit it. Siyu stood up from behind him. Damn, let them go. Don't tell him to be impulsive. As soon as the words fell. As soon as the infrared light arrived, it appeared in Siyu's eyebrows. Aiming at him was a level 55 sniper. Wang Jingwo was also controlled by a level 55 small quack from the other party. There is also a level 50 magic. Divisions and fighters of the 55th level made threatening statements in the back. Then there's On. The Nighthorns were all shocked by this aura. I couldn't help but panic in my heart. He panicked rather than die. It's just 2 million gold coins that just arrived. Before they could get hot, they were about to fly away. In the end, it is still unbelievable and arrogant. He promised to give them 80 million. That's all there is to him. Let them spare his men. As for the others, Mo Kier thinks, the net worth of all of them combined. Not enough for a fraction of his life. The one-eyed old man who heard this couldn't help but praise Mo Kier's arrogance. Immediately let go of his double guard. But this old man is in the spirit. No matter how small a fly is, it is also the principle of a piece of meat. We will not let it go. Hoe a person's props and equipment. Seeing that Mo Kier still wants to be strong, was stopped by Yi Hao, although what Yi Hao said was high-sounding. In fact, he's the most reluctant to be. But for the sake of the overall situation, he could only endure it. Seeing the one-eyed old man's crazy and presumptuous laughter, Yi Hao knelt on the ground in extreme depression, and Chung was still beside him to comfort him. Money is something outside of the body. Saving your life is the most important thing at the moment. I complained in my heart that this was just a physiological reaction. It has nothing to do with reason. Suddenly, Mo Kier yelled to wait a minute. I seem to remember who you are. You used to be part of the Imperial Clan's Imperial Clan. Don't wait for Mo Kier to finish. Directly interrupted by the one-eyed old man. Now that the eldest lady of the Mo family remembers. I'm not hiding it anymore. That's right, I'm Renault, the Grey Wolf of the Imperial Sentai team. As soon as the words fell, Security's eyes were full of blood. 4 words of Grey Wolf Renault. It was like thunder exploding in his head. I saw a flash of light. One blow directly seconds Renault. A level 50 quack in the team, Renault was furious that anyone was so bold. Dare to sneak up on my little brother. Senior and Chung flashed with thunder all over his body. Arms grow, erect claws. Slowly walked up to Renault and said, You are the Grey Wolf, Renault. I've been looking for you for 5 years. I didn't expect to meet here. Seeing in Cheng's appearance, Yi Hao was shocked. Not only did he grow a drum knife that resembled a reorganization, also hit the second 50 episodes of Dancers. It seems that it is indeed hiding strength. And Chung said again, I've been looking for you for 5 years. It's for one thing, but now Renault is already in a state of rage. With a big wave of his hand, the little Gaga, who was under him, frantically headed towards Chung. Fired, Yisung brandished his drum knife to block the attack. Said that it was a feud between him and Renault. It's nothing to do with anyone else. And Chung just finished speaking, was knocked out by the fat quack in the team. Then they bombed him again. However, and Chung was unscathed. He spoke again about the name, and I guess remember, he used to be your subordinate. How could Renault not remember the name, and originally, he was the main output of their team. It's just that Renault said he was in a copy at once, swallowed up their squad's property, and vanished. One mention of this woman, Renault cursed. Heard Renault say this about his sister. And Chung roared. He struck at Renault again. Renault immediately commanded the remaining 3 small quacks. Step forward and act as cannon fodder. A few more rays of light staggered. Cannon fodder was instantaneously seconds. Anseong finally showed his true colors. One last chance for you. Anseong's voice was not the slightest emotion. It was not surprising for Renault to see Anseong. I don't care if Xiao Quack lives or dies. I just feel that I have to train a new batch of younger brothers. It's too troublesome to see Renault still not tell the truth. Anqing shouted angrily, "Where did my sister say?" At this time, Renault also changed into equipment. Nemi's enhanced form of bursting clothes. It's a good meal for Anseong. Then Enchung rushed towards Renault. A violent explosion followed. Powerful aftermath spread in all directions. Fortunately, the twin guards used the energy passport in time. The safety of several people was guaranteed. It's a powerful impact. Refreshed Yihao's cognition again. The strength of Anseong. Definitely more than the previous level 60 Nokyo. Giants are even more terrifying. This time, he and Anseong. Even superficial friends may not be able to do it. Hairtail slightly dissipates. Anseong is missing an arm. Most of the wings were also shattered. But he was still standing. He looked at Renault with a wrinkled face. I'll ask you one last time. Where's my sister? And Renault on the ground has only a torso left. Still can't believe it. I'm going to be planted in the hands of a little kid. And Chung is too lazy to talk nonsense. A foot on his old face. Frightened, Renault hurriedly told the truth. It turns out that they were farming dungeons in Sunset Canyon. It was Renault who gave the blame to Anne. And with the power of one person, it's impossible to get out of Sunset Canyon. Renault was sure his sister was still there. After saying that, Renault also wanted to beg for mercy and live. Was sent to receive grain noodles by Enchung. Yihao, I look smart like this. You shouldn't need me to explain anything. Enchung actually still wants to make Yihao a friend. Yihao walked over and asked him why he chose this path. Isn't there any other way? Enchung shook his head. Spare me. Don't ask, okay. Anseong explains that everyone has their own secrets. It's a pity that he doesn't have Yihao's ability to open and hang. You can only trade with them in order to gain great power. And Cheng's arm between words, and the wings have regrown. Yihao seemed to have guessed something in his heart, but I still couldn't help but speak. What does that cost? Could it be related to this monster invasion? And Chung nodded weakly. It's okay to admit it. I did it. I assist them in opening up the space. Practice the palace of the power. They gave me revenge. Court exchange. Sometimes monsters are more trustworthy than humans. As soon as this remark came out, stunned everyone. After all that said, Anseong was ready to spread his wings and leave this sad place. Stand still. Fei Fei pulled out her bow and arrows. Shouted him why you did this. How many lives do you know? And the family is broken because of you. Doesn't your conscience hurt? And Ping said sorry flatly. I don't have a heart anymore. In my eyes, the whole world is less important than him. It was Yihao who spoke out to stop Fei Fei. Forget it, let him go. He didn't destroy us all. I'm already grateful to him. Yihao knew very well that Enchung wanted to kill him before. But he hesitated a second time and let him go again. However, Yihao said that since everyone has opened the hanging, the next time we meet, we will definitely not be soft. And Chung truthfully told Yihao that this was indeed the case, and then flew away. Leave a message before leaving. Hopefully later, I won't regret this hesitation. Yihao replied silently inside. That's because you and I are the same kind of people. If Yihao doesn't have a king account system, when his family is in danger, in order to get stronger, he will not hesitate to make it safe and secure. Same choice. The matter has finally come to an end. Emokir hurriedly called everyone away, so as not to cause further trouble. Yi Hao suddenly stopped them and waited. There is one more very important thing that has not been done. Emokur looked puzzled. Then Yi Hao was in full view. Began to pick up the leeks and collect melons. Fei Fei sighed that it was indeed her own brother. Like himself, he's a money junkie. Look at it. This is the invincible team of Megatron Universe in the future. King Sentai. Let's start with the previous issue. Yi Hao really has a lot of loot this time. Money. 1,200,000 pistol, wild lawless GT shield device. Self-detonating robot, heavy machine gun, Phantom Slayer. Sniper rifles. Phantom Terminator, and 5 inner rice fibers. Level 60 ancient grinding gold 5. This wave of simplicity made Yi Hao so happy that he cried. The spy is worthy of being the treasure of the hunter of the season at level 60. What made Yi Hao even more sour was that, this time, Anseong killed the hunters. Borrowed the number to get 100,000 experience points for free. It's just lying down to win blood. Thank you again for Anseong. This free tool for people. Other than that, everyone else has risen a lot of ranks. Especially Fei. Fei actually rose 10 levels in a row. Another wave of surprises. But Fei Fei thought of Senior and Chung. Still can't be happy. It feels complicated. Seeing this, I came over to comfort my little sister. Don't think about it as long as we're alive. If you insist on justice in your heart, then desperate to become stronger. For the weak and the dead are not worthy of justice. Fei Fei asked her brother rhetorically. What is the persistence of your heart? That's what kind of belief is supporting you to become stronger. Yi Hao touched his little sister's head. Silly girl, isn't that obvious? That's to protect you even more. Then Mo Kier hurriedly urged them to leave. He has been with the rescue team of the late Han group. The coordinates are agreed. The scene is on the perimeter of the gate of the 8th security zone. Armed forces of the 8th district apparently did not want to open the door. There was a little guy who just asked questions. I was almost thrown out to feed the monsters. See this scene? Yi Hao was also very cold. Faced the monster siege. He turned his gun on his own kind. I don't know if it's the distortion of human nature or the degradation of morality. Mo Cougar saw the unwillingness in Yi Hao's heart. Remind him to learn to adapt early. Yi Hao nodded, I know. Even Nana, a traverser. They all feel ridiculous for this kind of infighting behavior of human beings. Suddenly, a group of transport planes flew high in the air. Mo Kier said, they're finally here. Wait for the transport plane to land. An emergency response team belonging to the Hanmo group. Need out of the plane. As soon as he came out, he gathered in front of Mo Kier, pointed a gun at Yi Hao and the others. The squad leader immediately gave the order. If you are not interested, please stand back immediately. Otherwise, we will open fire at once. Mo Kier explained that Yi Hao and his party were his guests. Take them with you. Was rejected by this squad leader. Because of his mission, just to keep the eldest lady and the twin guards safe. Nothing else is within the scope of the directive. Mo Coer's little temper tantrum came up. You dare not obey my commands. The squad leader waved his hand impatiently. Let Little Quack push Mo Kier onto the plane. Say it's a special case. Thank you for your understanding. Seeing that someone is rude to the eldest lady. The twin guards are about to give the squad leader a color. But this squad leader is very hard-headed. It's just the two of you, and want to get in the way of us. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, and it was not to be rude. Miss, I'm here to pick you up. Don't lose your temper either. Come back with us. Talking. It is the 85-level entry output of the last Palace team. Big Beauty, Silver Ring. Mo Kier didn't expect it either. He will be the first to greet him. Speaking is also unceremonious. Why are you going to take advantage of the chaos to attack me here? Silvering smiled and explained that he had misunderstood himself and deliberately mentioned. The chairman and the young master were very worried about him. However, Mo Kier still insisted on taking Yi Hao away. But Silvering tells him that he no longer has that permission. Just recently, at the board meeting, Mock's permission level has been placed, downgraded to the rank of ordinary director. Mo Kier, who has never panicked. The moment was finally panicked. Yi Hao also smelled a grievance within the wealthy family. Breath. Mo Kier said to Yi Hao with an ugly face. I'm sorry yet. Yi Hao's next words. It ignited Mo Kier's fighting spirit and hope again. Miss Mo, if I agree to your previous invitation now, join the Hanmo group. Me and my family. Does it count as your company's assets? Although Yi Hao didn't actually want to do this, but for the long-term safety of the family, this is the only way to do it at the moment. Mo Kier once again showed the effect of a domineering female president, promised that Yi Hao would no longer have worries from now on, and declared the leaf. Hao is a member of the Magon clan from now on. As soon as the words fell, Yi Hao was ridiculed in a loop. Yi Hao didn't bother to pay attention to this self-righteous woman. Yi Hao waved his hand, said that he never said that he wanted to join Mo Gong. The team, he said, was just joining the Late Han group. As soon as this remark came out, Mo Kier and Silvering were shocked, because Yi Hao wants to form his own team. Hearing Yi Hao's inconsequential words, Silvering began to mock him and scrupulously. Mo Kier also asked him with a dark face if he was serious. Yi Hao smiled, of course, and I've got the names of the teams in mind. It's called the King Clan.